A beauty in my room. A breathtaking beauty lay on my bed, her delicate features flushed with a faint crimson hue. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her slender neck gleamed like polished jade. Beneath her shirt, her figure was mesmerizing, and the steady rise and fall of her chest with each breath was enough to make any man struggle to suppress his desires. I swallowed hard, my eyes unwillingly tracing lower. The thin quilt had been kicked aside, revealing smooth, slender legs beneath a soft pink miniskirt. The curves of her body were nothing short of perfection and natural stunner in every sense of the word. "Miss, please wake up," I said gently, shaking her arm. No response. I sighed, resigning myself to the mystery of her sudden presence, and turned to leave. But before I could take a step, she stirred. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around my neck and buried her face against my shoulder, her soft cries muffled by my shirt. Her delicate body trembled as warm tears soaked into my clothes. Why did you do this to me?" she murmured through quiet sobs. I froze. Her grip tightened, pressing her chest against me. My body reacted instinctively, heat rising to my face. My hands hesitated in the air before they settled gently around her back. The fragrance of her hair drifted into my nose, intoxicating my senses. She didn't push me away. If anything, she leaned in, her shoulders trembling as she continued crying. At that moment, I couldn't help but think, hallelujah, God has finally answered my prayers. For 24 long years, I had fantasized about a scene like this. A stunning woman, soft and vulnerable, clinging to me as if I were her only solace. Was this divine intervention? A miracle from the heavens? But reality is cruel. Just as I was about to lean in, perhaps steal a moment of romance, she abruptly shoved me away with surprising strength and cried out, "I'm so hungry." I blinked. Wait, what? For a moment, my brain stalled, unable to process her words. Was she crying because of heartbreak, or just because she was starving? I let out a deep sigh and turned toward the kitchen, deciding to cook something for her. But before I could take a step, she suddenly looked at me as if realizing my existence for the first time. Then, she screamed. The kind of scream that makes your ears ring. Ah. Before I could react, she grabbed the nearest object, a keyboard, from the floor and slammed it against my head. Bam! Next thing I knew, I was forcefully shoved out of my own room. With a loud click, she locked the door behind me. I stood there in stunned silence. Wait a minute, isn't that my room? I knocked. "Miss, please, that's my bed. Let me back in." No response. Not even a rustle. Confused, I walked over to the balcony and peeked through the window. She was already snuggled under my blanket, sleeping peacefully. I sat on the floor, dazed. What in the world just happened? Wasn't she supposed to be the woman God had sent for me? As my thoughts spiraled, my gaze fell on an item in the living room, her belongings. Among them was half a bottle of wine and a large, rounded object inside a bag. Curiosity got the better of me, and I took a closer look. My eyes widened. A VR helmet? 2 striking words were printed on the side, Ling Tong, Spirit of Grief. I froze. This is a helmet for the world's most anticipated virtual reality game? The game that shook the world. Half a year ago, the entire gaming industry erupted in chaos when Yuheng Group, the Apex Gaming Corporation, announced the release of a revolutionary vermipage, Spirit of Grief. With 10 years of development, groundbreaking human brainwave bridging technology, and near 100% sensory realism, it was hailed as the most immersive virtual experience ever created. Rumors spoke of an unparalleled storyline, legendary equipment, and incredibly lifelike NPCs, some so stunningly realistic that players dreamed of building virtual harems within the game. After the decline of previous VR games, millions of players worldwide had pinned their hopes on Spirit of Grief. Countless gamers sold off their old equipment just to afford a headset, preparing to carve their names into this new digital world. And today was the official launch. But wait, who exactly was this girl? If she had this helmet, did that mean she wasn't the woman heaven had destined for me after all? How did she even end up in my room? A few minutes earlier, I hadn't noticed when the sleek white BMW parked outside my apartment. At first, I paid it no attention. But then, the sound of sinister laughter echoed from below. Peering out my window, I saw a group of thugs surrounding the car. Look at this beauty inside. He. Let's take the car and bring her home. My stomach churned. These bastards, weren't they arrested before? How were they back so soon? If there really was a girl inside, she was in serious danger. Without a second thought, I rushed downstairs. The moment they saw me, one of the thugs sneered. "Hey, kid. What the FK do you think you're doing?" Ignoring them, I walked straight to the BMW. Click. To my surprise, the car door unlocked. A strong scent of alcohol hit me, mixed with something else, a faint, alluring fragrance. Inside, sprawled across the driver's seat, was an unparalleled beauty. Her face was pale, her delicate features accentuated by the soft glow of streetlights. In one hand, she clutched an expensive bottle of wine. In the other, a bag containing a VR helmet, the very same model used for Spirit of Grief. The thugs behind me gasped when they caught sight of her. "Holy shit, she's gorgeous," one of them muttered. Another thug snarled at me. "Hey, brat. We saw her first." I turned, voice cold. "Move. She's my girlfriend." The leader barked a laugh. "Bullshit. If you had a girlfriend who drives a BMW, why the hell are you living in this slum?" I smirked. "If you don't believe me, Call the cops. Reaching into the car, I grabbed a pink phone from the dashboard. Silence. For a moment, the thugs hesitated. Then one of them crossed his arms. Fine. If she's really your girlfriend, take her to your house. I cursed internally. Shit. Now what? With no other choice, I scooped her into my arms. She was completely intoxicated, her body soft against mine. I carried her up the stairs, locked my door, and barricaded it. Outside, the thugs stood in stunned disbelief. That kid actually took her home. The best and worst day of my life. Today, aside from the unexpected luck of picking up a stunning beauty, my day has been downright miserable. It all started in the morning when I received the worst possible phone call. My company informed me that I'd been fired. Frustrated, I threw my phone in a fit of rage, only to watch it splash into the river. There went my $300 Motorola cottage phone, swallowed by the merciless waters. Fine, whatever. At least I still had money to pay my rent. Or so I thought. At the ATM, I tried to withdraw my last $500, but the screen flashed a notification, insufficient funds. Wait, what? As it turned out, hackers had drained my account, and as if to rub salt in my wounds, the ATM swallowed my card right after. Oh, great and almighty bank, that was my rent money? I gritted my teeth and walked back home, hoping to at least drown my sorrows in some instant noodles. But fate wasn't done with me yet. Just as I reached the building, my 3-year-old bicycle, the last faithful companion in my miserable life, was confiscated by a traffic officer. Apparently, it was deemed too old and clunky to be roadworthy. Seriously? With no job, no money, no phone, and now no transportation, I trudged home, feeling like the main character of a tragic novel. But then, as I reached my apartment building, I spotted something unusual. A white BMW was parked just below my flat. Inside, a woman was slumped over the steering wheel, her delicate shoulders trembling slightly. I frowned. Was she crying? Well, not my business. My own life was already a mess. Underscore 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 underscore. Survival mode, on. I walked through the neighborhood, glancing around like a thief. Surely heaven wouldn't be so cruel to me, right? There had to be a way to fill my stomach without spending money. As luck would have it, someone had planted a small vegetable garden nearby. The plants looked fresh and healthy. I hesitated. Stealing was wrong, but so was starving to death. I reached out, snatched a stem of leafy greens, and swiftly made my escape. Back at my apartment, I washed the borrowed vegetable and checked my food supply. It was tragic. I shook my bag of rice and counted the grains. Exactly 56. A sign from the heavens? There are 56 ethnic groups in China, each with their own unique national flower. Perhaps this was the universe's way of telling me that, despite my hardships, I was still part of one big, diverse family. With renewed determination, I chopped up the vegetable into tiny pieces and threw them into a pot of boiling water, creating the illusion of a feast. As long as my brain believed I was eating a full meal, I wouldn't feel so hungry, right? While the porridge cooked, I switched on my computer to distract myself. Almost every website was advertising the launch of Spirit of Grief. This was the game that had revived the dying Vermeerpage industry. Developed over 10 years by the Yuheng Group, it promised unparalleled realism and legendary in-game rewards. Unfortunately, I was too broke to even dream of buying a game helmet. So much for escaping reality through gaming. Underscore 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 underscore. A beauty, a game helmet, and one locked door. Later that night, fate took an unexpected turn. I ended up saving the beauty in the BMW, only to get locked out of my own room. And to make things even crazier, there was a Spirit of Grief game helmet sitting in my living room. Wait, what? The game wasn't even on sale until tomorrow. How did she get one already? Who exactly was this woman? Just as I was contemplating my luck, a shrill ringing interrupted my thoughts. I glanced at the source. It was the mysterious woman's phone, still inside her bag. The caller ID flashed, elder sister. Huh? What perfect timing? Maybe her sister could come and take her away, so I wouldn't have to spend the night on the floor like a homeless man. Without hesitation, I answered the call. A sweet voice came through the speaker. Hello, Ling Yu, where are you? Why aren't you home yet? Her voice sounded remarkably similar to the beauty inside my room. Definitely her sister. I cleared my throat. Are you her elder sister? The voice instantly turned sharp. Who are you? Where is Ling Yu? What did you do to my sister? I sighed. Here we go. Calm down, your sister is fine. She's sleeping in my room. You rotten bastard. What did you do to her? Wow, I saved this girl from actual thugs, and this was the thanks I got? Frustrated, I snapped, listen, you crazy woman, I saved your sister, and now she's locked me out of my own damn room? Do you think I have time to kidnap random rich girls? Silence. Then, a more controlled voice replied, tell me where she is. I'll come pick her up immediately. I was about to respond when, beep, the phone died. Oh, for FK's sake. The battery had run out. Could this day get any worse? I sat down, staring blankly at the door where Ling Yu slept soundly in my bed, while I remained exiled on the cold, hard floor. At this point, I had no idea whether today was the luckiest or unluckiest day of my life.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The hall is deserted. In this summer, it is very hot, and there is no air conditioning in the hall. I was sweating and perspiring heavily. I had a grievance, but no one to report it to. The beauty in my room would not be waking up anytime soon. And this hall, it does not even have a sofa for me to sit down on. I really don't know what to do. Finally, my sights landed on the game helmet. Perhaps I could play it for a short while to while away the time? There is a game network cable port installed in the living room. Looks like there are no better time to use it. To know if this game helmet is really the Spirit of Grief game, all I need to do is to test it and I would know for sure. I took the cable out of the bag, and installed the game accordingly to the instruction booklet. Then sat on the floor next to the wall and placed the helmet over my head. 1 moment later, I suddenly feel that my brain seemed to clear, and I hear a sound. Scanning iris, identified a new player. Player identity confirmed? Do you want to play the game? I immediately replied yes. Welcome. Your code number is 0000000002. Your iris information has been locked. I was surprised. Damn it. I just tried this helmet once, and it locked on to my iris. Then does it means that this helmet could no longer be used by others, and become my helmet? But I thought, she has forcibly occupied my room? Forget it, since I could not undo what had already been done, I will think of some ways to pay her back for it. In the game helmet, there was another sound. Sorry. This game has not been officially launched. Please wait for another 23 hours 42 minutes before you can officially join this game. But you can create your character first. Do you want to create your character now? I click on yes, choose my character race. The screen seemed to flash, and my surroundings seemed to wrap. All of a sudden, I was transported to the wilderness. In front of me, there are 3 choices: human, elves or orc. I have heard a rumor that here may be hidden race, but the chance of this occurring is 1 in a 10 million. Looks like I do not have the luck to unlock a hidden race. With but 3 choices, I chose my race to be human. Facial scan in progress, please wait a moment. Not longer after, an identical copy of me seemed to appear in front of me. He is dressed in leather armor, and appears to be a rookie. There is no more system prompt, and instead a message appears. The game has not been launched yet. Thank you for your patience. After that, my surroundings seemed to wrap and change again, and I was transported to a battlefield. In a large canyon, there was a huge army of man, elves, and orcs that was battling against the dark forces. Mages hurled mighty fireballs, while the sexy beautiful elves continuous launch a torrent of arrows from the back of the army. In the front lines, many warriors and berserkers seemed to be armed with spear or heavy axe as they rushed into a group of skeleton warriors, smashing apart the bones of the skeleton with each hit. On the other side, the necromancers raised their wands and released their spell, and countless numbers of meteorite fell onto the troops. Several berserkers were caught in the sea of fire, and their heavy armor also seemed to melt from the heat. There was a white flash of light as healers on the human side healed the warriors and berserkers. They then channeled their energy and launched a white color chain lightning that annihilated the necromancers. At this time, from the sky, countless flakes of snow silently fall, and dropped into the canyon. Each snowflake suddenly transformed into a sharp blade of ice as it falls into the canyon, and many warriors and priests were killed by the ice blades. Everyone raised their heads and was surprised to see a 4-winged demon flying in the air, with hands open and chanting aloud another obscure spell. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and a scream rang out. The men, elves, and orcs looked up and discovered that 2 of the demon wings had been sliced apart. The spell that the demon was chanting was interrupted, as the demon spiraled downwards as it lost its ability to fight. With a crash, it landed hard on the ground. Before it could get its bearings, it was hacked apart by countless numbers of warriors. The scene zoomed in to see the man that cleaved the demon's wing. On a broken cliff, there was a handsome, young man. There was a sword in his hand, and the sword seemed to be glowing. But the most astonishing thing is that his hair had all turned white. Watching the battle, his eyes revealed a deep sense of loneliness and grief. A burst of thunder boomed out, followed by a flash of lightning as it streaked across the sky. This seemed announced the arrival of the next storm. If you look up towards the sky, you could faintly see 2 shining characters illuminated with blue light, Spirit of Grief. Maybe the graphics and sound were too realistic, but I was just standing there looking awestruck at the scene. For some time, I did not say a single word. But I can confirm one thing for sure. This helmet is definitely a game helmet for Spirit of Grief. Who is the girl in my room? Why is she able to get hold of a game helmet with the ID number 00000002? Does this mean that the helmet that I have just used is the second helmet that was launched in the world? There is still 1 more day before the launch of the game. I begin to log out from the game, and removed my helmet. My whole body was sweaty. From just the opening cinematic, I could say with confidence that this game really lived up to its hype. No matter if it is about the ultra-realism or finest attention to details of the characters, all of these make a man feel alive and roaring to go. I wonder if the man who used just 1 stroke of his sword to defeat the demon with 4 wings in the opening cinematic is saying that gamers could also reach that insane level? Thinking this, I could not help smiling. If I could really achieve that kind of level, does that means I could conquer the world and have a large plot of land and several beauties serving me? Suddenly, I smell something burning. At this time, I suddenly recalled that my porridge was still cooking in the pot. I rushed into the kitchen and switched off the electricity. Looking at my vegetable porridge which had turned into gruel, I could not bear to eat it. Besides, I lost my appetite. In my room lays a sleeping beauty named Ling Yu. She is stone drunk and unconscious and is unlikely to open the door. I could only take the yellow tablecloth, covered my stomach with my hands and sleep in the hall. Damn it, why is it that other men get to sleep with a beauty while my luck is this bad? While I also met with a beauty, I had to sleep on the cold hard floor while the beauty sleep on my comfortable bed. With difficulty, I finally drifted into sleep, only to be awakened up a short while later by a bright glare from some light. I groaned and opened my eyes to see a fat man using his handphone's light to shine at me. I was very annoyed, and was able to blow my top. Then I discovered that this fat man is my landlord. My landlord looked at me with a look full of contempt, and said, "Ding Shu's Hung, your next month's rent is due. If you delay payment again, I have no choice but to evict you. It is already so late, why are you sleeping outside in the hall?" I look up to see the large clock in the hall. It is already 2 a.m. Then I asked, "Landlord, it is so late, why are you here?" "I come to see the circuit breaker. A few tenants said that there is a power trip. But you, when are you going to pay your rent?" My heart skipped a beat. The rental money that I had painstaking saved up had been stolen by crooks. Where do I get more money to pay the rent? At this time, with an "Aya" sound, the door to my room opened. The beauty Ling Yu stepped out of my room. Ling Yu was wearing baggy clothes, but the baggy clothes could not conceal her graceful figure. She seemed to have a bit of the lazy and proud charming demeanor that rich people have. "I want a glass of water." Ling Yu was half asleep as she groggily called out. For a moment, my landlord was struck dumb by the sight of the woman. "You rascal, having such a beautiful girlfriend. Forget it, I will come again another day. You better find a job real quick, or I will really evict you." Without further ado, the landlord turned and left. This time, Ling Yu had already slept for 7 to 8 hours. She has just awoken. She blinked her lovely eyes and looked at me. "I want to drink water." I closed one eye at her attitude, and went into the shared kitchen to pour a glass of water for her. This is probably the benefit of being a superb beauty. All she had to do is ask, and men will willingly do whatever she wants. Ling Yu took the glass of water, and with a gulu sound, she drank all the water in one gulp. Then she looked at me and suddenly she flashed a 100 megawatts smile. "You are named Ding Shu Sheng, the name translate as bookworm Ding." It hit my sore spot, and I replied, "It is Ding Shu Sheng, comfortably rich Ding. Shu as in comfortable, Sheng as in promoted and get rich, not bookworm Ding. But truth be told, despite my name, I am poorer than a church mouse. Sorry, sometimes, humor does not translate well." Ling Yu just smiled, and brushed her hands against her hair. "It does not matter what your name is. The problem is, I am very hungry. Can you find me some food to eat?" I was caught unawares by this sudden request. "It is already so late, where do I find some food for you?" The convenience store had closed. Ling Yu lightly knitted her eyebrows into a light frown. "I drank too much wine. If I don't eat anything, I will have a bad stomach ache." "Actually, it does not matter if you eat or don't eat anything. You will still get a stomach ache anyway. I always have stomachache from having nothing to eat." I thought but did not say it out loud. Instead, I asked, "You are a girl, why did a proper and nice girl like you drink so much wine?" "It is none of your business," Ling Yu retorted loudly. But she turned her face away from me, and asked in a soft voice, "How did you know I am proper and nice?" I did not say a word and walked into the kitchen. I added some hot water and poured my vegetable porridge into a bowl. Then I left the bowl of porridge on the dining table. "I only have this. If you are willing, you could have some. But if you are not willing, then you may drive out and see if you can find some food. Your car is still downstairs." Ling Yu seemed to be shocked when she looked into the bowl of vegetable porridge. Her eyes seemed to look at me with a strange look. "You only have this to eat?" She carefully chose her next words to avoid insulting me. I also did not feel any shame or embarrassment as I nodded my head. "That right. This is all I had to eat." At this moment, my stomach abruptly growled with a loud noise. Ling Yu looked at me with a face of astonishment, then she suddenly realized something and asked, "You also had not eaten? Do you have any more food? If not, we could share this bowl of vegetable porridge." I was stunned. The pot is completely empty. All the food I had was in the bowl. As if she could see through my thoughts, she smiled and walked into the kitchen and took another bowl. Then she divided the vegetable porridge into 2 bowls and pushed one bowl to me. "Eat up." For a minute, I could not believe my eyes. A beauty who was decked in branded clothes and driving a BMW is willing to share a bowl of gruel that even a beggar would not touch. To be continued. I end up sitting down, and with a single mouth, I finished the bowl of vegetable gruel. To be frank, I was really hungry. Ling Yu was sitting opposite me, and she picked the vegetable from the gruel and quickly ate them. The supper ended in less than 1 minute. Ling Yu licked her lips and smiled. "The taste is not too bad, but next time, remembers to add less salt." I did not say a word. Looking at her, it seemed that she had no intent to sleep anymore. "You look very foolish." "I know, now on I will call you Daisy, it means little sucker. Is this okay?" Ling Shui laughs. With a firm resolution, I replied, no way, that is a derogatory name. Ling Shui smiled and the dimples on her face never looked this cute. Not really. In today's age, this type of nicknames is all the rage with close friends. For example, little rascal, little fool etc. are all common names with close friends. A load of crap. I thought but did not say any more. If we follow her logic, then little bastard, little idiot, little fucker etc., all these terms that you call your friends. Ling Shui eyes swept across the room, and found that the Spirit of Grief game helmet has already been opened. For a minute, she was momentarily surprised, then immediately squat down and pick up to examine it. She discovered that the blue color microchip had turned yellow in color. For a moment, all hell freezes over as she turned and looked at me and said, yes. This your handicraft? I was stunned at the great change in her. One moment ago, she was all sweet and smiley, and the next moment she is so cold. Even though it is summer, I could feel a chill in the air from her words. I embarrassingly replied, it is a mistake, a misunderstanding. How would I know that once I put it on, it will be locked and could be used only by me? Ling Shui seemed to be dumbstruck as she looked at me. Then she bit her lips and suddenly wailed, you idiot? You know how difficult it is for me to get this treasure, and you used it first. What? Just as quickly, she composed herself. Then she looked at the clock in the hall, and sarcastically said, now, that's great. There are still 14 more hours before Spirit of Grief is launched. I have no desire to queue and buy a new game helmet anymore. I searched around, but there was no hole nearby for me to hide my head in shame. Therefore, I could only say this in a low voice. I will definitely pay you back for this in the future. But, currently, I do not have the money to do so. Ling Shui looked at me, and suddenly placed the game helmet onto my chest. I stretched out my hands and received the helmet, and asked in a shocked but light voice, what are you doing? I am giving this helmet to you? Now that it had been locked to your iris, only you can use this helmet. What's the point of me keeping it? My first gift from this beauty? And an expensive game helmet that I have always wanted on top of that? I was on cloud 9, and would jump up for joy. Except that while Ling Shui was giving me the gift, she was glaring at me so intently and with so much fiery that it could bore holes of fire into my body. I shrank away from her, only to hear her asked, do you have any place here where I could take a shower? I am feeling very uncomfortable, and would like to have a shower. I was surprised again. Her temperament switched so fast. One moment, she was cold as an ice. At the next moment, she is hot like a volcano. Then now she is calm and wants to take a bath? But I replied anyway, forget it, it would be better for you to drive out and find a room in a hotel to take a bath. My place is not convenient. Also, I do not have any clothes for woman. Ling Shui seemed to frown at my suggestion. It is already so late, and you still expect me to go out by myself? Are you not afraid that I will meet some bad men? I put on my fiercest look as I glared back at her. Are you not afraid that I am a bad man? Ling Shui just took one look into my eyes, and laughed. You look so foolish. I bet that you do not even dare to take advantage of a girl who was sleeping next to you. Being next to you is very, very safe. This hashtag $% at? Is this his sarcasm? Without a word, Ling Shui walked into my room without any invite, and opened my closet. From there, she picked a big t-shirt. She searched for pants to wear, but all I have are large summer shorts and underwear. Therefore, she turned beet red, and took the shirt and entered the bathroom. The sound of water running roared out. I was outside the door, and could not help fantasizing, at this moment, which part of her body is Ling Shui washing. Damn it, it does not matter where she wash, just the thought of it gave me another massive erection. Did God just heard my resentment and took pity on me? A girl walked into my bedroom, used my shower, and took my clothes. Does it mean that I finally am going to score a big one tonight? The next tens of minutes were an agony and I tried to suppress my sexual urges. When Ling Shui walked out of the bathroom, I almost cried in happiness. Tonight will be my lucky night. She was dressed in just my shirt. Her exquisite legs were exposed, and just the sight of these legs made me tremble in excitement. She walked into my room, and go under the blanket. I thought my bad luck had finally changed and was about to creep under the blanket with her. Then I heard her next words, you better sleep outside. Also, take this. Whoosh. A wooden blanket was thrown towards me. I quickly caught it. Although my face was still smiling, inside my heart, it was crying. Seemed like tonight I definitely have to sleep alone in the hall. Oh God, why are you so cruel as to repeatedly tempt me with this beauty, but refuse to let me score? I took the blanket, and carried the helmet out of the room towards the hall. As my hands feel the game helmet, it seemed that all my resentments towards God had evaporated, and I could not help feeling happy. The helmet is very expensive, but I got it for free. With this helmet, I can play the game that I always wanted to. I have heard the rumors that this game has an online auction for rare items, where players can sell items for real-world cash. Maybe I can earn some money to pay my rent. That night, I had a sweet dream. I dreamt that I had become a peak expert in the game of Spirit of Grief, and with a single swing of my sword, I could kill 1,000 creatures. I was rolling in wealth, and have a harem. Ling Shui was one of the women in my harem, of course. When I heard the doorbell ring, then I realized that it was nothing but a dream. I raised my head and found the door to my room was opened, and my room was empty. I quickly got up, and discovered that Ling Shui had left. The blanket was tidily spread on the bed, and it is the first time my bed was made. I don't really keep my bed tidy. The handphone and the car keys were missing. It seemed that Ling Shui had taken them as well. On the pillow, there was a crisp, new banknote. On top of the money is a piece of paper. I took the piece of paper and read it. Little sucker, if you want to find a job, go to Blue Star Digital Square Development Division and request for one. Also, this $1,000 note is the fee for my stay. At the bottom, there is a very pretty drawing. The eyes are big and clear, and a smile is so sweet. Just like Ling Shui's smile, so irresistible. I was thinking, fee for stay? At $%, hashtag at $%. I am not a gigolo. Even if I was one, I should have scored at least once, right? Looks that my conversation with the landlord last night has been overheard by Ling Shui. Seeing the banknote, I could not help feeling touched. It seems that God did not abandon me and do not want me to be evicted. In addition, he had provided me with a way out of starvation. The vegetable porridge last night was the last of whatever food I had remaining. God really works in mysterious ways. The more I looked at the words and drawing, the more I felt that a woman's handwriting had never looked so good. And this was written by a top beauty like Ling Shui. There was a saying, if God had gifted you with beauty, then God will take some of your brains in exchange. But this law, if it exists, does not apply to Ling Shui. God is really unfair, and gifted her with an abundance of both beauty and intelligence. Although I did not know who Ling Shui is, and her background, but since she said that Blue Star Digital Square Development Division have a job for me, I should go and try it out. Therefore, I took a quick shower, changed to a nice clothes, and left the house. No matter what the job involve, I must reach home before 6. Spirit of Grief will be launched today at 6 p.m. I must go online at the first opportunity and dig out all the money from this game. To be continued. Blue Star Digital Square is located on a site that is used for a group of technology-related business. This location was rapidly developed and numerous businesses populated the surrounding area. I have heard of this place before. The building is quite near my home. If I run all the way there, it would take me less than 20 minutes to reach there. Actually, I have no choice but to run there. Uncle Inspector had confiscated my bicycle for being a road safety hazard. When I reached Blue Star Digital Square, it is already late in the day. Most of the employees had already gone to work. There was a continuous stream of shoppers, but most of the shoppers are students in school uniforms. I entered the building from the back door, and inquired where the development division is. Then I made my way there. This office is located at the top floor of the building, and after entering the door, my eyes could not help widening in surprise. In the small room, there were 4 superb beauties. The 4 beauties were seated on 2 large sofas, and seemed to be chatting happily. The most surprising thing is, all of them were dressed very sexily. Their shirt could barely cover their cleavage, and the miniskirts they wore could not cover their sexy white legs. At the sight of these impressive eye candies, my mouth turned dried and my tongue seemed to be tied. I quickly swallowed my saliva to prevent them from dripping uncontrollably onto the floor. At this time, a beauty who was wearing a western suit approached me. She glanced at me and asked, "You are the bookworm that Ling Shui introduced?" Note that, bookworm and comfortably rich sounds the same when spoken aloud. Both of them translates as Shu Shang. The lead name is Comfortably Rich Ding, and not Bookworm Ding, but this girl mistook his name as Bookworm. I nodded my head. And, yes. Is this the development division? This woman smiled as she held out her hand for a handshake. Welcome to Shuiyu, Snow Moon, office. I am Bing Cha, Ice-T, and I am a member of this team. Ice-T's actions are very natural and restrained. I shook her hands and could not help liking the soft feel of her hands. But my attention was focused on her words. Snow Moon office? Ice-T smiled as she explained. Yes, our company was established as a result of Spirit of Grief. Right now we are temporarily affiliated with Blue Star Digital Square Development Division. But in the future, we will be the Blue Star Digital Square elites that managed to break into the Spirit of Grief market. Then I realized why Ling Shui gifted me with the helmet and had recommended me to work here. I would need a game helmet to work. At this time, the beauties at the sofa also walked over. She was dressed a blue-colored miniskirt and winked at me as she introduced herself. Hi, my name is Last Year's Summer. Just call me Summer will do. What's your name, handsome? I shoot a glance at this beauty. I discovered that although her breasts are not very big, she have a pair of super smooth and sexy white legs. Also, her face looked very enchanting. I blushed red and stammered, call me Bookworm. With a hee-hee smile, Summer greeted me, brother Bookworm, nice to meet you. Next to Summer was a gentle and quiet girl who was looking at me as she introduced herself. My game naming is Rainfalls quietly. You can just call me Rainfall. I nodded my head and looked at the girl standing next to Rainfall. She was wearing a pink dress and looking at me. When she looked into my eyes, she smiled and said, I am Purple Moon. Please take care of me. I was not used to this polite manner of speech, and waved my hands as I said there's no need to be so formal. Ice-T pointed at the chair at a side and invited me to sit. Looking at the behavior of the other 3 girls that was respectfully listening to Ice-T, it looks that Ice-T is the person in charge here. I sat down and looked around, but did not even see a shadow of Ling Shui. Ice-T saw that I seemed to be sort of blurred and lost as I glanced around nervously, and she smiled as she explained, we are all gamers in another game. This time Spirit of Grief is being launched, and we have been recruited by Blue Star Digital Square Group as professional gamers, and spearhead its venture into this game. In the future, if the company has new investments, each of us will also have different tasks to do. I nodded my head, but I was still apprehensive. Did I manage to land the job? I asked and confirmed. Then, have I just become a member of Snow Moon Team? Ice-T smiled as she replied, of course, Snow Moon Team has 6 members. Plus you, it is 7. Other than myself, the rest of the 4 girls are all super beauties. I could not help feeling super excited. In future, I will be the only thorn among the flowers. But I did not see Ling Shui. I had dinner at the staff canteen, and even purchased some cakes for supper. After all, tonight's Spirit of Grief will be launched globally, and supper is definitely needed. Before I left the office, Ice-T dumped some documents on the table, and announced, the top brass has given us an order. All of us must log into the Spirit of Grief game today, and by tomorrow morning, each of us must be at least level 10. Also, each of us must earn 2 gold pieces, and pass these monies to the company. I was shocked. 2 gold coins? I heard from the rumors that it is very hard to get money in this game. Ice-T smiled as she replied, even if it is hard, you must also complete this mission. Bookworm, did you know that our boss, Director Wang, has seen this game as an opportunity to expand our group, and will be using the game to complete a massive task? I was surprised. So it is like this? This Director Wang is really a at $0 hashtag***? Ice-T just laughed as she replied, not really. No matter what the top brass had in mind, I also don't care too much. To level 10 within a night is not too difficult. But the problem is 2 gold coins. Everyone knows that in Spirit of Grief, most of the beginning monsters only drop copper coins. 100 copper coins are equal to 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. 2 gold coins is 20,000 coppers. To get this amount of money, it probably requires several months or even years, but it does not matter. I believe that with my experience in games, I will not be weaker than the office gals. I carried my supper home. It was getting late. Looking at the time, Spirit of Grief will be officially launched in about half an hour. I was very excited. I returned to my room and locked the door. I feel the helmet in my hands and could not help letting out a hee-hee sound. This helmet is a gift from the most beautiful woman I saw in my life, and I could not help treasuring it. But let's forget about how this expensive helmet come to be gifted to me, shall we? I put the helmet on, and switched on the game. Once I put on the helmet, it immediately scanned my iris and confirmed my identity before letting me into the game. I seemed to be transported into another world. A fairy seemed to fly in a circle in the sky above me, before landing near me. Good day, I am a helper in Spirit of Grief. Welcome to this world. You have not created any character yet. Do you want to create a character now? Oops, I almost forgot. 1 hour before the game is officially launched, you may create your character. Therefore, I quickly confirmed and chose to be a human. After scanning my facial features, I accepted the computer-generated image. Finally, in the character name, I choose Made in China. Then I hit the confirm button. Ding! Sorry, this name is already in use. Nightclub Gigolo? Sorry, this name is already in use. Lovely Ducky? Sorry, this name is already in use. Shit, every name I thought of is already in use? I thought, why not have a name that uniquely describe me? The world's most handsome bookworm? Ding! Sorry, this name is already in use. Damn it! One more time, bookworm will not eat rice today? Ding! Sorry, this name is already in use. I bit down hard on my teeth and was about to explode from anger. I typed easily angered bookworm. Ding! Congratulations! Your character has been successfully created. There is still 21 more minutes before the game launches. Please wait patiently. After that is a very boring period of waiting. I swear, this must be slowest ever 20 minutes in the whole world. Why is it that time crawl like a snail when you are awaiting something and seem to fly when you are doing something you love? During my student days, I used to play a lot of games with my classmates. Now there is only me left who continues to play games. The rest of them got a job and moved on with their lives. I don't know if I could meet up again with my old buddies. After 20 minutes seemed to crawled by, I suddenly hear another ding sound. This was followed by an announcement, game launching in 60 seconds. Accordingly to rumors, the gamers who are the first few to enter the game early have a chance to get a lucky draw. This lucky draw can give items or some other rewards. I must grab hold of this opportunity. Therefore, I stare at the clock as it count down to 0. My hands and feet are ready to charge into the game at a moment notice. Ding! System announcement, there are 10 more seconds before the game starts. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. System announcement, the game is officially launched. I just ignored all the system announcements, and as soon it reached 0, I immediately entered the game. I also opted to skip the opening cinematics. After all, I have seen it before. The screen in front of me seemed to flicker and a bright light shone on me. I closed my eyes for a second, and when I reopened my eyes, I was in a tiny village. This village seemed to be in the Stone Age. Even the buildings were simple. This level of realism is freaking unbelievable. Ding! System announcement, you are the 6th gamer who entered this game. You received 100 experience points. I was surprised by this announcement. Then a bigger surprise awaits me. I found that a golden light surrounds me and I seemed to have gained a level. I opened my character screen and found that my experience bar had been reset to 0. It seemed that exactly 100 experience points is needed to be promoted from level 1 to level 2. I was a bit disappointed. There was no unique weapons or armor for me, but having advanced to level 2 is not too bad. At least I saved a few minutes. I checked my backpack and discovered there are 2 items. Lousy stick, rubbish level item. Attack, 0 to 1. Level needed to use this item, 0. Sackcloth, rubbish level item. Defense, +1. Level needed to use this item, 0. And, 2 items? I equipped both them. At this moment, there were several rays of light appearing all over the village. A large number of gamers have joined my starting village. I need to get out quickly, or there will be no more monsters for me to hunt. To be continued. After walking out the village, I looked around, and the vast forest was filled with green color creatures. There are no players around the region yet. I look back and saw to my horror, a stampede of new players rushing towards this area. I immediately ran up ahead, and was about to do my job, start killing the mobs to gain experience and money. I saw that not far away, there was a woman dressed in sackcloth. She was looking everywhere, as if she was seeking help. Yee, looks that there is a mission? I did not hesitate, and immediately made my way towards her. When I reached the NPC girl, she begins to speak to me. My grandfather lost his axe when he went to cut firewood in the forest. It was rumored that a goblin has stolen the axe. Please, can you help me to retrieve my grandfather's axe? Ding. System prompt, will you accept the quest retrieve goblin war axe? Of course, why would I reject this quest? I immediately chose to accept. Ding. System notice, you have accepted the quest retrieve goblin war axe. Beginner's quest, difficulty level 10. Quest details, help the woman Little Flower to find the missing axe. The axe should be in the hands of the goblins that are outside the village. Kill the goblins and retrieve 10 axes from their corpses. I was surprised. Little Flower's grandpa only lost a single axe. How come my question requires me to find 10 axes? This is definitely my type of expertise, making a small sacrifice for a big gain. After speaking to me, Little Flower began to sit under the tree, and it seems that she will not give up any more missions. I set out to find these goblins. At this time, a goblin that was quite close to me seemed to discover me, and it come at me with its small axe. It is very short like a winter melon, and the funniest thing is it even wore a green color hat. In Cantonese, wearing a green color hat had another meaning. It means your wife is having an affair with another man. Yes, I know, this Chinese author's jokes does not translate well among non-Chinese. I looked at the goblin and discovered that I could see its specs. Small goblin normal beast. Level 1. Attack 1-3. Defense 1. Life 100. The small goblin attack only does 1 to 3 points of damage. With my 2 points of defense, it should not be too hard for me to take it on. Therefore I quickly go up, and smashed my staff on the small goblin's head. Bong! On the top of the goblin head suddenly appear -12 number. This number should be the damage I inflicted on the goblin. But the goblin's axe also landed on my shoulder. There was a slight pain as I discovered I lost 5 points of life. Great! My life is about the same as the goblin, but I do more damage with each hit. I should be able to kill it off. The most important thing is, my attack is much faster than the goblin. As a beginning level monster, the goblin should not instant kill a player. I repeatedly hit the goblin on its head with my weapon. After several hits, it finally collapsed and dropped several copper coins. Ding! Combat result, you killed a small goblin, and received 10 experience points. I immediately picked up the copper coins, and found that it had dropped 3 copper coins, and kept all of these into my backpack. Seemed like grinding mobs is not going to be effective if I want to get 2 gold coins. I estimate that if each small goblins drop 1 to 3 copper coins, I will need to kill 10,000 small goblins to hit my target. Holy shit! Only, after killing this goblin, only half of my hit points remains. Luckily there is only 1 goblin nearby. If there is another goblin, that would be very dangerous for me. I immediately look at my character profile. Then I facepalm. I just discovered that when I entered this game, I had not even assigned the 5 points of attributes to my stats. Apparently, each time you level up, you get 5 points of attributes that you can assign to any stats. I just entered this game, and I immediately hit level 2. Shit, no wonder it is so darn hard to kill a single goblin. To think a pro gamer like I would make such a stupid mistake. With a mixture of shame and embarrassment, I add all 5 attributes points to my strength. Right now, my attack is very weak. I need something to increase the damage dealt. As well, I like close combat classes. There is nothing like the feeling of getting up close and wham. After adding 5 points of strength, my attack stats immediately increased from 0 to 3 to 0 to 8. With this, it should be much easier to take care of small goblins. Therefore, I choose another small goblin nearby, and smashed it on its head as usual. But this time, the number on top of its head is a staggering -34. Wow, my attack is overpowered. Just 5 points of strength had made me so fucking awesome. Just another 2 hits of my staff, and the poor little goblin dropped dead. Wait a minute, what is this? With a pata sound, an axe and some copper coins dropped onto the floor. Goblin War Axe, quest item. I picked it up, and was disappointed to note that the axe could not be equipped. It did not even do a single point of damage, and is just junk. @#@ $. I kept the axe in my backpack and continued to hunt small goblins. The rate of dropping of an axe is not high. I estimated that it dropped once for every 5 small goblins I kill. But the thing that irks me most is the massive number of players. When I managed to collect 9 goblin axe, I was shocked to discover that the region was filled with players. For each goblin that spawned, several beginner staffs would rack it on its head at the same time. Then it would disappear. Somehow, I understood why the poor goblins were wearing a green helmet. This game is supposed to be a cutting-edge role-playing game, but it had turned into a version of whack-a-mole. Poor goblins? Looks like I should move on quickly, or else I will never pull ahead. At this time, suddenly a small goblin spawned next to me, and was looking around in a daze. I immediately racked it on its head. At the same time, 4 other players immediately rushed up and racked it at the same time. Bong bong bong! With just 3 hits, the small goblin is slain immediately, and drop a small goblin axe. I was feeling proud. Luckily I was quick as lightning, and hit the goblin first, and did the most damage. If not, the kill would not belong to me. I immediately picked up the goblin axe, and threw it into my bag. I had completed my mission at last. The 4 players who were trying to steal my prey seemed to be looking at me in a daze, and wants to ask me something. But I did not have time to explain, and immediately rushed back towards Little Flower. After I gave her the quest items, Little Flower's face displayed an amazing smile. Thank you. You had helped me find my grandpa's axe. This is your reward. Ding! System notification. Congratulations for completing the quest Goblin War Axe. You have gained 500 points of experience, 2 silver coins, reputation +1, and a special reward for being the first player to complete this quest Rough Iron Sword. Ding! System notice, you have gained a level. Yee! A piece of equipment at last. I was very happy, and immediately opened my backpack. There is really a sword inside there. Rough sword, rubbish level. Attack, 1 to 4. Required level, 2. Ha ha ha. Now I got a level 2 item? Although it is the lowest rubbish level item, its attack is much higher than the staff in my hand. In the game of Spirit of Grief all items are classified as rubbish level. White color regular item, steel item, bronze item, silver item, gold item, unique item, ghost level item, earth level item, and unique artifacts. It is rumored that there are grades above unique artifact level, but you have to be reborn to know and to obtain these treasures. I quickly equipped my sword, and right now, I became the first and only man who have a sword in the beginner's village. Many other players seemed to be full of envy as they looked at my equipment. Perhaps in their eyes, I have become the most powerful noob among them. Now that I have hit level 3, the Goblin Forest is no longer suitable for me, especially after I have equipped my new weapon, and allocated all 5 points of my stats to strength. At the moment, my attack does an impressive 1 to 17 point of damage. With this type of damage, if I did not fight stronger creatures, it would be a waste of my talents. Therefore, I quickly returned to the village, and purchased 10 bottles of life recovery potion. Each vial of potion can recover 100 points of life. This is expensive as shit, and each bottle cost 20 coppers. Thankfully I had 2 silver coins from my reward for completing the quest, and I spent them on potions. I believe that my big investment will bring greater rewards. Just when I was about to leave the village, I saw that there is another soldier in the village. He seemed to be looking around for help. I immediately walked over, and as I expected, this is an NPC. This NPC is the captain of the guards in the town. He glanced at me, and spoke, "Young brave man, you look like you are strong enough. Will you assist me?" I nodded my head. The captain said, "Recently, to the north of the village, a group of flame bats. These creatures use a strange poison. These flame bats poisoned many of our soldiers. I hope you can go to wipe out these bats, and return with some antidote to the poison." I immediately confirmed that I accept this quest. Ding! System announcement, you have accepted the quest Clear the Field. Beginner's Quest. Level of difficulty, 50. Quest details, clear the field north of the village of all the flame bats, and collect 20 vials of bat's blood and give it to the Captain Masu. I was shocked. Just now, in the Goblin Axe quest the level of the difficulty was 10, but now this quest is of 50 difficulty. It seems like this time, there is a high risk of no return. I felt a chill down my spine, but still I set out for the north of the village. To be continued. As night fell, the rain covered the forest. Each step of my foot would result with a BAG sound as my foot splash among the water puddles in the grass. I had already run for close to 10 minutes. In this forest, other than the players and goblins, I did not see any other creatures. But when I pass over a small hill, I finally saw a new creature, Gigi. A bat that was encased with flame seemed to emit the horrible creaking noise continuously. Its body was red in color, but its only eye is green in color. Fire bat, normal monster. Level 5. Attack 4-10. Defense 4. Life 500. Special attack poison attack. I was mildly surprised. It was a level 5 beast, and it is much stronger than the goblins. With a life of 500 hit points, it is very hard to escape the poisonous attack of these creatures. I looked into my character profile. Easily angered bookworm player. Level 3. Life 210. Attack 11-17. Defense 4. Reputation 1. Luck 0. My attack is considered not bad, but my defense is much weaker. The flame bat should be able to break my defense. This, plus the special attack that can poison me, is definitely a tough fight. But I need to engage it if I want more experience and stand heads and shoulders above the other gamers. Therefore, I immediately waved my sword and rushed up, and chopped down at the head of the flame bat with all my might. Pacha, a very nice number -85 appears on top of the bat. Whoa, I was pleasantly surprised. The attack with all my strength was indeed impressive. Just one chop with my sword had already cut down a large portion of the flame bat's health. But at this time, the flame bat was also annoyed and immediately attacked me. But before it could do so, I quickly hit it again with my sword, and managed to knock off close to 100 hit points. Finally, the flame bat's wings hit my arm, and a searing pain erupted. Combat notice, you have been injured by the flame bat, and lost 51 points of health. Shit, just a hit from it and a quarter of my health are gone? I was shocked. This flame bat attack is definitely very vicious. I dare not to waste time. Before the next strike of the flame bat, I must quick finish it. Since this creature is 2 levels higher than me, and I do not have any defensive equipment, I could only do this if I want to survive. With 2 more cha-cha sounds resounding when my blade landed on the flame bat, 2 massive numbers appeared on top of its head -91, -87. Although the flame bat's speed was not very fast, its second attack had arrived before I managed to kill it. All I saw was a flash of green, and a poisonous was spat out by the flame bat and hit me. I felt my body getting rigid and my health had dropped by 70 points. Combat notice, you have been hit with the flame bat poison. Every 3 seconds, you will lose 2 hit points. This will continue for 60 seconds. I was slightly surprised. The unavoidable thing had finally happened. But this poison was not as strong nor as scary as I thought. Every 3 seconds it will do 2 points of damage, after 60 seconds, it will only do about 40 points of damage. But I did not consider that most normal players could not afford to buy potions. The cheapest potions would require 20 coppers for a flask. Each goblin only drops 2 to 3 coppers. A typical player could not hope to accomplish and take as much risk as I in engaging a flame bat. I was very lucky, but did not even realize my luck. 2 cha-cha sounds rang out, and my sword quickly landed on the flame bat, slaying it. After a last dying cry, it dropped to the ground and dropped some coppers. Ding! Combat notice, you have slain a flame bat, and received 120 experience points. I could help laughing aloud in happiness. It is really true that the greater the danger, the better the rewards. A single goblin only gives 10 experience points. But just kill a single flame bat could net me 120 experience points. As I picked up the coins and counted them, I counted 14 coppers. This is also much more generous than the goblins. But, my health had dropped by more than half. Although the risk is great, it is definitely worth it. Therefore, I drank a potion, and continued to kill a second flame bat. In less than 1 minute, I killed the second flame bat and received 120 experience points and 19 coppers. But there was not a sight of the quest item bat's blood. This continues until I killed the 5th flame bat, and heard a pa-ta sound, when a flask of red color liquid dropped onto the ground. Bat's blood, quest item. There seemed to be nothing special about the bat blood, and I just carelessly threw it into my backpack. Now I had killed 5 flame bats, and received 600 experience points, but I had also drunk 2 flasks of healing potions. It is like 40 coppers had just left me. This expenditure made me wince in pain. The forest is quiet except for the sound of flame bat flapping their wings with a hoo-hoo sound. At this time, I heard some sounds from my back. One of the other players seemed surprised at my appearance. Wow, this guy just soloed a level 5 creature. I turned my head and saw 3 level 2 players had come into this area. Not long after, one of them creep up to draw a flame bat towards them. But the flame bat was very vicious and immediately bit the player. In just one attack, half the player's health was lost. The player immediately turned pale and shouted, Lao San, quickly come and help. The 2 players immediately rushed forwards and their short sticks whammed the flame bat on its head. Immediately 2 numbers appeared on top of that creature's head. -12. -8. I was watching this screen from a distance, and almost laughed out loud. Without any potent weapons, they dare to attack a creature that is 3 levels above them. This is no different from seeking death. As I expected, within 2 minutes, all the 3 men could not withstand the potent attacks of the flame bat, and respawn in the beginner's village in a flash of light. They left a bloody flame bat in the area. With such an excellent opportunity in front of me, why wouldn't I grab it? I immediately rushed up and my sword lurched a volley of quick attacks against the injured bat. Kacha! After the resounding noise of my blade hitting the bat emitted a death cry, and at the same time, there were 2 ding-dong sound, as if something had dropped onto the ground. I immediately searched the ground, and discovered 17 copper coins, and a flask of bat blood. Also, there is a colored leather armor. I was pleasantly surprised, and immediately picked up the armor, and examined it. Bat leather armor, white color, regular item. Defense 8. Required level 4. I could not help laughing in glee. Even God is helping me. I was quite unhappy that I did not have any suitable armor. But right now, this is the best thing that ever dropped. If the 3 men knew that the bat they were targeting had dropped this item, they would turn green with envy. I looked at my experience bar. Just a little bit more and I will reach level 4. Therefore, I immediately drank a health recovery potion, and attacked a flame bat that was not too far away. After I had killed it, a golden light enveloped me. I had gained a level. Ding! System notification, congratulations. You have gained a level, and have gained 20 more hits points. You can allocate 5 points of attributes to any of your stats. Ha ha ha, I finally can get to work. I immediately equipped the bat leather armor, and my defense raised from a measly 4 to a 12 points. I also add all 5 attribute points to my strength, and now my attack has reached 16 to 21. Although the bat leather armor is not very good looking, it is the first armor that I had won from monsters drop. This armor could also be the first armor that was dropped in the beginning village. Therefore, wearing this armor, I was very happy and pleased with it. Having 12 points of attack, I again target the flame bat with my sword, and to my amazement, an incredible number rose from the head of the flame bat -248. What the fuck? I could not believe my eyes. One swing of my sword had taken out half of a level 5 beast hit points. I looked at the combat log. Only did I discover that I had landed a critical hit. Even then, with a regular swing of my sword, I could hit a flame bat for about 124 points of damage. This could be considered not bad. At this time, the flame bat retaliated against me, and I felt a small sting. I was shocked to discover that the flame bat poison attack had only done 24 points of damage to me. I was elated. Looks that wearing this armor have reduced the amount of damage I received greatly. Now I can continuously kill flame bats without worries. Therefore, after killing the flame bat in front of me, I continue to seek out more flame bats to kill. As the time goes on, after about half an hour, I had already received 19 vitals of bat blood. At the same time, I had leveled up to level 5. Fighting against similar level beast was much easier. With just 3 swings of my sword, I could annihilate a flame bat. After killing Anther Flame Bat, I picked up the spoils of war, another flask of bat's blood. I counted the number of vials of bat's blood and confirmed I had 20 flasks. Great. Now I can return and complete the quest. Therefore, I turned around and prepared to go back to the beginner's village. At this time, I suddenly felt a massive chill in my back. I turned around and saw something that scared the crap out of me. Not far away, there suddenly appeared a massive flame bat, and it is at least 10 times as big as a normal flame bat. It was floating in the sky like a small aeroplane. Variation Flame Bat Variation Beast. Level 8. Attack 20-28. Defense 18. Life 2000. Special Attack Poison. I was shocked. This is a boss level beast. Its attack was so high that it was very scary, doing maximum 28 points of damage with each hit. Its defense was an insane 18 points. My current level 5 character with 26 points of damage could barely break its armor. The Variation Bat did not allow me time to think and immediately charged towards me. Its sharp claws racked my armor and left a mark on it. I felt a massive pain, and from the top of head, a huge number appeared -88. Although this is a lucky number, I could find myself being happy one. I immediately retaliated, and with a pang sound, I managed to do 110 points of damage to the beast. 88 in Chinese sounds the same as fortune. It is considered an auspicious number by Chinese. Yes, I know, the author's Chinese jokes do not translate well among non-Chinese. The number is not too bad, but I need to have 20 strikes of the blade to kill this Variation Bat. I looked into my backpack and discovered I had left only 5 healing points. Would I be able to last and destroy this flame bat? To be continued. In front of me, there are only 2 choices. Be killed by the Variation Flame Bat, kill the Variation Flame Bat. If I have enough healing potions, I could kill this Variation Flame Bat without any problems. But right now I have but 5 bottles of healing potions. Each bottle would only restore 100 hit points. Add this sum to my original health, I only have about 780 hit points. Whether this is enough to kill this Variation Bat is a huge question mark. But at this moment, with the Variation Bat attacking me, I could not consider too much. I immediately drank a healing potion. I had no choice, my health was getting low. Cha-cha. Then I hit the Variation Flame Bat twice, and again, I managed to knock it 200 hit points off it. But the Variation Flame Bat retaliation attack forced me to drink another healing potion. As the battle heated up, I did not think too much, and just focus on chopping the Variation Bat with all my might. Suddenly, my blade seemed to hit the mouth of the bat, and a massive -256 damage number appear on top of its head. I was surprised, but quickly recovered from my surprise. In this game, almost all creatures have weak points. If you focus on the weak points of the creature, it is theoretically possible to win against the creature with half the amount of effort. And the weakness of this Variation Bat in front of me seemed to be the green color mouth. Therefore, I aimed my sword to focus my attacks at its mouth. As my sword slipped into its mouth, a massive -248 damage number appears. Seeing the health of this boss creature rapidly diminishing, I was elated and continued to attack. Every 2 or 3 hits, I could land a critical hit. As I reached into my bag, I was shocked to discover that I had used up all my healing potions. I cursed. Shit. Just when the battle is getting critical, I do not have any more healing potions left. Damn it. At this time, the Variation Bat did not have much health left. It opened its huge mouth and attempted to bite me. I had only 140 points of health remaining, and could only endure the attack. I bit down on my lips and charged forwards with my sword, and my sword entered into the mouth of the Variation Bat. It hurts all over, and my health pummeled by a shocking 120 points. But at the same time, I heard a very welcomed ding sound. Ding! System notice, you killed the Variation Flame Bat, and received 480 points of experience. System notice, you have gained a level. Ding dong! The Variation Flame Bat also dropped some stuff, and several silver coins. That is a shiny war axe. I was shocked. Did I just strike gold? This item is shining and seemed to be colored. Is it a magical item? Did I just receive the first magical item in the game? I immediately pick up the axe and check it. Shiny war axe is steel item. Attack 12-18. Strength +4. Required level 6. Ha, this is a steel item, and it is also magical. It also increased my strength by 4 points. That is exactly what I wanted. I immediately equipped my shiny war axe and my attack immediately increased to 33-40. This could be one of the highest damage in the beginner's village. I also picked up the silver coins from the floor. This is indeed a powerful beast, and is so much more generous than normal flame bats. It dropped 4 silver coins. I was so happy as I kept the coins carefully. With the other coins I earned from the drops of the flame bats, the total amount of money I had earned is a whopping 23 silvers and 68 coppers. I am still far away from the requirement to earn 2 gold coins. But never mind, it is still early. I believe that if I continue at this pace, I will definitely be able to earn 2 gold coins. Therefore, I packed my stuff, and headed back to the beginner's village. At this time, the village was full of new players. Of course, out of 10,000 players, 9,999 of them were still armed with the rubbish-level wooden stick. Therefore, my shiny war axe became the focus of envy as soon as I step into beginner's village. I was so scared that I immediately choose to hide my name. If someone target me and try to steal my item, that would be extremely bad. I do not wish to PK, player killer. At this time PK could be left for later. But now, time is precious, and I should use this time to gain more levels first. I found Captain Masu, and handed over the 20 flasks of bat's blood. He immediately shown a surprised expression as he remarked, "Brave warrior, you really did it. I did not expected you to be able to defeat these terrible bats. Here is your reward." Ding! System notice, congratulations on completely the question clear the fields. You have gained 2400 experience points, 24 silver coins, plus 10 to reputation and received an item wilderness boots. I was so excited. Another equipment? Wilderness boots steel item. Defense 14. Strength +2. Agility +1. Required level 6. Another steel level item. This time it is even more awesome. It actually provided an increase to 2 stats. Although the increase is minimal. With the experience points rewards, I had leveled up to level 7, and after equipping the wilderness boots, my defense had reached 26, while my attack had reached a whopping 35-45. Translator notes. Did he forgot to assign his stats again for the last 2 levels? Tongue sticking out. Looking my sword, I immediately ran up to the village entrance and gave a shout. Sword with attack of 1-4 for sale? If you are interested, please make an offer. This offer is only good for 3 minutes. And to my surprise, I was swarmed with hordes of players who crowded around me and angrily bellow, "Sell it to me! Sell it to me!" Facing the crowd, I immediately shouted, "The highest bidder wins?" Very quickly, many people begin to count their money. One of them shouted, "I offer 1 silver coin." Another man shouted, "1 silver? You think you are buying a chicken, is it? I offer 2 silvers. A large shout erupt. "Handsome, sell the weapon to me, I will be your wife." The crowd scolded the shameless shouter severely, "Shit, you look so bad and still dare to stand out. Quickly go back to planet Mars." At this time, a player walked out and said, "I offer 20 silvers. Sell it to me, 20 silvers." Once this price is shouted out, the surrounding men all became quiet. Who is so rich as to gain 20 silvers in such a short time? As I looked around, I saw that no one else could afford to offer this price. Therefore, I initiated a trade with him, and exchanged the sword for 20 silvers. At the same time, I remember his name, Dragon Soul Sword Fire. Looks like this is a professional player. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to earn so much silvers in such a short time. I was very happy. A broken sword could sell for such a high price. If I take out my axe or my boots for sale, how much could I make? Of course, I will not really sell these items. With these items, I can quickly gain levels, and get more and better equipment. After leaving the crowd, I quickly made my way to the potion shops. I was perturbed that a potion that heals 100 hit points cost 20 coppers, but a potion that heals 300 hit points cost 2 silver. The difference is so big, but the effect is also much stronger. Now that I have reached level 7, my health is 320, and using the 300 hit points potion is just nice. Actually, the higher the grade of potions, the faster the health is restored. Sometimes, having a higher grade potion can save my life. Looking at my backpack, I now have 43 silvers and 68 coppers. I spent almost all my money to buy 15 light healing potions that restore 300 hit points, and purchase 27 minor healing potions that restore 100 hit points. In times of emergencies, I will use the light healing potions. But in between fights, a minor healing potion should be more than enough. Once again, I become penniless. I believe that I should be able to get back my investment. As I returned to Captain Soma to inquire about any other possible quests, Captain Soma seemed to say the village chief seemed to be troubled by something. Yi, is this a hint? I immediately returned to the village, and visited the village chief. He lived in the biggest hut in the middle of the village. At this time, most of the players were outside of the village grinding levels, and few if any remains in the village. Therefore I was the only one who entered the hut and visited the village chief. Upon seeing me, the village chief immediately sighed. The evil demons had begun to attack the area around Twilight City. Our village is also affected by this attack. At the west side of the village, large number of evil creatures have appeared. Young man, are you willing to help us? Ding. System prompt, will you accept this quest? I immediately confirmed that I accepted the quest. The village elder continued to speak. A team of brave conscript soldiers are trapped within an outpost on the west side. Hopefully, you can save them. Ding. System notice, you have accepted the quest. Clear the outpost. Beginner's quest. Difficulty, 80. Quest details, go to the west of the village, and find the outpost. Kill the slimes there, and retrieve 100 slime medals. I was so stunned like a vegetable. What the hell is slime medal? I had never heard that slimes got a medal for meritorious service. I put my thoughts to the back of my head. It does not matter. I should know when I reach there. This mission difficulty is 80. With my current level of 7, these slimes should not be any lower in level than myself. As well, I need to collect 100 slime medals. This is really very troublesome. An ordinary creature only drops a quest item 20% of the time. This also means that I need to kill about 500 slimes to complete this mission. Therefore, I picked up my shiny war axe, and headed towards the west area. Perhaps my shiny war axe really stand out, but very quickly a lot of people threw looks of envy towards me. But they did not do anything. But just when I left the village, I heard a voice behind me. Friend, I can ask you something? I turned around and found that there were 3 level 6 players standing behind me. They seemed to have followed me for a long time, and their name are similar. All of their name begins with Fated. Fated Madman, Fated Turbulence, and Fated Bloodthirsty. What weird names? The most interesting thing is that Fated Turbulence is a very beautiful woman, and the shabby beginner clothes could barely hide her towering twin peaks. I had not met a top-class beauty like Ling Yu. I think I would be struck dumb by this Fate Turbulence and lost my senses. Looking at that, I immediately asked, what do you want? Fated Madman laughed out aloud and pointed towards my axe. Will you sell your weapon? I immediately shook my head, of course not. Fated Madman looked sinister as he asked, what if we insist on buying? I was shocked, but I smiled and asked, how do you propose to buy it? To be continued. Fated Madman suddenly took out a long sword. This is also an iron sword. It looks like a white color regular item, and there was no color on it. Fated Bloodthirsty also took out a dagger, and it also looked like a white color regular item. Seeing that my face seemed to drop at the sight of them flashing their weapons, Fated Madman laughed out loud, you have seen for yourself. There are 3 of us, but only one of you. If you are willing to sell that weapon, I am prepared to pay a high price. But if you are not willing to sell, then you better not blame me for conducting a very unprofitable transaction. Looks that this battle could not be avoided. This Fated Madman seemed to have lost his senses as he looked at my axe. I smiled and replied, since it is like this, let's not waste time and begin the battle, my time is very precious. Fated Madman immediately gripped his iron sword tightly, while remarking, you do not know how to appreciate our kindness? At this time, the beautiful Fated Turbulence grabbed Fated Madman's hand and shouted, brother, why did you go back on your words? Didn't you told me that you will be a good man in this spirit of grief game? Why are you seeking trouble? Fated Madman laughed sinisterly, this kid did not understand that we are doing him a favor and is too arrogant. I just want to teach him a lesson. Fated Turbulence looked heartbroken as she walked to one side, and sticked out her tongue, then you do it yourself? I am not going to participate. Relax. Bloodthirsty and I are more than enough to take care of him. Fated Madman looked at me in the eye, and remarked, this little bird is too green, I did not even put him in my eyes. Hee. I secretly smiled and with a cold heart, I attacked him with my axe. Puff. A piece of mud was sliced into 2, but my axe did not even touch Fated Madman. At the same time, Fated Madman's eyes were full of contempt as he laughed, this is definitely a newbie. Bloodthirsty, let's finish him. The iron sword retaliated against me. At the same time, Fated Bloodthirsty had reached my right flank and his dagger hit me. Puff puff. There was a slight pain, and 2 numbers appeared from the top of my head, -24, -32. At this time, both Fated Madman and Fated Bloodthirsty seemed to be shocked as they exclaimed, what the fuck? Such a high defense. The combined damage from these 2 men did not even take out 25% of my hit points. This surprised them. At the same time, for attacking a player, their name become changed to gray color, indicating that they are player killers. This is the exact moment I was waiting for. Who? This time, my shiny war axe hit Fated Bloodthirsty on his chest. I heard a clear sound of weapon landing on him, and he was sent flying with just 1 hit. What is even more amazing is that he had not yet landed on the ground before a flash of white light respawned him back in the beginner village. Fated Madman was enraged as he lifted his iron sword and charged towards me, while scolding me, you bastard, how dare you kill my buddy? I did not say another word, and my shiny war axe rushed to meet his charge. It hit Fated Madman on his armpit, and a massive -178 number appeared on top of his head. It did not manage to kill him, and the iron sword also handed on my shoulders, but it did a measly -27 points of damage. I could not help laughing at the pitiful attack. As I passed by him, I whispered, if you don't have the ability, then you should not follow others and pretend to be a boss. Huh? Another sound rang out, and my shiny war axe struck Fated Madman on his shoulder, and sent him flying. A massive -234 damage number appears on the top of his head. This is enough to kill him twice. Seemed that fated men are fated to be killed by me. In killing 2 grey out PKS, player killers, I did not even get any bad reputation. What is even funnier is that the fated madman even dropped several bottles of minor healing potions. I picked them up and threw them into my backpack. I should say a word of thanks the next time I meet them. After all, they were so kind as to gift me with free healing potions. Fated Turbulence was looking at me with her mouth dropped open. She stood there for a full minute, before saying, sorry. I guessed, she was afraid that I would also attack her and send her back to the village. I just smiled and said, kill more monster and less PK, player kill, in this way your level will grow faster. Fated Turbulence nodded her head, and apologized once again, before turning around and leaving. After this small disturbance, I finally get back to my current quest. I headed towards the direction of the outpost, with the intent to remove the monsters residing there. Along the way, the aggressive small goblins near me often charged towards me with a yell, but these level 1 creatures could not even pose any threat to me. With a chop of my shiny war axe, small goblins were launched into the air, gifting me with 10 experience points and about 3 coppers per goblin slain. Accordingly to my research about the Spirit of Grief game, within the China area, there are 2 large main cities. In the jurisdiction of each of the main city, but there are 5 secondary cities. Surrounding each secondary cities are small villages and towns. Right now, one of these small villages should be my beginner's village. At this time is the rush hour for gamers as many people had stopped work and reached home. There are a large number of players who are logged into the game. Many people did not even had their dinner before they logged into the game. This also led to the situation where the beginner's village is soon overcrowded. It soon became impossible to level up near the village, so the players began to hunt in the forests surrounding the village. Of course, there are a lot of high-level monsters waiting for them, which may bring them experience and wealth, or a sudden death. As I made my way towards the west, I saw that a lot of players were trying to kill level 3 goblins, and some of the players have formed teams of 3 to 5 players to cooperatively hunt higher level flame bat and wolves. But after I crossed a hill, the area was filled to the brim with slimes of all size. This area did not even have a single player except for me. Slimes are type of green color creatures that resembles green color mud. They have a range attack. These creatures can spit out globes of poison. This gives most players a headache. These slimes had a habit of using hit and run attacks to lead players in a merry-go-round, and create all sort of problems for players. At this time, a slime excitedly rushed towards me. Just when it is only a few feet away from me, it suddenly spat out a smelly green color liquid on me. I felt intense pain from this attack, and was shocked to discover that I had lost 70 hit points. I immediately stole a glance the characteristics of this slime. Green-colored slime normal monster. Level 10. Attack 25-35. Defense 10. Hit points 800. Special attack spit poison. Range attack. Holy shit, this is a level 10 monster. No wonder the difficulty is 80. With my current level of 7, fighting this creature is going to be tough. Luckily I had the bat skin leather armor and wilderness boots. These 2 items boost my defense. If not for these equipments, I think one hit will wipe out half or more than half of my hit points. But now is the time for battle, and I swing my axe. But I was greatly surprised when the slime sudden turned tail and ran, and my axe hit the empty air. I could not help but winced, and chased after it as fast as I could. This time, I did not attack carelessly. After observing its movement, only then did I lash out. My shiny axe aimed for the place where the slime was moving to, and hit the slime. Some poisonous liquid oozed out from the wound, and its health dropped by a staggering -254 points. Looks like the attack of this slime may be deadly, but its defense is very weak. This type of high attack and low defense creatures are exquisite practice. Of course, this only applies when you have a lot of healing potions stocked up. I was feeling super pleased with myself. This time, I really had great foresight. I may not have many items with me, but I do have a lot of healing potions. After observing the slime's movements, I had already grasped their movement. Each time they moved their fat butts, I could guess the direction in which they try to flee in. My shiny war axe would strike it with almost 100% accuracy. A slime only had 800 hit points. When I hacked at it for the 4th time, it uttered a GG death cry, and dropped several coppers. I checked and discovered to my delight that for each slime I killed, I received 260 experience points. With a mixture of pride and happiness, I was glad to note that while most of the players were targeting goblins that yield only 10 experience points, I had already single-handedly defeated a powerful slime. Far in the distance, there seemed to be a simple outpost. The outpost seemed to have 2 soldiers. Looked that they were in a panic. It is not surprising, since the outpost was surrounded by slimes. This place had been overrun with slime, and my job is to turn these lovely creatures into experience points and copper coins. The slime that I just killed had dropped 48 coppers. Although this creature has no pockets, it is a very wealthy monster. I did not waste time, and carefully crept closer. Once I attract the attention of a slime, I immediately retreat to get it to follow me and lure it to a safe place. After that I used my trusty axe to finish it off. Right now, I could take on a single slime. But there were 2 or more slimes. I think even the light healing potions would be useless. A typical slime had an attack score of up to 35 points and do at least 70 points of damage to me, even when I am equipped with steel level equipment. Against most people without the same equipment, it could result in an instant kill. Time slowly passed. Killing each slime require me to spend at least 1 minute to complete the job. Killing them is easy, but luring them out is an art. More than once, I accidentally lured 2 slimes, and this was a nightmare as I had to consume my expensive healing potions. Somehow, I miraculously managed to hang on for dear life, even though I had my hit points reduced to single digits a few times. A few draft of my minor healing potions later, I was ready to challenge the mighty slimes again. I fought over 5 hours, and to my surprise it is now 1 AM. I had long lost count of how many slimes I killed, but I can confirm that the number of slime medals in my bag had been steadily increasing. But the thing that made me most annoyed is that after killing so many slimes, I only got 1 level 8 regular white color leggings. It offers 9 points of defense. I had nothing to lose, and immediately equipped it. At this time, I had also reached level 10. At this level, I can change my class, but I am still short of 1 more slime medal to complete the 100 slime medals quest. Therefore, I decided to complete this quest before returning to the beginner village to get my class change. By now, more and more high-level players came into this area, and many of them began to kill the slimes. Among the men, the highest level players were already level 8 or 9, but in the entire area, only I had reached level 10. Surprisingly, most of the men did not receive any quest, and none of the slimes they killed dropped any slime medal. After killing a few more slimes, finally one of the slimes dropped a slime medal. I had finally completed this quest, but at this time, suddenly there was a golden ray of light, and then sounds of angry shouts rang out. After that, there was flash of white light as over 10 players were instant killed and sent back to the beginner's village to respawn. I looked up and saw a massive golden color slime that was slaughtering the men. Each time golden color poison was spit out, it would always resulted in an instant kill. The men who were dressed in the beginner's rags had no way of fighting this beast. On top of the head of this massive creature was the words, "Golden Slime King?" I sucked in a deep breath. Shit, a super level boss finally appears? A moment later, the powerful poison spit instantly killed most of the players in the area. Their defense was really too low. As for me, my 35 defense could barely resist the attack. Each time it hit, it does an incredible minus 150 points of damage. I was so scared that I wolfed down the expensive light healing potion that cure 300 points of damage. The healing potions do not instantly restore all hit points immediately. Instead, each healing potion only restores 150 hit points and the remaining 150 hit points are restored over time. Although I was in a precocious situation, I was elated. My heartbeat could not help but quicken and I could hear it beating in rhythmical tune pa 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 pa. This new boss had spawned near me, and I still have several bottles of healing potions. I stole a quick look at the characteristic of the boss. Golden Slime King Bronze level boss. Level 15. Attack 85-150. Defense 25. Life. Special attack long distance poison spit. The attack score of this boss is really scary, with a max attack of 150. Just a normal attack would wipe out 150 points of my life. And the health of this boss is a huge question mark, and only God knows how much hit points it has. The shiny war axe also hit the Slime King on its head, and the creature who was as big as a tank seemed to bounce back in pain. From the top of its head, a massive number appear minus 135? Hehe, yes, look like my attack is still effective against its defense. Luckily I have allocated all my attribute points into strength. After all, the best defense is a good offense. In any role-playing game, the one who kill the other party first always wins. At the same time, the Slime King spat out another glob of poison, and my hit points dropped by a whopping minus 167. That was half of my hit points. Again I wolfed down a healing potion. I refused to retreat, and my shiny war axe continued to wave its dance of destruction. After 10 minutes, the Slime King's health had dropped to about 90%. Looks like the hit points of this creature was not too scary. But my problem is that my potions were disappearing like water. I have very few potions left. Suddenly, I saw that there was a massive group of players from afar who were rushing towards me and the slime boss. I took a look at them, and my heart turned cold. Each of the people in this group of players coincidentally has the words Fated in their names. It looks like the Fated clan had all gathered here, and there were close to 300 of them. This Fated clan is really a powerful group, to have such a big presence in the beginner's village. Seeing the group of men did not come with good intentions, I immediately stopped fighting the Golden Slime King and ran away towards the forest. But at this time, I saw a man who separated from the group of players, and shouted out aloud, "So you cowardly cat had decided to run? Not so easy. Brothers, help me kill him. That is the guy who offended me? That man was Fated Madman? Besides him stood Fated Bloodthirsty. I did not see Fated Turbulence anywhere. I had no idea where she had gone to." Listening to Fated Madman, several men also moved towards me. More than half of them were still using the beginner's stick. I could not help but to laugh out loud. With this equipment, they still want to engage in PK? But the fact is, there were too many of them. Even an army of ants could bite an elephant to death. I definitely do not have any ability to fight against 300 men. I tightly held my shiny war axe, and stared at the players. Although I did not say a word, my attitude informed them that I will chop whoever dares to strike first. Therefore, those who were carrying the beginner's stick were cowed, and not a single one of them dared to step forwards. Fated Madman angrily bellowed, "Useless. You all are good for nothings? Attack! At this time, another group of men also arrive. This area is suddenly filled with players. Although it is unknown if the two groups are enemies, it is obvious that the second group had every intent to kill the Slime King. I guess that all the players who were killed about 10 minutes ago had RESP'd in the village, and spread the news of a powerful boss. This action probably resulted in these two dominant groups of players who rushed here with the intent to steal the boss. And this group of new players were mostly level 8 and up. Their name were also uniform and began with sword fire. Sword fire? I suddenly recalled that my iron sword was sold to a man named Dragon Soul Sword Fire. At this time, a man walked in front of the group of new players. It really is Dragon Soul Sword Fire? He laughed as he spoke. Whoa, I was thinking how come it is so crowded here. Never did I expected that fated clan had already arrived before us. At this time, the Dragon Soul Sword Fire had already changed his weapon, and it is now a shiny steel sword. It looks like a steel level equipment, and it should not be inferior to my weapon. I did not expect that he had such a fantastic weapon, but I should not be surprised. After all, Dragon Soul Sword Flame seemed the head of the Sword Flame clan. It would be strange only if he did not have any superior equipment. Looking at the Sword Flame clan that seemed to be filled with hostile intent, the fated clan's men stepped back. Most of the people in the clan were not very high level, and there were very few players who were above level 8. In contrast, the Sword Flame clan men seemed to be much stronger, but were outnumbered. There were only about 100 players from the Sword Flame clan. Fated Madman stepped out. I did not expect that Dragon Soul also started out in this newbie village. This is really a case of enemies are fated to meet one another. Dragon Soul Sword Flame laughed out loud. Did not expect that you guys also abandoned Moon Monochrome game and all of you joined the Spirit of Grief. We are also old pals. In the game Moon Monochrome, after Swords and Rose and the Unhappy Garden Big Guilds were disbanded, our group fought against each other for control of the west side. I did not expect that in this game, things also remained the same. Fated Madman also smiled sinisterly. Hehe. Brother Dragon Soul, today, I have a personal grudge against this kid. If Brother Dragon is willing to give face, please bring your men and leave. I will just kill this player and settle my grudge. Dragon Soul Sword Flame looked at me, and seemed to recognize me. It is hard not to do so, since my shiny war axe seemed to be unique and very eye-catching. Dragon Soul Sword Flame laughed out loud. Of course I will give you face, and let you settle your grudges. But you must let us have the Golden Slime King. I could not let my men run here in vain, isn't that right? Fated Madman immediately turned cold. You son of a bitch better stop talking bullshit. Nobody will let you have the boss. At this time, a player wielding a massive axe walked out from among the crowd. This is the man who had changed his profession to Berserker class. His name is Sword Flame Punisher. He laughed out loud. Fated clan wishes to swallow this Golden Slime King? Do you have the ability? Ha 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 ha, don't you sons of bitches continue to kneel here, and let us laugh at you? Sword Flame Punisher's words made Fated Madman lost a lot of face, and he immediately bellowed. Damn it! You Sword Flame dogs were trying to rob us? Dragon Soul Sword Flame immediately replied. Stop the trash talk. When have you ever not taken advantage of the situation to rob others? You had killed so many individual players by PK. We will have to settle this debt sooner or later. You know best what type of men your fated clan members are. You like to cheat new players or threaten the weak, and betray your allies. Tell me, which one of these dirty deeds have you not done before? I even heard that you had arranged some women to engage in prostitution in this game. I spit. You are shameless to participate in this sort of things. The words touched Fated Madman on a sore spot, and his face turns green with rage and shame. He angrily shouted, damn it, brothers, today the Sword Flame clan refused to give way. Let these idiots know our might. This time, the throng of Fated clan players brandished their wooden staff and broken swords as they rushed to meet their enemy. Dragon Soul Sword Flame sneered, let them attack. After the first round of hits had been calculated, the players from the Sword Flame clan who were standing in front were piked. But all of the players from the Fated clan had turned into grey color, indicating that they were player killers. Sword Flame Punisher laughed and stepped forward with his axe held high. As his axe descended, a red color flash of Dochi emerged, and a few Fated clan players were instantly killed. Fated Madman began to bark out orders. Team 1, stop the shitheads from Sword Flame clan. Team 2 and Team 3, try to kill the Golden Slime King at the earliest possible time. For a short period, the Sword Flame clan's players were blocked and could not get to the Golden Slime King. As for the Fated clan, they divided their players into two teams. One of the teams of players were assigned to attack the Sword Flame clan, while the other group of players were assigned to slay the Golden Slime King. I quietly entered the forest, and could not help being unwilling to leave. The boss that I had found and engaged was stolen by these two groups of fuckers. A single player is really at a significant disadvantage. I was not willing to give up, and therefore, I did not leave. I just hid in the forest and watched the battle unfold. Although the level of the Fated clan's men were average, there were also a few that were outstanding. One or two of them had already changed classes, and are mages. They launched fireball and boulders at the Golden Slime King. This becomes their primary source of damage output. As expected, the beginner's wooden staff could not even scratch the defense of the Golden Slime King. Time slowly passed by. The Golden Slime King's health dropped to less than 50%. But it also instantly killed over 100 players. Only the mage standing at a far distance away continued to launch fireballs at it. The rest of the low-leveled players were nothing more than cannon fodder. On the other side, the sword flame men also noticed the situation, and they renewed their valor and attacked the fated clan members who were blocking their path, sending them back to respawn in the beginner village. Sparkles of white light continuously emerged from the battlefield, and in an instant, there were less than 50 fated clan members left. Seeing that they had lost control of the situation, fated madman had no choice but to concede grudgingly. He roared out the order to retreat. The fated clan's players want to scatter and flee, but the sword flame group of players had no intention of letting them go. Many of them were slain, and even fated madman was sent back to the beginner's village by a swing of sword flame punisher's axe. After a few minutes, there are no more fate clan members, and the entire battleground was claimed by the sword flame group of players. After killing the players, sword flame clan had about 60 men left, but half of these men had their name turned red from PK. If these men die, they will lose levels. But with the massive golden slime king boss in front of them, none of them give a damn, and immediately surrounded and attack it. I still did not leave, and patiently waited. To be continued. Fireball spells were cast and hit the golden slime king, and the boss health dropped significantly. The sword flame group is an experienced and well-coordinated group. Immediately after the mages cast their spells, several berserkers wearing heavy armor rushed forwards to take the return strike of the golden slime king. Those that were hit immediately drank a healing potion. Many of the players did not have proper equipment. Many of them have just a pair of white color shoes or some leggings, and the number of men with more than 20 defense is rare. Therefore, Flame Sword Clan requested for coordination. They would take turns to tank the golden slime king. When the first group of tanks were injured, they will retreat and the second group of tanks will take over. But even then, the golden slime king is indeed a terrifying boss. It managed to kill many tanks. What is worse is that the golden slime king had a very formidable range attack. Many players did not even have the chance to close in before they were instant killed. However, the coordinated attacks were taking their toll on the boss, and its health continued to drop. Looking at the boss health that was rapidly diminishing, I was feeling conflicted at heart. Should I rush out to steal kill, or just remain here and watch them kill the boss that I engaged first? Frankly, the sword flame group of men does not look as despicable as the fated clan. I can feel their group members' friendliness and willingness to cooperate with each other. Therefore, my impression of them is quite good. But even if my impression of them is not bad, they try to steal my boss. Just when I was hesitating, a sudden change occurs. Roar! Roar! A terrible loud cry rang out as the golden slime king shouted in anger. Before the golden slime king collapsed, it suddenly seemed to glow with a golden ray of light, and then its body become even bigger. At this time, Dragon Soul Sword Flame shouted, "Be careful, this boss had mutated." Sword Flame Punisher quipped in, "What rotten luck. The first boss we fought immediately mutated." The golden slime king let loose another angry roar, and suddenly a wave of golden light spread out in a large circumference around its body. With a hoo sound, it heralds the next wave of attacks. Cha-cha-cha-cha. A series of sounds rang out, and this unexpected attack hit almost all the sword flame players. Many of the players displayed a staggering -200 damage above their heads. Those who have less than 200 hit points were immediately slain, and a flash of white light sent back to the beginner village to respawn. Even the heavily armored tanks lost 1/3 of their hit points in one attack. What is worse is that the attack did not end yet. The Golden Slime King continued to roar loudly, and the second wave of golden light again erupted and attacked all players within the massive area of effect. Dragon Soul Sword Flame was shocked. "Damn it! This time we were unlucky." Sword Flame Punisher shrugged as he replied, "We should not have become so greedy. I already told you earlier that kill steal is wrong. Fuck off." With the last two words, both Sword Flame Punisher and Dragon Soul Sword Flame were instantly killed. After that, it became a one-sided massacre. All the Sword Flame men were sent back to the beginner's village by the fourth wave of golden light. The Golden Slime King seemed to be on drugs and reached a high, as it continued to launch fifth wave, sixth wave, until I lost count. But, I am very patient. I just waited for my chance. I was hiding behind a tree, and the tree helped to block all the damage from the golden rays of light. Therefore, although I am very close to the Golden Slime King, I am very safe. From afar, many players watched this super boss as it show off its might. But not a single one of them dares to go up. Even the large group of Sword Flame clan players were annihilated to the last man. How could individual players fight against it? After about 10 minutes, the boss finally calmed down. The golden aura also dimmed. I guess I was very close to the boss, and thus I received a piece of critical news. Ding! Combat notice, the Golden Slime King had ended its rampage and is now weakened. Its defense has dropped by 50%. I was elated. My patience had paid off, and my chance had come at last. The weakness of this boss is the best moment to kill it. Therefore, I immediately emerged from my hiding place, and my shiny war axe chopped towards its head. -346. Wow, a 300 points damage is really cool. The weakened Golden Slime King is now nothing but a piece of experience and loot. Although its poison spit is still powerful, I still have some healing potions. Therefore, I attack it with all my might. The players saw my actions from afar, and many of them rushed forwards, and shouted, "Where did this kid come from? Quick, attack! If not, we will be too late." I did not care about these players and focused on killing the boss. With another mighty cleave, I spilt a hole in its head. Then the boss' huge body toppled down as it collapsed. Ding! System notice, congratulations. You killed the boss Golden Slime King. You receive 50,000 experience and plus 300 reputation. I skipped a level and leveled up to level 12. Also I noticed that the Golden Slime King dropped 2 items. I immediately kept the 2 items in my backpack before any of the men arrive, and searched the corpse. There is nothing else, but there are some gold coins. Whoa, there are several gold coins? Gold coins? This boss dropped gold coins? I counted them and discovered 12 gold coins. In addition, there are a lot of silver coins. Many silver coins were scattered on the grass, and it took me some time to find them all. If not for the fact that they were dispersed in the same area, I would not want these silver coins. As I picked up the 84th silver coins, the players who were eyeing the boss finally reached me. Many of them tried to observe me. After all, it is said that each boss had a guarantee item drop the first time it was killed. The second time, the chance of dropping an item dropped by half. The third time, the chance of dropping an item also dropped by another half, and so on. I looked at them. The highest level player among them was level 8. They were still equipped with the iron sword. I was not afraid of them. Therefore, I waved my axe in a threatening manner as I barked out, "What? You want a piece of me?" Listening to my words, some of the player hesitated. A few of them shook their heads and left. But at this moment, suddenly another group of men arrive. These are all members of the Sword Flame. This time, there were only 4 of them. 2 of the players include Dragon Soul Sword Flame and Sword Flame Punisher. The other one is called Ghost Fire Sword Flame and he is a level 10 Necromancer. Necromancer? This is a hidden character class, but the one that I was most surprised at is the last member of the team. It is a female player named Purple Rhythm, and she is a level 10 priest. Purple Rhythm was wearing a white color robe, but the robe was tightly wrapped around her body, revealing a first-class figure. Her massive tits stood upright and tall, making her especially enchanting. Her round buttocks were full and looked very sexy. Under the short robes, her snow-white and smooth legs make it irresistible for men not to look. This Purple Rhythm is also one of the most beautiful women I ever met. When compared to Ling Yu, she loses out in terms of youthfulness, but she added a lot of matured lady charms. Because, this woman looks like she is about 25 years old, while Ling Yu should be less than 20 years old. My glance stopped at Purple Rhythm's body for about 3 seconds, then I looked at the others. This let Dragon Soul Sword Flame feel astonished, while Purple Rhythm seemed to slightly curl at the corner of her mouth. Perhaps they were surprised that my eyes seemed to be clear of lust? I could not help it. Somehow I keep comparing each woman I met with Ling Yu. Had I fallen for her? Does she even know that I think of her each time I meet a beauty? Dragon Soul Sword Flame looked at the corpse of the Golden Slime King that was slowly fading out, and he laughed as he asked, "Brother, did you kill this boss?" I nodded my head, and admitted it. Yes, I did. I was the first one to fight this boss, and the last one to kill it. My words seemed to imply that I did not kill Steel. Dragon Soul Sword Flame looked very pleased as he broke into a smile. "Then we should congratulate you? Oh yes, did you have any items? If you have any items you do not want, can you consider selling it to us first? We will give you twice the standard market rate." I suspiciously glanced at him, and Dragon Soul Sword Flame then laughed. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Dragon Soul, and these are my friends, Punisher, Ghost Fire, and Purple Rhythm. We are all online pals, and transferred here from Moon Monochrome game. We just want to find some glory, and our guild is called Sword Flame. Right now we have about 100 members. Of course, the core of our guild are the 4 of us." I smiled back at him. "So, you do not know each other in real life?" Dragon Soul also laughed. "We are from different regions, and have spoken on the telephone before. Punisher and I are from the Dongbei province, Ghost Fire is from Shanghai, and this lovely woman is from Suzhou." "Yi? Same as me?" I was surprised. Purple Rhythm also seemed to be surprised, and glanced at me, but did not say anything. Dragon Soul continued, "Friend, since you can steal this boss from Sword Flame and the Fated Guilds, you must be indeed extraordinary. Are you willing to be our friend, and join us to conquer the world together? Also, I still don't know your player name." At this moment, I suddenly recalled that I had hidden my name in the beginner's village to avoid trouble. Therefore, I unhide my name. Easily angered bookworm. Dragon Soul read my name and immediately laughed. "It is an excellent name. Oh yes, you see what items the boss dropped. If after you have chosen your class, you can sell whatever you do not need to us, we will give you a superb price." At the same time, Dragon Soul requested to add me as a friend. I immediately accept. Punisher and Ghost Fire also added me as a friend, while Purple Rhythm stood at one side. I asked to add her as a friend. She lifted up her hand to look at me, and blushed before accepting my friend request. Opening the bag, I saw 2 items. One of them is a bow. The other one is an armor. I stole a quick look at the armor. Wilderness Golden Armor Bronze level equipment. Defense 50. Strength plus 5. Required level 14. Unidentified. I was pleasantly surprised. This armor is still unidentified, but whatever I can see is already superb. Once I identify it, it would be a super awesome item. It is also a bronze level item, and is much better than a steel level item. Could this be the first Spirit of Grief bronze level item? I sent the Wilderness Golden Armor's stats as an attachment to them, and immediately, Dragon Soul and Punisher's eyes revealed their enthusiasm and excitement. After all, this bronze-grade piece of armor was extremely valuable towards fencers and berserkers. Dragon Soul asked, Shu Shang, was it just this one piece of equipment? I answered, there's also a bow. Dragon Soul smiled, can we also see the bow? Oh, and what class are you going to choose? I thought for a while, and replied, if this bow is good, I'll choose Archer. If it's not that great, I'll be a berserker. Dragon Soul and Punisher looked at each other, and said, God, please give him a super op bow. I couldn't help laughing. These two fellows were quite interesting. If I really did become an archer, then I wouldn't be able to use the armor. Thus, they would be able to justifiably ask me to sell the Golden Wilderness armor to them. Thus, I immediately took out the longbow. It was incredibly beautiful, and the bowstring emitted a faint glow. The longbow's name and stats were revealed. Golden King Bow, bronze level equipment. Attack, 55 to 70. Strength, +7. Required level, 14. Unappraised. I was so shocked that I stood there for a while. It was another bronze-grade equipment. Plus, in its unappraised state, it already had an awesome upper limit of 70 attack, so what would it be like after being appraised? I quickly sent the stats of the longbow to each person. Immediately, Dragon Soul and Ghostfire all began to salivate. Even Purple Rhyme's eyes began to glow with admiration. Punisher grabbed my hands, and said, brother, let's return to town to appraise it. Well, find someone to appraise the value of this armor, and whatever price you give, well, try to meet it. I couldn't help but be shocked. This fellow, Punisher, was very straightforward. In comparison, Dragon Soul was much more reserved. In actuality, even Dragon Soul was furiously gulping down his saliva, but he just controlled himself better. As such, after a few rays of lights flashed out, us 5 people arrived at Novice Village and went to the appraisal shop. We saw an elderly appraiser fiddling with some antiques in a very happy and content manner. Pa, I put the Golden Wilderness armor onto the table, and said, please appraise it. The appraiser turned his head and looked at the armor, and said, please pay the fee of 10 silver. Goddamn, it costed a whole 10 silver to appraise. It was very painful for me to take out 10 silver. The appraiser put his hand on the armor, and immediately, the armor released a glow of light. The armor's stats were displayed in front of everyone. Golden Wilderness armor, bronze level equipment armor. Defense, 85. Strength, +10. Constitution, +5. Required level, 14. It had actually increased by 35 points of defense, and has 10 points of strength and 5 points of constitution. Everyone in the room stood in dumbfounded silence. After a long time, Dragon Soul spoke, this armor is damn awesome. Shu Shang, what about the bow? I put the longbow on the table, and the appraiser's nonchalant attitude immediately vanished, and instead inspected the longbow closely and carefully. He gave a surprised "oh" and said, who would have thought you would have such a treasure? The appraisal fee for this longbow is 10 gold. I was speechless. Boss, you sure you've got it right? That Golden Wilderness armor was only 10 silver, so why is this Golden King bow 10 gold? The appraiser lazily looked at me, and said, if you don't want to pay, you can leave. At this moment, Dragon Soul pulled my arm, and said, don't be silly. The more expensive the appraisal fee, the more valuable the equipment is. If you don't have enough money, I'll pay for the appraisal fee. I immediately realized that if this guy paid the appraisal fee, he would definitely want a large discount when buying the Golden Wilderness armor. I definitely didn't want to suffer such a loss. As such, I painfully took out 10 gold coins and handed it to the appraiser. Arg, out of the 12 gold coins I had picked up from killing the boss, I had used 10 here. At least, with the remaining 2, I could meet the company's expectations. The appraiser took a deep breath, and lightly put his hand on the Golden King bow. A glow of light was released, and its stats were revealed. Golden King bow, silver level equipment. Attack, 80 to 125. Strength, +15. Agility, +12. Bonus effect, guaranteed hit, attacks cannot be dodged by targets. Required level, 15. Once again, all of the people present were completely speechless. After being appraised, this Golden King bow had been upgraded to a silver equipment. After 5 minutes, Dragon Soul finally spoke, overpowered. I was also extremely shocked. This 10 gold was definitely worth it. A LV-15 longbow with 125 attack, that was simply ridiculous. Moreover, because it was a silver-grade equipment, it could be used all the way to LV-30, or even LV-50. Most importantly, this longbow had a bonus effect, which was guaranteed hit. It was impossible to miss targets, or for targets to dodge. This incredible bonus effect gave me a bold idea. Normal archers would only put half of their stats into strength, and the remaining half into agility. This way, they could ensure that they had both attack power and accuracy. After all, for archers, agility determined accuracy, or hit, and strength determined attack power. Thus, since this Golden King bow guaranteed me to hit my targets, I could put all of my stats into strength. This was incredible. Thinking to here, I couldn't help but laugh loudly. A newbie expert was about to be born. On the side, Dragon Soul and Punisher looked at me strangely and said, did Shu Shang go crazy from happiness? I stopped laughing, and immediately put the Golden King bow into my inventory. I was only LV12 at the moment, and couldn't use it yet, so I had to keep it safe. I turned to Dragon Soul. If the Swordflame clan wants the Golden Wilderness armor, state a price. Dragon Soul and Punisher looked at each other and smiled, and Dragon Soul spoke. Right now, we don't have too much. All we can give you is 20 gold. This is our entire savings. I looked at him and smiled. Come on, we all know that this bronze level armor is worth much more than that to you. Dragon Soul looked very awkward. At this moment, Purple Rhyme said something quietly, and pushed something into Dragon Soul's hands. Brimming with confidence, Dragon Soul walked over and said, Shu Shang, have a look at this. Can we buy the Golden Wilderness armor for 20 gold coins, plus this? After he spoke, Dragon Soul opened a trade screen with me. A ray of light flashed, and a book appeared. Armor-piercing arrow, ignores 50% of defense, attack power is determined by level. I was slightly shocked. Everyone knew that in Spirit of Grief, one had to find skill books by themselves. NPCs could only teach the most basic of skills. Against berserkers or knights with high defense, this skill was amazing. As such, I added the Golden Wilderness armor onto the trade screen, and Dragon Soul added 20 gold. The exchange had been completed. Dragon Soul directly gave the armor to Punisher. Punisher did not waste any words, and gratefully accepted it. However, because his level wasn't high enough, he could only put it away for now. I also put my Golden King bow into my inventory. Dragon Soul faced me and said, Shu Shang, have you ever thought about joining a guild? Although our Swordflame guild doesn't have many people, we're all good brothers. If you want to join, we'll welcome you with open arms. I was slightly moved by Dragon Soul's actions. He was willing to directly just give the Golden Wilderness armor to Punisher. Indeed, they were all good brothers. Following such a boss, I would definitely be able to live a good life. However, I also realized, perhaps Ling Shui would also want to form her own guild. I simply owed Ling Shui too much, so if I didn't do my best for her, I'd die of shame. Thus, I said to Dragon Soul, at the moment, I don't really want to join a guild. Please give me some time to think about it. When I've made my decision, I'll let you know immediately. Dragon Soul nodded, and gave a loud laugh. Sure. We're going to go and farm, see you later. The 4 core members of Swordflame left Novice Village. Punisher was incredibly happy, and Ghostfire was also happy for him. As for Purple Rhyme, she looked back at me, and gave a slight smile, and also left. For a priest to level up to LV10 so quickly, it seemed that she definitely farmed with Dragon Soul and the others. Thinking to here, I walked by myself towards the class change hall. In the class change hall, the class change instructors were all spaced out from each other. Of course, in such a small village, they didn't receive very good treatment. They were all fairly shabbily dressed. The berserker, knight and fencer instructors wore nothing on their torsos, revealing their strong muscles. The magician and priest instructors were wearing coarse cloaks, and the assassin instructor stood in the darkness, observing everything. The archer instructor was a beautiful female NPC, who wore simple leather armor. Her bewitching curves could be seen despite of the leather armor. I was extremely delighted, and walked in front of the archer instructor without any hesitation, stating, I want to change class. The NPC looked at me and replied, the mighty God King of Light bestowed upon me power. Heroic warrior, from now on, you are part of the Archers Association? Whoosh! My title had been changed to Apprentice Archer. Ding! System announcement, congratulations, you are the 5th Apprentice Archer in the Novice Village. Go and talk to your instructor, she will teach you skills specific to your class. Ding! System announcement, your stats growth have changed. Strength, 6 stars. Constitution, 5 stars. Agility, 10 stars. Intelligence, 6 stars. The number of stars represented the potential increase in stats. For example, if one had 10 points in strength, and their strength had a star value of 10, then that bonus 10 points in strength would increase their attack power by 10 to 10. However, if their strength had a star value of 6, it would only increase their attack power by 6 to 6. This showed the difference between different classes. Thus, the only ones who had a star value of 10 for strength were those who primarily focused on strength and attack power, the berserkers and fencers. I was a bit shocked. I thought that I had leveled up very quickly, but apparently there were 4 people who had become archers before me. That meant in this entire novice village, there should be around 50 people who have already changed classes, and this was only one of the 100 or so novice villages in China's southeast region. Goddamn, I was probably in the 10,000s in the rankings? I walked in front of the beautiful archer instructor, and opened her chat bar. Indeed, there was a learning skills section. After selecting it, I saw 3 skills flashing in front of my eyes. The first was a basic archery skill, the other 2 were fire arrow and ice arrow. Basic archery, passive skill, increases archer's hit and damage. Fire arrow, uses flames to shoot a flame element arrow. Ice arrow, uses ice energy to shoot an ice element arrow. Seeing the learning fee, I was shocked out of my mind. Learning the basic archery skill cost 50 silver coins, whereas learning the fire arrow and ice arrow skills cost 5 gold coins each. The game had only been released for 8 hours. Normally it would be impossible to afford these skills at this point of the game. However, luckily I sold that bronze level armor, and earned 20 gold from that. It seemed like the time to use the gold that I had earned was now. As such, I learned the 3 skills without any hesitation. Despite spending so much money, I still had 12 gold coins left. I also decided to learn my armor-piercing arrow as well. Immediately, 4 skills appeared on my skills page. All 4 of the skills were still at their primary stage. Basic archery skills, primary proficiency, 0/10,000, no MP cost. Fire arrow, primary proficiency, 0/10,000, costs 5 MP. Ice arrow, primary proficiency, 0/10,000, costs 5 MP. Armor-piercing arrow, primary proficiency, 0/10,000, costs 10 MP. I took a look at my stats. Right now, I only had 120 MP, which meant that I couldn't use my skills many times. In order to quickly raise the proficiency of my skills, it looked like I had to buy a few blue potions. I decided to also have a look at the rankings. A list of different rankings appeared before me. These included level rankings, equipment rankings, fame rankings, etc. I first had a look at the level rankings. To my shock, I found that the highest level was LV 16, and even the 10th ranked player was LV 15. Moreover, in the top 10 players worldwide, 4 spots were taken by Chinese players. Looking at the China player rankings, the top player was a female magician called Qingfeng Lan Yu. TLN, Qingfeng, means a cool breeze, and Lan Yu means embracing or seizing the moon. The hell, a girl leveling up so quickly, that was incredible. I grumbled bitterly, and opened the equipment rankings. To my surprise, my Golden King Bow was at the top, and was far superior to the second-ranked Bronze Great Sword. Ha, that's right, Silver Grade equipment were far superior to Bronze Grade equipment. Moreover, the Golden King Bow's stats were simply awesome. Normal LV-15 bronze bows would be considered good if they could give 50 attack power, but the Golden King Bow not only added 125 points of attack damage, but also had a breathtaking passive skill. I slightly smiled. This wasn't too bad. I took the top spot in one ranking, which was pretty good. Although my level wasn't as high as that female magician called Qingfeng Lan Yu, if we were to fight, I was sure that there was a 90% chance of me instantly killing her. I looked at my EXP bar. My LV12 EXP bar was already 92% full, so I wasn't that far away. Besides, I hadn't even handed in my Clear the Outpost quest yet. After spending 6 hours killing slimes and gathering 100 slime medals, the rewards should be pretty good. When I reached the village elder's hut, I saw that he was continuously looking out. After seeing me, his face burst into a smile that looked like a split orange peel. Young man, you actually did it. Those evil slimes were very dangerous. You've helped our village a lot. Here, this is your reward. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations, you have completed the quest Clear the Outpost. You have gained 50,000 EXP, 5 gold coins, fame plus 250 and received an item Windrunner. With 2 swishing sounds, the generous amount of EXP from the quest allowed me to directly level up to LV14. Taking a look at my EXP bar, there was only another 98 points until I could reach LV15. I was extremely delighted, and opened my bag to take a look at the equipment. Windrunner, bronze level equipment leather boots. Defense, 24. Agility, plus 4. Constitution, plus 2. Required level, 10. It was a pair of leather boots, just what I needed. Because I had changed to the archer class, I could no longer equip my wilderness boots. As such, both the wilderness boots and the shiny war axe were both sitting in my inventory. After all, archers could only equip leather armor, as well as use bows and daggers for weapons. Now, I had to fight barehanded for a while. Luckily, killing a few monsters would give me that final bit of EXP to level up to LV15. After equipping the Golden King Bow, I'd get a tremendous surge in power. I gave a laugh, and walked to the village square and shouted out, "Steel grade boots, hurry over if you want to make an offer." In just a moment, the entire square erupted into chaos. Countless people were yelling things like, "There's someone selling steel grade equipment? Damn, hurry over and have a look. Even if we can't buy it, we can at least have a look at it." In just a few minutes, I had been surrounded by an ocean of people. However, there weren't many who could offer me decent prices. In the end, a little warrior bought the wilderness boots for 5 gold coins. After all, it was only a steel grade equipment. In just a few days, it would become a common good, so I definitely had to get rid of it quickly. I thought I might as well also sell the shiny war axe, so I also sold that for 10 gold coins. Because the demand for weapons was much greater than that for armor and other equipment, the price was much higher. Thus, I now had 27 gold coins. I once again went to the potion shop and directly filled half of my inventory with low-level red and blue potions. In total, I spent less than 7 gold coins in total. I then went to the weapons shop and bought a few quivers of steel arrows. These arrows all increased my attack power by 1, so the large amount I bought should probably last me a long time. I looked at the players around me. Most of them were hurriedly trying to level up, only occasionally coming back to the village to restock on potions or to repair equipment. As such, I hid my name, and took out the Golden King Bow. Of course, although it had golden in its name, it was still a silver grade equipment. If someone found a gold grade piece of equipment at this stage of the game, then most other players would probably rage quit. Most areas around the village had already been occupied by players who were farming. As such, I decided to explore around the area to the west of the village, past the slime territory, in the deep parts of the forest. Perhaps I could find something good there? After taking care of some weak monsters on the way, a golden ray of light appeared, and I leveled up to LV 15. I immediately equipped the Golden King Bow. In a flash of light, it appeared in my hands, surrounded by a golden glow. It was simply beautiful. The light of the Golden King Bow attracted the attention of many players around me. Following my principles of keeping a low profile, I turned off the appearance effects of the longbow. Immediately the golden light disappeared, and became a dark-colored longbow. It now looked like an unremarkable common good. After equipping the Golden King Bow and the Windrunner, I took a big shock after looking at my stats page. Easily angered bookworm. Level, 15. HP, 440. Attack power, 125 to 180. Defense, 51. Fame, 551. Luck, 0. My attack power was incredibly astonishing. Looking at the time, I found that it was already 4 AM. In an hour, the sun would begin to rise. However, I had no intention at all of sleeping. Gripping the silver-grade Golden King Bow, my heart surged with excitement. This was currently the most powerful weapon in Spirit of Grief. With this in my hands, no one would be able to beat the newbie me. However, I knew that it was purely luck that I had found that peak-level boss in the novice village. In 2 or 3 days, most people would also have silver-grade equipment. As such, I needed to use this precious advantage I had as much as I could. If I could level up, I would be able to fight even stronger monsters, and receive even better equipment. The money exchange system would only be opened after the game had been released for 2 weeks. Thus, the wealth the players accumulated in the game could not be transferred into the real world, and vice versa. However, after half a month, one could link their bank account to their game account, and large corporations would begin to pour in money to boost their standing in the game. As for me, all I wanted was to get a few good equipment, kill a few baddies, and get it on with a few beauties. Thus, I could use my money from the game to exchange for some RMB in the real world. Of course, in order to do this, I would have to have a high level. When I reached the place where I had killed the Golden Slime King half an hour ago, it was already filled with players. There were tens of parties waiting there. Once a boss died, another would respawn after a while. I secretly laughed. Half a month ago, when I read through the Spirit of Grief manual, it stated that it took approximately 1 whole week for a boss to respawn. Instead of working hard and leveling up, these guys were going to sit around waiting a whole week for the Golden Slime King to respawn? I did not waste any time there, and moved on. After walking for another 15 minutes, I noticed that my surroundings seemed to get a bit brighter. It was probably because dawn had broken in the real world. Some diurnal TLN, opposite of nocturnal animals, began to come out. These included LV-14 goshawks, LV-15 short-haired wild pigs, LV-16 bloodthirsty sheep. However, I did not pay attention to them as well. My goal was the LV-20 blue-eyed lizards. TLN, for those of you who read SW, I died laughing here. A few streams passed through the forest from the west. There were not any people here, and in the reeds by the streams, there were many blue-eyed lizards lying there. Their armored bodies and blue eyes made them seem quite intimidating. My level was just high enough to see their stats. As such, I immediately had a look. Blue-eyed lizard, normal monster. Level, 20. Attack power, 45 to 70. Defense, 60. HP, 1200. Attack type, attacks have a chance to paralyze their target. Holy crap! With those stats, it would probably take as much effort to kill as that Golden Slime King from earlier. I was surprised to see that not only did it have fairly high attack power, but its defense was just ridiculous. If it was not for my Golden King Bow, I doubted that it would be possible for me to get through its 60 defense. As such, I took out an arrow, and placed it on the bowstring. I drew back the bowstring with as much strength as I could muster, and with a swish, the arrow flew out. PFT, the arrow hit the blue-eyed lizard squarely in the end. Instantly, it painfully took 2 steps back, and a damage figure of 245 rose up over its head. Seeing this damage number, I felt very astonished. However, in this moment, the blue-eyed lizard had already begun to counterattack. It opened its mouth, and its disgusting tongue flew out, and hit my chest. Just that one attack took away 87 HP, 624. I retreated a few steps, and once again shot out an arrow. This time, I used the ice arrow skill. Bang! A blue light exploded on the blue-eyed lizard's head. Immediately, its whole body had been covered in a layer of frost, and its movement speed greatly decreased. I looked through the skills I had, and suddenly remembered the armor-piercing arrow. It could ignore 50% of the target's defense, so wouldn't it be greatly effective against the blue-eyed lizard? As such, I quickly retreated, and once again laid an arrow on the bowstring. As it shot out, the armor-piercing arrow turned into a white light that shot into the blue-eyed lizard's head, and a damage figure rose up. This number completely blew my mind. I hurriedly rubbed my eyes, and confirmed that the damage figure was really 624. With one attack, I had wiped out half of this LV-20 monster's HP. Immediately, I felt incredibly overjoyed. However, just to dispel all doubts, I once again shot out an armor-piercing arrow. As the white light once again pierced into its head, a damage figure of 678 appeared. The blue-eyed lizard gave a pitiful cry as it died, and dropped a few silver coins. Killing a monster 5 levels above me gave me quite a bit of EXP. Just this one blue-eyed lizard gave me 550 EXP. Moreover, the greater the level difference, the greater chance of items appearing. However, apart from the 5 silver coins that it had dropped, there was not anything else. This was understandable. The drop rate of good equipment from normal monsters was quite low. After killing slimes for 5 hours, I had found 1 piece of silver equipment. As such, it was important to remember not to expect too much when farming off normal monsters. Looking around me, I found that this small map was called the Shallow Swamp. Within the Shallow Swamp there were many blue-eyed lizards, which ranged from LV20 to LV25. I could probably level up all the way to LV20 here. Not too far away, I spotted an NPC lying on the ground, weakly groaning. I immediately ran over, and found that it was a middle-aged soldier wearing a set of full-body armor. He was lying on the grass, his legs covered in blood. It looked as if he had been ambushed by something. The NPC looked at me, and seemed to be pleasantly surprised. "Young warrior, it's great that you're here. Can you help me with something?" Ding! System announcement. Accept the captain's request. I immediately accepted, and another system announcement rang out. Ding! System announcement. You have accepted the quest Collect Lizard Skin, difficulty, 80. Quest details. Kill the blue-eyed lizards nearby, and collect 50 lizard skins. Deliver them to Captain Aaron, and he will make you a set of leather armor? I couldn't help but smile. There wasn't even a furnace here, and yet this injured captain was going to make a set of leather armor for me. The designer of this game's head must have problems. The difficulty of this quest was once again higher than the previous ones. It was now 80 points. It must be because the system recognized my level, LV15. Challenging a group of LV20 blue-eyed lizards was suicidal. However, the system didn't take into account the treasure I had in my hands, the Golden King Bow, which made it more than just easy. With this quest, leveling up was going to be even easier. I took a quick look at the level rankings. I was number 4087 in China. However, the 1000th ranked player was only LV16. Alright, let's see if I can get to LV18 before I sleep, and enter China's top 1000. I turned towards a blue-eyed lizard and shot an ice arrow. After being slowed, it slowly crawled towards me. While it did this, it was finished off by 2 of my armor-piercing arrows. In fact, if I was lucky and got a critical hit, just 1 armor-piercing arrow would be able to insta-kill the LV20 blue-eyed lizard. While gaining extravagant amounts of EXP, time quickly flowed away. When I took another look at the time, it was already 5 AM. The speed at which I killed the blue-eyed lizards was incredible. I killed about 3 to 5 blue-eyed lizards per minute, and in just 1 hour, I had leveled up twice to LV17, as well as collected 50 lizard skins. Seeing that it was still early in the morning, and work started at 9 AM, I decided that I would go to sleep soon. 3 hours should be sufficient. Even if it wasn't enough, I could take a small nap at work, then continue to game at home. As they say, youth is wealth, we can afford it. As such, I went to hand in my quest. In the distance, the captain who was lying on the ground seemed to be in a better condition. After receiving the 50 lizard skins, he cheerfully laughed. "Brave warrior, your courage has conquered this swamp. Please wait, I will make a set of leather armor for you." The captain bustled about, and who knew how he did it, but after a prismatic light shone, a shiny leather armor appeared in his hands. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations, you have completed the quest Collect Lizard Skins. You have gained 25,000 EXP, 5 gold coins, fame plus 150 and received an item pristine luminous leather armor. Whoosh! With a whooshing sound, a golden glow appeared above my head. I had once again leveled up, and had finally reached LV18. I looked through the level rankings again. Having reached LV18, I was now number 83 in all of China. The number 1 position still belonged to the female magician called Qingfeng Lan Yu, who was already LV20. The other top rankings all belonged to males. Haha, after entering the top 100, today's mission had been completed. It appeared that the equipment that the quest had given me did not have to be appraised, so I took a look at its stats. Pristine luminous leather armor, bronze level equipment leather armor. Defense, 36. Agility, plus 5. Constitution, plus 4. Required level, 18. Hehe, a bronze level equipment with fairly high defense was exactly what I needed. I immediately equipped the pristine luminous leather armor happily. Now, my defense had been raised to 82, which was higher than even most knights of the current stage of the game. Now, the blue-eyed lizards couldn't even break through my defense. Of course, it had to be noted that defense was their strongest attribute, not attack power. I had a look at my inventory. I originally had 18 gold coins, but after killing so many blue-eyed lizards and completing the quest, I now had 32 gold coins. It looked like I would have much more than enough to fulfill the company's expectations, so the rest I could use in real life when the money exchange system opened. After walking to the safe zone at the edge of the forest, I logged out. After taking off the game helmet, I found that my body was covered in sweat. I immediately went to take a cold shower. For breakfast, I stuffed some pieces of bread into my mouth and washed it all down with a cup of warm water. I set my alarm to 8 AM, then crashed onto my bed. After getting some nice rest, the irritating sound of my alarm clock woke me up. The pain of being woken up from some sweet and necessary sleep was terrible. However, I didn't keep sleeping. I definitely did not want to be late on my second day of the job. As such, I quickly got up and brushed my teeth. I hurriedly rushed out, and made my way to the office. On the streets there were many girls walking with their friends to school. There were lollies everywhere. By the time I got to my work, it was nearly 9 AM. I swiped my card, and sat on the sofa next to my desk, then took out a piece of bread which I finished in just 3 bites. At this time, the 4 beauties also appeared. Bingcha Tln, translated as iced tea by the original translator, carried a small bag, and sat on another sofa. She looked at me and smiled. Shu Sheng, how'd you go last night? What level are you now? I smiled back, doing pretty well, I've already changed class. Oh, what class did you choose? Archer? The beautiful Bingcha seemed quite delighted. Great. That way, we have 2 archers. You and Silent Rain are both archers, I'm a fencer and Summer. Summer, what's your class? TLN, Silent Rain was translated as Rainfall by original translator. Summer wore a loose dress, and sat next to me. Half of her legs dangled onto my body, and she laughed. I'm a summoner, I can already summon LV-10 wolf cubs. I was slightly shocked. Summer's dress revealed quite a bit of cleavage, but she did not seem to mind at all. She rested one of her snowy white hands on my shoulder, and smilingly said, Big brother Shu Sheng, do you want me to help you level up? If you do, you can give me your QQ number? My ears instantly went red, and I couldn't utter a single word. Damn, since I was young, I had never been able to get so close with a beauty before. Seeing my awkward reaction, Bingcha ill-humoredly laughed. Summer, you should behave yourself. Otherwise, you might scare Shu Sheng away. We're all going to be spending a lot of time together, so what's the rush? I was stunned. What do you guys mean? It sounds like I'm like a little chicken that you're raising to eat one day. Summer smirked. No way. Our Snow Moon office is a very united group. If anyone bullies you, I'll be there to protect you. I was speechless. A little summoner actually had such confidence. At this moment, Ziutln, translated as Purple Moon by original translator, walked in with a few cups of tea. Come. I'm sure we all stayed up all night. Let's drink some chrysanthemum tea to revive ourselves? I nodded, and moved my body to the left, allowing Summer to properly sit on the sofa. Although her breasts weren't that large, but she had wide hips and a large behind. As such, I asked, Beautiful Summer, do you have a boyfriend? Summer smiled. I used to have one, but the bastard kept asking to deepen our relationship by pulling me to the bedroom. For my pure body, I kicked him away. I was quite shocked. This woman was not simple at all. Bingcha brought over a bottle of iced tea and took a drink, then asked, How have you guys been going with the gold coin requirement? Have you all collected 2 gold coins yet? Silent Rain nodded her head, and, I got exactly 2 gold coins last night. Ziu instead replied, I only got 10 silver coins. Summer was even worse off, 2 silver coins, I didn't even have enough to buy potions. Bingcha had nothing to say, and instead asked me, What about you, Shu Sheng? I replied, I found a few friends and worked together, and got just enough. Bingcha immediately began to exclaim, You girls, look at Shu Sheng and how good his attitude is. After not coming in for a few days, you've all become so useless. I laughed, and turned on my office computer. I looked at the rankings online. The female magician Qingfeng Lan Yu was still number 1 on the level rankings, being LV22. As for me, my Golden King Bao was still the king of all the other equipment on the equipment ranking. Bingcha and the others all came up and looked at my screen. Bingcha exclaimed in disbelief, This Qingfeng Lan Yu is so incredible. When I woke up this morning, I looked at her records and she had only just logged off. I wonder what sort of woman she is. Silent Rain replied, Levels don't matter that much. After all, she could ask others to help her level up. If she had a group of people getting monsters down to half HP for her to finish off, this wouldn't be too difficult. The thing is, did you guys see that silver grade Bao on the equipment rankings? It's so incredible. Who would have such luck to find a silver grade equipment already? Even big sister I don't even have a bronze grade equipment. Ziu retorted, You're not that bad off. I farmed for an entire night, but I only have a steel axe. If I had a better equipment, I probably would have been able to get up to LV15. At this moment, Summer said, When I came in just then, Director Ling's office seemed to be locked. I don't think she has come yet. I could not help but be shocked. Who's Director Ling? Summer gave an ambiguous smile. Director Ling, is a super beauty. After meeting her, you have to control yourself? Could it be Ling Shui? It probably was otherwise. How else would she have the power to get me into the development decision? Plus, if she didn't have a high position, how else would she be able to afford a BMW? Summer said, Shu Sheng, I don't know what you should be doing yet, so just surf the web for now. When Director Ling is here, she'll give you some tasks. I nodded, sure. As such, I peacefully looked through Spirit of Grief's website and forum. Near noon, Summer walked over and patted my shoulder. Shu Sheng, the director wants to see you? I was slightly nervous, and walked towards the director's office. Thud thud. I knocked on the door. Come in. From inside came a woman's gentle voice, which sounded very similar to Ling Shui's. I opened the door and entered. Behind the large office desk was a beautiful figure. She was writing something on her notebook with a look of concentration. Her long hair fell to her chest, and below her the white collars of her shirt, 2 proud peaks emerged, which could cause any man to fall into a trance. After 10 or so seconds, she finally raised her head. As I saw her face, I was stunned. That beautiful face, delicate skin, high nose, full and red lips, and beautiful eyes. Who else could it be, except Ling Shui? She looked at me, and calmly asked, You're Ding Shu Sheng? I was surprised after not having seen me for a day. Did she not recognize me anymore? As such, I answered, Ling Shui, I didn't think you worked here. Who would have thought? The beautiful woman coldly replied, I'm not Ling Shui, look carefully. I'm Ling Yu, the savage grandma who you talked to over the phone. TLN, see chapter 2. What? Ling Yu? I was completely speechless. So that day, when I answered Ling Shui's phone, that was her older sister, Ling Yu? Goddamn, so they were twins. Ling Yu gave me a cold look, and continued to speak. If it wasn't for Ling Shui continuously asking me to accept you into the development division, I definitely wouldn't let you in. You actually dared to call me a savage grandma? My heart was beating furiously. Goddamn, if I was to work under Ling Yu, wouldn't I have to take a lot of crap from her? Those proverbs were completely right. A single wrong step results in eternal regret. Because of you, Ling Shui is still leveling up right now. As for you, go and work seriously at the game. And also, don't you dare to bully those girls. They're all treasures that the company paid a fortune to recruit. And, sure. Ling Yu nodded, you can go now, I'm gonna nap for a bit longer. Nap for a bit longer? Ling Yu suddenly came back to her senses, get out, get out. I quickly retreated and closed the door. Just before the door closed, I could already see Ling Yu's head on the table. In the afternoon, I had been lying on the table until it was nearly time to go home when Summer adamantly pulled me to the plaza to walk around. According to Summer, walking around at the plaza was refreshing. Bing Cha was drinking tea, Silent Rain was surfing the web, and Ziyu was reading magazines. None of them wanted to go out into the sun. As such, it was only me who was accompanying Summer. What was strange was that Summer's skin was incredibly white, and did not look at all like she spent much time in the sun. After walking past a few stalls, one of the middle-aged women at a stall jokingly said to us, oh, Miss Summers got a new boyfriend? Do you want to buy a video recorder? You can record while you play? Summer embarrassedly pulled my arm, no way, I definitely wouldn't record such things. TLN, that's what it says in the Ross. A few middle-aged women all began to laugh, making her even more embarrassed. After an entire day, I didn't see Ling Shui even once. After going home from work, I found that I actually felt a bit disappointed. Forget it, Ling Yu said that Ling Shui was still leveling up, how would she have time to come? I politely declined Summer's invitation to help me level up. I felt that if I trained with her, it would be me helping her level up instead. At this stage of the game, little summoners didn't have any powerful or useful summons at all. From what Bing Cha had said, at least for now, we would all be playing in our own homes. However, after not too long, the company would buy a house for employee players to have a nice environment to play in. All of us from the Snow Moon office would be living together, which would help us to bond as a team. As such, I was very much looking forward to the future of the Snow Moon office. But for now, I would go home and train by myself. I appeared at the boundary of the forest. Inside my inventory, I still had quite a few red potions and blue potions left. However, having reached LV18, these blue-eyed lizards were no longer as appealing to me. Thus, I decided to go and find a new place to train. Plus, there were now many teams here killing blue-eyed lizards. Seeing that I was by myself, they all looked at me strangely. Perhaps they thought that it was weird that I had been able to survive by myself. Looking at the level rankings, I had dropped from number 83 in China to 547. It seemed that a lot of people had given up on rest, and decided to level for the entire day. The number 1 player, the female magician Xingfeng Lanyu, was not online, but was already LV23. Right now, I was LV18. Getting to LV23 wouldn't be too hard. After all, with the best weapon in Spirit of Grief, killing monsters and gaining EXP became incredibly easy. And so, I immediately began to head west. On the map, towards the west there was a city called Twilight City, which was a level 2 city. Of course, one could only upgrade their class at Twilight City, and the adventurers in there could provide many services for players. Right now, only 7 people were above LV20. Those people were probably all within that level 2 city. Thinking to there, I left the shallow swamp, and after walking for about 10 minutes, I arrived at a dark and windy place. The map revealed its name, Savage Wolf Ridge. So this was the Savage Wolf Ridge of the legends? Half a month ago, it had been advertised that within Spirit of Grief, the Savage Wolf Ridge was like heaven for low-level players. One could obtain many rewards there. As the wind blew, the howls of savage wolves also entered my ears. Far away, a black shadow was pacing around underneath a tree. It was evidently a gigantic wolf, with a pair of red eyes that caused one to shudder. Saliva leaked out of its mouth, and sharp sword-like bones stuck out of its back. Ravenous Sword Wolf, Enhanced Monster. Level? Attack power? Defense? HP? The numerous question marks told me that my level was much too low to see the Ravenous Sword Wolf's stats. Without any hesitation, I shot out an ice arrow. As it was hit, a layer of frost appeared on the Sword Wolf's body. This attack caused 300 damage, but it was evident that its HP was much greater than that of the blue-eyed lizards. The 300 damage only took off about 10% of its HP bar. I immediately changed to an armor-piercing arrow. As the armor-piercing arrow shot into its head, its HP was reduced by another 500. Evidently, its defense was not very high, and the armor-piercing arrow did not have much of an effect. 1105. As such, I switched to my other active skill, Fire Arrow. Consuming 5 MP, a tongue of flame burst forth on the head of the arrow, and as it shot out, it became a streak of fire which landed on the Sword Wolf's head. 1105. It was a 4-digit damage figure? I was greatly surprised, and saw that the flames seemed to have lit the sword wolf's fur on fire. No wonder that one arrow had done so much damage. It seemed that the sword wolf was weak towards fire. I was very pleased. Luckily I had learned all of the skills from the archer instructor. Otherwise, it would take over 2 minutes to kill the sword wolf. However, with this fire arrow, I would be able to kill it easily. While I was celebrating, the sword wolf had already come close, and it slashed at me. I felt a massive clawing pain at my chest, and saw that I had lost 248 HP. My expression sunk, and I hurriedly swallowed a red potion. The sword wolf once again charged at me, and mercilessly bit down on my leg, causing 240 damage. In just a few seconds, my HP had nearly been completely depleted. I desperately retreated a few steps and shot an ice arrow, slowing the sword wolf down, and ran as fast as I could. When I reached the range limit, I turned around, and shot a fire arrow. 2240. A fatal blow? With the fire arrow being elementally effective against the sword wolf, and also being a critical hit, the sword wolf was instantly killed. The sword wolf's large body fell to the ground as it gave a pitiful cry. A few things clattered to the ground. It was many silver coins. Who knew what level this sword wolf was? It had nearly killed me twice within a few seconds. Luckily I had the golden king bow, as well as the critical at the last moment, which finished it off. I walked over, and found that the sword wolf had dropped red flame hand guards, as well as 10 or so silver coins. I picked all of them up and looked at the hand guard stats. Red flame hand guards, bronze level equipment, leather armor. Defense, 36. Agility, +5. Required level, 25. Unappraised. I was incredibly shocked. This red flame hand guards was a LV-25 piece of equipment. Applying normal logic, the equipment that normal monsters dropped was usually lower level than them. Didn't that mean the sword wolf that I had just killed was far above LV-25? Having killed a monster that was nearly 10 levels above me, my EXP bar noticeably grew. I placed the red flame hand guards into my inventory, then consumed another potion. After a while, my HP returned to max HP. I now knew that I needed to carefully sequence my skills, first using an ice arrow, then a fire arrow. This way, I could probably kill them before they even reached me, and would not take much time. I tried out this tactic on another sword wolf, and found that it was indeed quite effective. I had only expended tens of MP, but had easily killed a sword wolf, and again received 10 or so silver coins. As I joyfully collected my silver coins, I looked up, and saw that in the distance, there was a small tent with smoke rising above it. There was a quest. I quickly ran over, and saw 2 hunter NPCs around a stove. I began to talk to them, and one of the hunters told me, there is no peace in the Savage Wolf Ridge. Those wicked sword wolves often go to villages to attack villagers. Half a month ago, 3 brilliant hunters came to Savage Wolf Ridge, but we have not heard from them for a long time. Rumor says that a ferocious king sword wolf has appeared. Young man, do you have the courage to fight the king sword wolf? Ding! System announcement, would you like to accept the quest? Quests were something that you could not have too many of. On the forum, many players were lamenting that there simply were not enough quests to go around. Seeing this quest, I was overjoyed and immediately accepted it. Ding! System announcement, you have accepted the quest King Sword Wolf. Difficulty, 387. Quest details, enter into the Savage Wolf Ridge, and collect 100 wolf fur by killing the sword wolves there. Then, enter the depths of the Savage Wolf Ridge and kill the King Sword Wolf, and give its head to the hunter Vigo. Looking at the quest details, I was completely dumbfounded. The difficulty was a terrifying 387. It was rumored that the numerical difficulty of a quest represented the chance that it would be failed by the player in their current condition. A difficulty of 10 meant that the player, at his or her current level, would have a 10% chance of failing the quest. A difficulty of 100 meant that the player, at his or her current level, would have a 100% chance of failing the quest. Of course, this was just an explanation provided by players, but it was a known fact that the higher the numerical difficulty, the more difficult the quest would be to complete. This quest I had undoubtedly told me that it was practically impossible for me to kill the King Sword Wolf. However, looking at the Golden King bow in my hand, I knew that it was the biggest variable. After thinking about it, I could not help but be incredibly thrilled and elated. After the Golden Slime King, I finally had another chance to fight another boss. Within the forest, the howls of wolves echoed out continuously, causing one to shudder. Underneath a tree, many sword wolves with savage, glowing red eyes surveyed their surroundings. I didn't dare to go any closer. After all, I was by myself. If I was too careless, and ended up dying, I could drop my Golden King bow, and my full-strength archer build would become completely useless. A blue light shot out, and the ice arrow I released buried itself into one of the sword wolf's neck. Immediately, I then shot out a fire arrow, causing the sword wolf to take a few steps back. By the time it began to charge at me, it had been hit by a second ice arrow, and right before it reached me, another fire arrow found its head. The ferocious sword wolf crashed to the ground, and not only did it drop 10 or so silver coins, but also a piece of wolf fur the size of my palm. I picked it up and examined it. It was indeed the wolf fur necessary for the quest. I killed another few sword wolves, but none of them dropped any wolf fur. Only after killing the 7th sword wolf did I find another piece of wolf fur. It seemed that the drop rate for this quest item was not very high. However, the abundant amount of EXP and silver coins made me feel overjoyed. After about an hour, a golden light flashed. I had finally reached LV19. At the same time, I had gained 14 sword wolf fur. It seemed that collecting 100 pieces of wolf fur would take at least 7 to 8 hours. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. A sword wolf charged towards me, and as a fiery red light shot out, it too collapsed on the ground. A piece of equipment fell to the ground, and a ding noise also sounded out. System announcement, congratulations, you have reached LV20. System announcement, congratulations, you have awakened a talent low-level healing? I was slightly shocked, and remembered that when players reached LV20, they would receive a talent. There were many different types of talents, but their effects were all mediocre. My talent was low-level healing. It was a skill that could not be upgraded, and could heal me for 100 HP for 10 MP every time. I gave a wry smile, time to pretend to be a priest to get in with the fencer beauties. I then remembered the piece of equipment that the sword wolf had dropped. It was a piece of leather armor, glowing with a slightly red light. I picked it up and looked at it. Red flame breastplate, bronze level equipment leather armor. Defense, 36. Agility, +8. Required level, 25. Equipment set attributes, unappraised. I rubbed my eyes to make sure that I wasn't seeing things. This red flame breastplate was part of a set. No wonder the system said that the Savage Wolf Ridge was similar to heaven. Not only could one kill monsters for large amounts of EXP, but they could even find equipment sets. This was a golden training area. I decided to put the red flame breastplate into my inventory. I'd appraise it after I went back to a town or village. I wondered what effects would appear when I collected an entire set. My healing talent seemed pretty good. It only had a 2-second cast time, and could restore 100 HP. This way, I wouldn't have to rely on red potions anymore. After all, swapping 10 MP for 100 HP was definitely worth it. Moreover, the ice arrow and fire arrow's proficiencies were unceasingly increasing. I estimated that by the time I completed this quest, both of these skills would be upgraded to intermediate skills. After leveling up to LV20, I wholeheartedly devoted myself to killing sword wolves. My EXP bar continuously grew, and by 2 AM, I had collected all of the wolf fur, as well as found a red flame helmet and red flame boots. If I could find leg guards, I would have a complete set. Although I was now only LV22, this was enough to once again push me into the top 100. I was now the 12th in China. If I could keep this going, I could stand at the top of China. After leveling to LV22, I could finally see the levels of the sword wolves. The sword wolves that I had been farming off were LV27 monsters, and had 150 attack power. No wonder they did so much damage to me. By 3 AM, the entire Savage Wolf Ridge had been cleared out by me. What was shocking was that after 6 hours, the monsters still had not respawned yet. Heading towards the depths of the Savage Wolf Ridge, I could only find 2 sword wolves. After clearing them with my fire arrows, with clatter, the final piece of the red flame equipment set, the leg guards, appeared. I was incredibly elated, and put the red flame leg guards into my inventory. I took a deep breath, for I had now arrived in the depths of the Savage Wolf Ridge. At the bottom of a bleak white cliff, there were 5 wolves standing there. 4 of them looked very ordinary. However, the one in the center looked extremely savage, and had an entire body of red fur. It was 2 meters high, and its sharp teeth glistened with its saliva. The wolf in the middle was definitely the King Sword Wolf. I deduced that the 4 wolves around the King Sword Wolf were the King's guards. Their levels were probably the same as the King's, as their levels were hidden from me. I knew that engaging the 5 of them in battle would be dangerous, but walking away from a free boss was simply stupid. The question I then had to consider was whether I should kill the guards first, or take down the king first. If I could see all of their stats, this would make the choice easier, but as my level was too low, I couldn't use their stats to devise a strategy. Thinking to here, I thought, screw it, might as well just shoot then think. Swish! A fire arrow shot into one of the king's guards' neck. 2456. A devastating strike. However, I couldn't feel happy at all. This was because although I had cleared out more than 2,000 HP, its HP had only been reduced by a bit. Its total HP was probably more than 50,000. I drew in a breath of cold air. At this moment, that king's guard had already leapt towards me, and its sharp claws dug into my shoulder. Ignoring the pain, I was pleasantly shocked to find that the king's guard had only taken out about 35 HP. It had barely broken through my defense. Could it be that the king's guard's attack power did not even reach 100? This seemed quite logical. After all, they were pretty much meat shields for the king. Having large amounts of HP, but low attack power, was quite normal for a guard. Suddenly, a red blur appeared within my field of vision, and I felt a sharp pain in my chest. My whole body was knocked flying back by the attack. Ding! Battle announcement. You have received damage from the King Sword Wolf, and have lost 443 HP. I was extremely shaken, and looked at my remaining 2 HP. I only had 480 HP in total, and after consecutively being hit by the King's Guard and the King's Sword Wolf, I only had a measly 2 HP left. Crash! I was knocked flying by the King's Sword Wolf's attack to the base of the cliff. Behind me there was only hard rocks, whereas the 4 King's Guards had already charged up to me. I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. I quickly swallowed a 300 HP red potion, then used my healing talent, and pulled my HP back up. At this moment, the 4 king's guards all leapt towards me, and began to attack. Scratch 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 scratch. Under their furious attacks, my HP once again dropped below 200 HP. However, relying on drinking potions and my healing talent, I could still recover my HP. I suddenly realized a very good piece of news. The King's Sword Wolf looked at me savagely, but did not approach. This was because I was surrounded by the 4 king's guards, and thus it could not attack me. Damn, hey, race my chance. I immediately shot a fire arrow towards the King's Sword Wolf. The fire arrow struck the head of the King's Sword Wolf, and a damage figure arose. 894. Although the damage figure was not too high, it was still decent. This was a boss over LV27. To be able to deal this much damage to such a boss, most players would be completely speechless. After all, between LV15 and LV20, most players would already be overjoyed if their attack power was over 100. The King's Sword Wolf furiously howled, but it was a pity that it could not do anything about it. It was evident that the system had not given the King's guards much intelligence. They could not receive orders from the King, neither did they think of moving aside to make way for the King. I continuously drank potions to maintain my HP, and occasionally used my healing talent. I felt super lucky. If it wasn't for my healing talent, I definitely wouldn't be able to stay alive. Although the King's Sword Wolf had incredible attack power, it did not have much HP. After 10 minutes, my fire arrows had already reduced its HP by half. Another 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. As the final fire arrow shot into its head, it gave a pathetic cry and collapsed, and dropped many items. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations, you have killed the boss King's Sword Wolf. You have received 120,000 EXP and fame plus 450. Equipment? Seeing the sparkling equipment on the ground, my greatest desire was to go over and pick them up. However, I remembered that I was still surrounded by the 4 king's guards. Goddamn, these annoying guys. I felt incredibly furious towards these wolves that I had felt very grateful to just a while ago. After continuously alternating between firing fire arrows, drinking red potions and using my healing talent, they all met the same outcome as the King's Sword Wolf. Without a second thought, I ran towards the King's Sword Wolf's body, and collected the 3 pieces of equipment into my inventory. Red Flame Equipment Set. Translator/editor, Mr. Voltaire. TLN, I'll be translating equipment as bronze grade equipment from now on, instead of level. It makes more sense that way. While tanking the damage from the 3 king's guards, I quickly drank a potion while picking up the 25 gold coins that the King's Sword Wolf had dropped, as well as the King's Sword Wolf's bloody head. I didn't have time to look at the stats of the equipment, that would come after getting rid of the king's guards in 10 or so minutes. After a while, the savage wolf ridge lapsed into silence. All of the monsters had been slain, and had been turned into my EXP and gold. Of course, there was also the 5 pieces of the Red Flame Equipment Set, as well as the 3 pieces of equipment from the King's Sword Wolf. In just one night, I had gained 8 pieces of equipment, and they were all definitely superb. The EXP from the King's Sword Wolf caused me to level up to LV23, and was close to LV24. After handing in the quest, I was sure that the EXP I would gain would push me all the way up to LV25. I quickly ran back to where the hunters were, and took out the 100 pieces of wolf fur, as well as the King's Sword Wolf's head. Immediately, the hunter's eyes widened, and after a short while he finally spoke. Brave young man, you actually completed such a difficult quest. Here, this is your reward. Ding! System announcement, congratulations, you have completed the quest King's Sword Wolf. You have received 180,000 EXP, 10 gold coins and fame plus 400. The EXP and gold rewards were quite good for a quest with a difficulty level of 387. However, the only downside was that there was no equipment reward. Despite this, I was not too disappointed. After all, it was said that the chance for a quest to give equipment rewards was only about 25%. Just as I had expected, the abundant amount of EXP caused me to level up to LV25. I once again opened the level rankings. I was now number 6 in China. The number 1 position still belonged to the female magician Qingfeng Ling Yu, and the other 4 were all players with names starting with Battle Soul. I thought for a while, this Battle Soul name sounded very familiar. I remembered that they were a group that had recently been formed, and had gathered many experts. They practically dominated every single virtual game. I never thought that they would enter Spirit of Grief as well. It seemed that the future would hold many challenges and battles. Just like the Sword Flame and Fated Powers, I was bound to have battles with Battle Soul. After all, players were all aiming for the top, and the only way to talk was with one's fists. I had a look at the time, and found that it was already 4 AM. It was still 1 HR away from when I had planned to log off, so I took out a teleport scroll that I had bought for 1 gold coin and returned to Novice Village. Only after LV30 can one set their teleport scroll to take them to a corresponding main city. A white light flashed, and I appeared in the Novice Village. Most players were still wearing their shabby equipment, most still had the tattered clothing that gave only 0 to 1 defense. To the current me, it felt like I had walked into a world of beggars. I walked to the appraisal shop, and put the 5 pieces of the Red Flame Equipment Set on the table. The appraiser, upon looking at them, seemed slightly shocked, and then said in a low voice, "Total appraisal fee is 15 gold coins?" It seemed that each piece required 3 gold coins, so they were probably just bronze grade equipment. Indeed, it was not that easy for silver grade equipment to drop. After paying 15 gold coins, the appraiser passed his hand over the equipment, and the 5 pieces of equipment shone with a faint light. Red flame breastplate, bronze grade equipment leather. Defense, 55. Agility, plus 12. Constitution, plus 8. Required level, 25. Equipment set effect, long distance attack power plus 15%, defense plus 5%, plus 12% chance to dodge an opponent's physical attack. Red flame leg guard, bronze grade equipment leather. Defense, 45. Agility, plus 9. Constitution, plus 6. Required level, 25. Red flame boots, bronze grade equipment leather. Defense, 42. Agility, plus 9. Constitution, plus 6. Required level, 25. Red flame leather hat, bronze grade equipment leather. Defense, 45. Agility, plus 8. Constitution, plus 4. Required level, 25. Red flame handguard, bronze grade equipment leather. Defense, 42. Agility, plus 9. Constitution, plus 6. Required level, 25. Although these 5 pieces of equipment were only bronze grade, but their value came from their levels. The effects they gave were also awesome. I took off the pristine luminous leather armor and windrunner boots, and when all 5 pieces of the red flame equipment set were equipped, my body felt incredibly warm, as well as very light. The equipment set also gave off a unique glow, through which one could tell that this set of armor was definitely not ordinary. Ding! System announcement, equipment set effects have been activated, your long distance attack power plus 15%, defense plus 5%, plus 12% chance of dodging an opponent's physical attacks. Once again, I was overjoyed. After I upgraded my skills, I would definitely be undefeatable. Ha ha ha, I had a look at my stats. Easily angered bookworm, apprentice archer. Level, 25. HP, 880. Attack power, 175 to 230. Defense, 205. Fame, 1041. Luck, 0. I put all of my points from leveling up into strength, which gave me 27 points of attack power. Right now, my defense had reached a terrifying level of 205 points. My HP had risen to 650, but with the 26 constitution from the equipment set, my overall HP became 880. I laughed out loud. I was now a high defense tank archer. I suddenly thought of the equipment that had dropped from the King Sword Wolf, and took them out. The first was a pair of armored boots. I put them on the table, and the appraiser gave it a casual glance and said, "Appraisal fee, 80 silver coins." I immediately knew that this was probably a trash piece of equipment. The boots flashed, and its stats were displayed. Wolf tail battle boots, steel grade equipment. Defense, 72. Strength, plus 4. Required level, 27. Goddamn, turns out it was indeed a trash piece of equipment. However, it wasn't entirely useless. Warrior classes had very high defense, and just a steel grade piece of armor greatly exceeded the defense from any of the equipment from the bronze grade red flame equipment set. If a LV-27 berserker used bronze grade equipment, I might have to use an armor piercing arrow to break through their defense. The second item that the King's Sword Wolf had dropped was a book, so it didn't need to be appraised. Red Flame Sea, skill book summons a sea of flames that causes damage to a set area. Requirements, LV-25 magician. Once again, I was very pleased. Although there weren't many magicians who could use this book right now, after half a week, most magicians would be around LV-25. At that time, there would be a great demand for skill books. The third piece of equipment that the King's Sword Wolf had dropped was a radiant dagger. Just from looking at it, my instincts told me that it might be a silver grade equipment. When I put the dagger on the table, the appraiser's attitude completely changed, and said, This is a treasure. Appraisal fee is 10 gold coins? I was ecstatic and immediately paid the appraisal fee. The appraiser's hand passed over it, and a brilliant light shone out from the dagger. Lightwave dagger, silver grade equipment. Attack power, 60 to 95. Agility, plus 15. Constitution, plus 8. Required level, 25. The dagger had impressive attack power, but definitely could not be compared to the Golden King bow. From this, I determined that the Golden King bow's stats definitely surpassed the silver grade, and was even bordering on the gold grade. Archers could equip 2 types of weapons, one was bows, and the other was daggers. As such, I equipped the Lightwave dagger, and my HP rose by 40 points, bringing me to a total of 920 HP. There were no other players in the appraisal shop, so I turned on the visual effects of the Red Flame equipment set, Golden King bow and the Lightwave dagger. Immediately, the room burst into light. It was simply dazzling. I was very satisfied, and turned off the visual effects. I decided that I would continue to keep a low profile. Once I started fighting other people, I would be unstoppable. I went outside, and stored the Red Flame Sea skill book into my inventory. I cleared my throat, and sold the pristine luminous leather armor and windrunner boots, which got me another 10 gold coins. Now, I had 76 gold coins in my inventory. At this stage of the game, I was incredibly rich. I restocked on potions, and found that I didn't have anything to do. Going back to the Savage Wolf Ridge was not feasible. I wasn't sure if the monsters there had respawned yet, and just going there would take half an hour or so. I shook my head and laughed. Never mind, I'll just sleep. Health is wealth. Just as I was about to log off, a DI sound rang out. It was a message from a friend. I opened it, and saw that it was from Purple Rhyme. Immediately, Purple Rhyme's figure appeared in my mind. What did such a beautiful priest want from me? The message said, "Are you busy? Can you help me with something?" Since I had nothing to do, I replied, "I'm not busy." After a few seconds, another message from Purple Rhyme appeared, "Then I'll meet you at the village entrance." I walked towards the village entrance, and saw a beautiful figure appear there. It was Purple Rhyme. She was wearing a slightly glowing magician's robe. Judging from its appearance, it was probably a bronze-grade equipment. The Sword Flame Guild was quite impressive. They had acquired a bronze-grade magician's robe in such a short period of time. Purple Rhyme was looking around, probably searching for me. As I was wearing the red flame equipment set, she did not recognize me at all, until I walked up to her and smilingly said, "Hi." Immediately, Purple Rhyme turned and looked at me, her eyes full of shock and surprise. Only after a long pause did she smile and say, "You've gotten together an equipment set so quickly, wow." I humbly smiled, "Nah, it's nothing." "That's right, did you want help with a quest?" It's a quest. I need to kill a LV-20 boss, but Dragon Soul and Punisher have already logged off, so I thought of you. I won't waste too much of your time, and I'll give you 5 gold coins for your time," Purple Rhyme earnestly said. I couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry about it, you consider me as a friend, right? It's just killing a boss. I'll treat it as traveling with a beautiful girl for free, so I'll be happy as long as you don't charge me money." My words caused Purple Rhyme to laugh, which caused her to look incredibly beautiful and gentle. At the same time, at another corner of the novice village, a beautiful fencer finished off a dog-headed man by herself. A golden light appeared above her head, and she wiped off the sweat on her forehead as she sweetly smiled. "I've finally reached LV-20. I wonder if that dummy has reached LV-20 yet." Under the moonlight, the young lady's snow-white skin gleamed, making her seem especially enchanting and beautiful. Porcupine Boss. Translator/editor, Mr. Voltaire. Purple Rhyme's quest was to go to a mountain cave to the east of the novice village and kill a porcupine boss. When I asked her what the difficulty was, she smiled and replied, "Its difficulty is 150. So, do you have the guts?" I couldn't help but smile. "Of course I do." I don't know why, but Purple Rhyme's cheeks suddenly reddened, and she said, "Then let's quickly go over." There were many people who accepted this quest. If we don't get there first, we'll have to wait 10 hours for the boss to respawn. I nodded, and ran with her towards the east. Perhaps it was because it was too boring to just run, but Purple Rhyme asked me, "Shu Shang, what do you do in Suzhou?" I thought for a while and answered, "I do business planning at a digital company, but I'm not exactly sure what I'm supposed to do specifically. What about you?" Purple Rhyme raised her eyebrows, and smiled. "Pretty much the same sort of thing. I work at an advertising company, but I haven't been going to work lately. I've been farming at night and sleeping during the day." I felt quite envious of her and said, "That's such a good life. I farm at night, and go to work during the day. I can only take short naps at work." Purple Rhyme could not help but smile. "If you don't like what you do, then come to our company?" "Oh, never mind, a professional player like you can live happily through the money exchange system. You probably don't need to come to a place like that." I laughed. "Professional player? I've just had some good luck. I couldn't compare to your Sword Flame Guild. Oh, by the way, who thought of the name Sword Flame? It sounds like cheap things. TLN, Sword Flame equals Jianhuo, cheap things equals Jianhuo. Boss Dragon Soul came up with that name. I had nothing to do with it. However, Boss Dragon Soul is a good person. He's very righteous and loyal, and will go to any lengths for his friends. Punisher, that guy, doesn't really use his brain. Luckily Boss Dragon Soul is always there to watch over him. What about Ghostfire? What's he like?" I suddenly thought of the Necromancer. Purple Rhyme gave a slight smile. "I've never met Ghostfire in person, but in-game he's always very quiet, and looks very cold. However, I know that he's one of those cold on the outside, but warm on the inside people." In Eternal Moon, because there was some enmity between Punisher and the guild master of a guild, Ghostfire went and charged into the 100-man guild, and killed the guild master. Not bad, not bad. It seems that this Sword Flame Guild is quite good." Purple Rhyme looked at me, and asked, "Do you want to join us?" At this moment, I thought that any normal man would not be able to resist this sort of temptation. Purple Rhyme's beauty eyes seemed to draw me in like a magnet. However, I had reasons to refuse. After half a minute, I gave a faint smile. "If that person abandons me, then I'll join Sword Flame. However, before then, I want to be with her, and help her with anything." Purple Rhyme seemed slightly shocked and asked, "What sort of person is this? Is she your girlfriend?" This caused me to laugh out loud. Of course not. Why would such a beauty settle for a poor guy like me? I owe her a lot, because if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't even be able to enter this game. "Ah, I see." Purple Rhyme smiled. "I won't force you then, but just remember that Sword Flame will always welcome you." I nodded, "Thanks." By this time, we had reached a small cave within the depths of the forest. There practically weren't any players around. Purple Rhyme was a priest, so naturally, she couldn't take the risk of checking out the cave first. As such, I led the way, and added Purple Rhyme into my party. It was quite dark in the cave, and it felt very uncomfortable walking on the soggy, wet dirt. Purple Rhyme gripped a green steel-grade staff in her hand, and cautiously looked around her. Patter. A few bats were woken up by us, and charged out towards the exit. "Ah!" Purple Rhyme gave a cry of fear. I stood in front of her, and slashed with my lightwave dagger to chase away the bats. Luckily, it seemed that the bats didn't have any attack power, and seemed to be part of the environment, rather than actual monsters. I looked ahead of me, and saw that there seemed to be a round, red shadow. Purple Rhyme saw it as well, and asked, Shu Shang, do you think that's the porcupine boss? Purple Rhyme was LV22, whereas I was LV25, so naturally I was able to see further than her. Indeed, it was the porcupine boss sleeping soundly? I nodded my head, yes, that's the porcupine boss. Porcupine boss, steel grade boss. Level, 20. Attack power, 165 to 200. Defense, 55. HP, 40,000. Attack type, vampiric, has 10% chance to instantly kill its target. Being 5 levels above the boss, I was able to see all of its stats. After telling Purple Rhyme of its stats, she opened her mouth in shock. What should we do? It has such high attack power, but we don't have any meat shields. If I had known about this earlier, I would have asked Punisher to stay back to help. Going off to a saunasai, I cheerfully replied, don't worry, I've got this. All you need to do is focus on healing. Purple Rhyme looked at me in surprise. Are you sure you can do this? Of course I'm sure. I patted my chest confidently. I told Purple Rhyme to retreat to outside the cave entrance. I would bait the porcupine boss outside, where it was much more spacious. After all, Purple Rhyme and I were both ranged professions, so it would be more advantageous for us to fight outside. Seeing that Purple Rhyme had already reached the outside of the cave, I shot out an ice arrow from my Golden King bow. Bam! As the blue light hit the porcupine boss, it lost 245 HP. Heh, with my 230 attack power, the porcupine boss' measly 55 defense was nothing? Grunt, grunt. The porcupine boss abruptly woke up, grunted twice, and charged out. I didn't hesitate, and immediately ran out. When I reached her, I saw that Purple Rhyme's face was fully of worry and distress. However, when she saw me, a slight smile appeared on her face, and she quickly ran back to keep the distance between us. It would be silly for 2 ranged players to fight a boss standing together. The porcupine boss was furious, and charged towards me with its fangs out. Bang! A thumping sound rang out as the porcupine boss hit my shoulder. I immediately felt the pain, and a 124 damage figure rose up above my head. Not bad, it didn't break through my defense much. I drew my Golden King bow, and used a fire arrow this time. It did not disappoint, and dropped the porcupine boss HP by 467. Purple Rhyme looked extremely shocked, and asked, Shu Shang, what's your attack power? Even for Ghost Fire, the maximum he can deal against monsters with 55 defense is 200 damage. I laughed, and answered in a secretive tone, well, let's just say my attack is higher than Ghost Fire's. Purple Rhyme smiled, and did not ask any further. Instead, she sent a weakening onto the porcupine boss. Ding! Battle announcement, the porcupine boss has been weakened by the weakening status, attack power, and defense have decreased by 5%. I was slightly surprised, and could not help but exclaim, that's quite a good weakening. Purple Rhyme replied, this is actually one of the more inferior ones. After all, it's only a primary ability. After changing profession again, if I can increase it to master level, then its effect will be even more impressive. While we were talking, the porcupine boss decided to stop attacking me, and charged towards Purple Rhyme. Purple Rhyme did not panic, and casually healed me to full HP again. Of course, I wouldn't let a priest tank the damage from a boss, and once again sent out a fire arrow. The porcupine boss ran back and forth between Purple Rhyme and myself. However, it wasn't intelligent enough to decide to just focus on one target, and did not end up hitting either one of us. After a few minutes, with a bang, my fire arrow crit, and struck a fatal blow, dealing 884 HP to the porcupine boss. The porcupine boss gave a weak cry, and fell to the ground, dropping some gold coins and 2 pieces of equipment. Purple Rhyme quickly went up to it, and collected its head into her inventory. She frowned. After all, the game's graphics were very realistic, and the porcupine boss head was very gory and bloody. She also collected the gold and equipment and walked up to me, and opened up a trade screen. She put a pair of magician boots, an armored helmet and 12 gold coins in there, and said, this is all it dropped, if you're willing, please accept this as your reward for helping me. I looked at the 2 pieces of equipment, which both seemed to be bronze grade, and thus not much use to me. Moreover, I wasn't lacking gold either. As such, I closed the trade screen and said, keep the magician boots for yourself, it's pointless for me to take something you need. Plus, I can't equip the helmet, so just give it to Punisher or Dragon Soul. As for the gold coins, those are the only things I want. Purple Rhyme gawked at me, and couldn't help but smile. You. In the end, she opened up the trade screen again and transferred 12 gold to me. The reason I accepted the 12 gold coins was because if I didn't accept anything, she would probably feel bad about it. After all, although the 12 gold coins were worth far less than the 2 bronze grade equipment, it would at least put Purple Rhyme at ease. Having received the 12 gold coins, I now had 88 gold coins, an astronomical figure. Purple Rhyme contentedly put the 2 pieces of equipment into her inventory, and smiled. Well, I'm going to go and hand in the quest. You should go to sleep, Shu Shang, don't tire yourself out too much. Purple Rhyme's voice was gentle and caring, and I felt a bit moved hearing this. It had been quite a long time since I had heard such a caring tone. However, this pleasant feeling was immediately dispelled when we heard a voice from the forest behind us. Boss? Someone already killed the porcupine boss, goddammit. Another voice sounded out, damn. Who dares to steal my quest, boss? Go and kill them? Showing off for the first time. Translator/editor, Mr. Voltaire. A few people walked out from the forest. 2 were berserkers, 2 were assassins and 3 were magicians? Looking over, I was quite surprised it was my old friends, people from the Fated clan. The person walking in front of the rest of the group was the Fated clan's head, Fated Madman. Fated Madman immediately recognized Purple Rhyme and myself, and his face darkened, so enemies are destined to butt heads. This is quite a small world? Purple Rhyme coldly replied, cut the crap. There was no enmity originally between Fated and Sword Flame, but you guys started to cause trouble for us. Fated Madman harumphed, Sword Flame? Humph, yesterday, we weren't prepared, but today I want to see how you two will escape from us. Fated Madman turned to the 3 magicians by his side and began to give orders, first get rid of the priest, and then I'll get rid of the boy myself. I looked over, and saw that Fated Madman's equipment were all pretty decent. He had an axe that was rippling with light, which was probably a bronze grade piece of equipment. He was also wearing 4 pieces of armor, all of which had bonus stats. The lowest grade was probably steel. The 3 magicians had decent equipment as well, and from the looks of them, they seemed to be mid-high level players. Purple Rhyme tightly gripped her staff and said in a low voice, Shu Sheng, our odds don't look too good this time. Try to escape while I stall for time. I couldn't help but smile. No need, if someone should stay, that should be me. If I ran off by myself, how could I face Dragon Soul and Punisher? Purple Rhyme helplessly smiled, and nodded, then we'll die together. I laughed, there's no need for that? Purple Rhyme seemed shocked, as if she wanted to ask something. I had already started moving. The Lightwave dagger was already in my hands as I charged forwards, stabbing towards Fated Madman's chest. Fated Madman was also shocked by my actions. He never expected that I would make the first move, and so suddenly as well. As such, he immediately gave the order, kill him immediately. However, the moment the dagger was about to reach him, my body suddenly stopped, and I was unable to attack him. Whoosh! A fireball had flown over and crashed into my chest. The 3 magicians had pretty high attack, and every fireball dealt about 150 HP. However, with my monstrous 920 HP, how could I be killed so easily? I quickly gulped down a red potion, and changed the direction I was running. It was obvious who my target was. Fated Madman must have thought that I was an assassin. He spun around with his axe while furiously yelling, earth-splitting slash. Boom! A fiery light flew over, and a damage figure of 45 rose up above my head. I couldn't help but laugh. After all, the red flame equipment set was a set of LV-25 bronze grade equipment. Even a berserker like Fated Madman couldn't get past my defense. Fated Madman's mouth hung open in shock. I immediately equipped my Golden King bow, and shot out a fire arrow. It streaked through the air, and exploded into a LV-21 magician's chest. Bang! The fire arrow passed through the magician's chest, and insta-killed him. Fated Madman was completely shocked at this point, but before he had a chance to recover, I had already shot out an ice arrow. A LV-20 magician watched as the ice arrow sunk into his chest, but was unable to dodge at all. That was 2 magicians down. However, I did not stop moving. Before all of the magicians were dead, Purple Rhyme would not be safe. I was now already in front of the last magician. I once again equipped the Lightwave dagger, and slashed it across the last magician's neck. The magician's blood spurted out of his neck as he also collapsed onto the ground. In just a few seconds, the entire situation had been turned on its head. The 3 fated magicians were now dead on the ground, and there were just 2 berserkers and 2 assassins now. After killing the 3 magicians, I charged over to Fated Madman while laughing. Fated Madman, you brought a bunch of trash to deal with me? Hehe, if you want to kill me, you're going to have to do your best. I unlocked the visual effects of all of my equipment in full view. Instantly, the forest was filled with golden light from my Golden King bow and ruby light from my Red Flame equipment set. All of a sudden, Fated Madman and his group were speechless. This was so for Purple Rhyme as well. Her mouth was open, but she was unable to make a sound. A few seconds later, Fated Madman furiously yelled out, fuck. You think you're so good just because you have good equipment? I'm going to kill you today. The Fated group began to charge towards me as well. Fated Madman once again struck out with his axe, and Fated Bloodthirster's blood-red dagger also struck towards me from behind. Their goal was obvious, using the heavy-armored berserker to tie me up from the front, while the dexterous assassin would strike at me from behind. I quickly retreated, and shot out with my Golden King bow. An ice arrow struck one of the assassins in the chest, and before he had realized what was happening, he was on his way back to the revival point. Just then when we started fighting, I purposely tried to attract all of their firepower onto myself. This was because if they attacked first, I could retaliate all I wanted in the name of self-defense, and would not have to worry about the consequences. 1240. I was once again hit in the chest by Fated Madman's attack, and lost 100 HP. However, I was not worried at all. The only ones that had a chance of killing me were the magicians, who were now all respawning in the novice village. Swish! A fire arrow found its mark on Fated Bloodthirster's chest, and with a stunned look on his face, he was also sent back to the novice village. Assassins were simply too squishy. Even if he had much more HP, he would still have been insta-killed. Now, there were only 2 berserkers left. Fated Madman was furious. He yelled out, "Fourth bro, charge with me together." The 4th bro nodded, and charged over with his axe as well. However, before he was even close, my armor-piercing arrow shot through the air and pierced into his chest. 1,240. The terrifying number caused Fated Madman to despair. Even a berserker, with their incredibly high defense, had been dealt with over 1,000 damage by this archer. What was the point of having such high defense if they would still be killed in one hit? The 4th bro also turned into a streak of white light and returned to the revival point. Fated Madman was completely furious at this point, and glared at me as he yelled, "Bastard, it'll make you regret making me angry." Whoosh! I replied with another more piercing arrow. Immediately Fated Madman lost 1,069 HP, and was only left with a sliver of health. I was just about to finish him off when Purple Rhyme laughed, "Let me do it." She swept out with her hands, and a purple smite landed on Fated Madman's head. Soon after, Fated Madman died as a result of the priest's smite skill, and looked extremely humiliated. Clunk! A helmet landed on the ground, and I couldn't help but laugh. Fated Madman had actually dropped his helmet. An outstanding person. Translator/editor, Mr. Voltaire. I picked up Fated Madman's helmet and looked at its stats. Green helmet, bronze grade equipment. Defense, 52. Strength, +6. Constitution, +1. Required level, 14. The helmet's defense was passable, and along with its other stats, it was a decent piece of equipment. I couldn't help but say, "Green helmet, green." Purple Rhyme couldn't help but laugh. "You were going to say green hat, weren't you? Do you think I'd be embarrassed by something like that? I'll have you know that this big sister has seen quite a bit. I'm not a little flower." TLN, if you say a man is wearing a green hat, it means that he's been cheated on by his wife. I laughed. Indeed, Purple Rhyme's mature air made her seem like someone who had seen quite a bit. Although she was not incredibly beautiful, I still could not help but take a liking to her. Looking at the green helmet, I said to her, "After we get back, I'll sell this and we'll split the money half-half." "No way, you did all of the work, so the equipment should go to you?" Purple Rhyme smiled, and said, "It's getting late, so you should get some rest. Don't tire yourself out." I nodded, and returned to the novice village. Standing in the center of the novice village, I began to yell out, and soon, I had sold the green helmet for 40 gold. Now, most players' levels were not too low anymore, so it was not too hard to earn money. The helmet was pretty much useless to me, so I decided that I might as well just sell it. Before logging off, I had a look at the level rankings. Once again, I had dropped out of the top 10, and was ranked 17th with my LV 25. First place was still the female magician Qingfeng Lan Yu, at LV 28. This Qingfeng Lan Yu, what sort of girl was she? I wondered to myself, then logged off. I slept until about 8 AM, and seeing that I was going to be late, I skipped breakfast and ran the whole way to the company. It turned out that the beauties Xiaoyu and Summer were both late, and both arrived around 11 AM with their eyes red. When Silent Rain asked them why they were so late, Xiaoyu replied, "Summer and I are both in the same novice village. Last night I helped her level up to LV 19. I feel like dying." Summer indignantly replied, "Having a beautiful lady to train with you, and you took advantage of me so many times and yet you seem so unwilling." Xiaoyu glared at her, "Please, you're talking as if I'm not a woman." Not too long after they started talking, Bing Cha walked in. "Everyone, come with me. It's time for our meeting." "Meeting?" I asked in a puzzled voice. Bing Cha nodded and smiled. It's about business matters in the game. General Manager Wang will be leading the meeting." I smiled this time I could finally meet this legendary General Manager Wang. As such, we all got up, and I followed behind everyone else. We walked into a conference room, and there were about 50 people inside. Some were from the development department, and others were from the operations department. I sat next with Bing Cha on my left, and Summer on my right. Summer looked at the beauties around us, and said admiringly, "The general manager's secretary has such a nice figure." I looked at Summer, and saw that she was wearing a loose camisole, which revealed quite a bit of her chest. Summer seemed to notice me looking and mischievously smiled. "Shu Sheng, big sister's body is quite nice, huh?" I replied, "A mountain range from the front and a mountain peak from the side." Summer didn't understand, so she asked, "What do you mean, Shu Sheng?" Bing Cha giggled. "He's saying that you can't see much when looking from the front, and you can only see some peaks when you're looking from the side." Summer vehemently looked at me, and said, "Shu Sheng's so mean. I'm going to ignore you from now on." I chuckled. I didn't like being toyed with by these beauties, so I had to let them know that I wasn't a pushover either. At this moment, someone suddenly called out, "General Manager Wang is here." I looked up, and saw a handsome-looking, yet nerdy-looking man walk in. He had a pale face, slicked hair that was parted in the middle, and was wearing an expensive-looking suit. I was slightly surprised. "This is General Manager Wang?" Bing Cha replied, "That's right. This is one of the big hots of our company, Wang Junja. He has master degrees from Cambridge and Harvard, and was headhunted to be the general manager of our Blue Star Group." Summer smiled. "General Manager Wang's also very young. I heard he's only 28. I was quite shocked. He was only older than me by 4 years, and yet he had risen to such a prominent position. This Wang Junja was quite impressive. Wang Junja sat down at the conference table and asked, "Is everyone here?" Beside him, the supervisor of the marketing department replied, "Director Ling isn't here yet, everyone else is here." "Oh, you still isn't here?" Wang Junja referred to her in an affectionate manner, as if they were very close. TLN, sometimes, if someone wants to refer to another person affectionately, they might use and then the person's name, e.g. Ling Yu equals Yu. This is usually used from parents to children, or between good friends or lovers. I was slightly surprised, and asked, "What's his relationship with Ling Yu?" Bing Cha looked around her and bit her lips. This idiot Wang Junja is Director Ling's boyfriend. However, Director Ling doesn't give him much face. For some reason, I didn't feel quite comfortable. Ling Yu was Ling Xue's twin elder sister, and sometimes I couldn't tell the difference between them. As such, when Ling Yu was in front of me, I would always think that she's Ling Xue. With such a handsome boyfriend jumping in out of nowhere, I felt quite uneased. Wang Junja coughed, "Then let's wait for her." After 10 minutes, Ling Yu finally arrived. Her hair seemed to be in disarray, as if she had just woken up and rushed over. What caused everyone to feel even more shocked was that Ling Yu discourteously sat down at the seat of the host, the most important position. I was a bit confused. A director is more important than a general manager? Of course a general manager is more important. Bing Cha replied, then continued to explain, "I can tell what you're thinking. It's actually very simple. The boss of the Blue Star Group is Ling Tian, and Ling Yu is Ling Tian's daughter. As such, Ling Yu is actually the one with the most authority here. As for Wang Junja, he's simply someone working for the company. He's very talented, so Ling Tian treats him well, and is considering to pass on his position to him. As such, he's willing to accept Wang Junja as his daughter's boyfriend." I nodded as everything became clearer to me. Bing Cha continued to talk. Wang Junji's family has been in decline for a while. I'm sure they want to grab on to this opportunity and make sure he marries Ling Yu, so that they have the support of the Blue Star Group. In actuality, Wang Junja is pretty much just a leech. At this moment, Wang Junja concernedly looked at Ling Yu and asked, Are you feeling alright?" Ling Yu only calmly replied, "Start the meeting?" Wang Junja obviously felt a bit awkward, but quickly announced, "Today's meeting is about our business matters within the game. Spirit of Grief has already been open for 2 days, and many of our employees have already risen above LV20. In the afternoon, all players above LV20 are to meet at the Twilight City, and all players are required to contribute 5 gold as the initial operation funds." Many of the male employees began to nod, whereas many of the female employees began to complain amongst themselves, "I'm not even LV20 yet, and I don't even have enough gold to learn my skills. It's completely impossible for me to contribute so much." Wang Junja smiled, and continued to speak, "Those who don't want to train and level up can take on business within the game, buying and selling shovels, arrows and lumber axes. These people should learn production skills, which will be paid for by players who choose to fight and level up. I hope that our Blue Star Group will be able to make a name for ourselves within Spirit of Grief." Afterwards, Wang Junja looked towards Ling Yu. What about you?" Ling Yu casually replied, "I will manage and monitor the employees in the administration and operation departments. I don't want anything to do with other matters." Wang Junja was once again coldly blown off. He could only bitterly smile. At this moment, Ling Yu stood up, and looked towards us. "Bing Cha, Summer and Shu Shang, come with me to the development department. I have things to say to you all." I was still wondering what was going on when Summer pulled me out of the door. I glanced over, and saw that Wang Junji's face had darkened. Next to him, the pudgy supervisor of the marketing department smiled at him. "General Manager Wang, don't worry, maybe it's because Director Ling isn't feeling too well today." Wang Junja stared at Ling Yu as she left, his eyes cold. TLN, was anyone else surprised by the boss of the Blue Star Group, Ling Tian? The Chinese characters are written with the same characters as the name of the main character from Shura's Wrath, and given that the author wrote both of these series, it's possible that they're the same person. I guess time will tell. Crazy Summer. Translator/editor, Mr. Voltaire. Ling Yu leaned against a filing cabinet. She was wearing a woman's style suit, and looked absolutely stunning. Bing Cha sat next to me, looking very casual. Ling Yu looked over, confirmed that the door was shut, and exclaimed, "What utter nonsense?" Bing Cha testingly asked, "Director Ling, you mean General Manager Wang?" Hearing his name, Ling Yu seemed to be a bit uncomfortable. She quietly said, "Never mind him. Does everyone know the situation right now? The company's considering investing large amounts of money into Spirit of Grief to develop top-level players, as well as professional production players in order to increase business activity within the game. Our Snow Moon office is one of the most elite groups, so I hope that you guys will be diligent and not lose to anyone." Afterwards, Ling Yu looked at us, and said, "I want all of you to go home in the afternoon and log on to the game. We'll meet at the Twilight City's Eastern Square. I need to make sure my team is in tip-top shape. If you have any friends who are high level, you can bring them as well. In not too long, we'll have our own mercenary group." I suddenly thought of the Sword Flame people, but I decided against inviting them. After all, we were mere acquaintances, and I did not know this Ling Yu very well. My first impression of her was not too great either. Ling Yu gave us a piece of paper. "All of you write your in-game names on here. I'll contact you all within the game." TLN, in-game name equals IGN. We all wrote our name on the sheet of paper. Perhaps it was because I was on the top 10 ranking for too little time, so no one knew of me. Subsequently, Ling Yu told us that the meeting was over. Half an hour later, I returned home. It was only 1 p.m., so I drank a cup of water and had a look at the Spirit of Grief forums. On the homepage was the headline, "Number 1 Female Magician Park Video." Was it a battle with Qingfeng Lan Yu? I became excited and immediately opened the video. The video loaded and began playing. On the screen was 5 berserkers surrounding a single magician. From the visual effects of their equipment, these berserkers all had steel grade and above equipment. The magician the berserkers were attacking was evidently a female magician, but her face could not be seen clearly. However, the 4 characters above her head shone brightly. Qingfeng Lan Yu? So it was her? A fireball exploded, and her body rippled like water as she gracefully escaped from the encirclement. She was completely in control of the battle no matter how hard they tried, the berserkers simply could not hit her at all. Just from this, I could tell that this Qingfeng Lan Yu was an expert of experts. Fireballs and arrows made of ice flew through the air, and one by one, the berserkers dropped. What was astonishing was that Qingfeng Lan Yu's ice attacks were incredible. A simple arrow of ice reduced a LV-22 berserker's health by more than half. To be able to kill a berserker in less than 3 seconds, this was amazing. The battle only lasted for less than 2 minutes before the berserkers were all dead. As I scrolled down, I saw that this video had caused the forum to explode. Countless players absolutely worshipped this magician who was ranked number 1 in China and number 3 in the whole world. After all, the game had only been released for a few days, and being able to rush to LV-28 wasn't something everyone could do. Qingfeng Lan Yu, China's number 1 female magician, China's number 1 beauty. Reply 2, I love you Qingfeng Lan Yu, my QQ is email protected, please message me. Reply 3, those berserkers are idiots? Why didn't they aim for the chest? Reply 4, this sort of amazing beauty is so rare? I'd die to be her boyfriend? But how could such an ordinary guy like me attract her attention? Reply 5, reply to Anon 4, on a dark and stormy night, very gently, very tentatively, hang yourself at the city gates of the Twilight City. Maybe that'll get her attention. Reply 6, in jealousy that Qingfeng Lan Yu's not even that great. This big sister's figure is even better. Photo uploaded. Reply 7, big sis. Reply 6. Reply 8, reply 6, what's wrong with having a big chest? WHYD you delete my photo. Reply 9, it's not because it was inappropriate, but because they were too saggy. I nearly spat out the water in my mouth. These people were so savage. There were already more than 1,000 replies, and I didn't bother reading through them all. I quickly closed the forum, put on the helmet and entered the game. I looked at my account. I was now LV-25 with 88 gold coins, but I had dropped to 124th in the level rankings. The number 1 female magician Qingfeng Lan Yu was now LV-30. What an absolute monster. Returning to the novice village, I stocked up on potions, then spent 1 gold to be transported to the Twilight City. The Twilight City was one of the 8 major cities in the China region. It was a training heaven for low-leveled players. There were many places to train, as well as many NPCs giving out quests. A light flashed and my surroundings changed. In front of me was an ancient-looking city. There were black tiles and white walls, and shops were lined up on both sides of the main street of the city. There were a few NPC soldiers holding long pikes patrolling around. I opened the map and found where I was, then looked to where the eastern square was. After figuring out how to get there, I jogged over, and turned off the visual effects for all of my equipment. If Xiaoyu and Summer saw my good equipment, I'm sure they would rob me for it. There were not many players in the Twilight City. Most players were still doing their best in the Novice Village. After all, the monsters in Novice Village went up to LV-30, which was appropriate for the current stage of the game. In the distance, there were already a few people standing at the white-bricked eastern square. One was a fencer, holding a slightly glowing sword. Her ID was Bingcha, meaning iced tea. At first, I thought she was one of those cold beauties, but after getting to know her, I found that she had a seemingly cold exterior, but had a warm personality, which was much like her name. Next to Bingcha was a little LV-21 archer. Evidently, this was Silent Rain. Her equipment wasn't very good though, she only had a steel-grade bow. Next to them also stood a person, half of whose body was covered with leather armor. It was a LV-20 assassin, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was talking to a LV-19 summoner. That person was wearing a magic robe, and holding a magic staff. Her name was last year's Summer, of course. She was Summer. I quickly walked over. You're all here already? The beauties looked over, and gasped in surprise. What? Is this Xu Sheng? Wow, you're LV-25 already? I smiled and replied, archers level up fairly quickly, so it's not that amazing. Summer immediately charged over and pulled on my arm. Xu Sheng? Help me train later on. Alright. I don't want to train with Xiaoyu anymore. She's so dumb, last night she died twice. I grinned. Then you have to promise that when you're training with me, you won't go flirt with male players from other teams. Otherwise, things might get problematic for me. Summer coyly replied, you're so bad, do you really think I'm like that? In just these few, short days, I had found that Summer was a very coy and flirtatious girl. However, I was not too interested in her. Sure, she was pretty, but she definitely wasn't my type. After a while, Bingcha spoke, why isn't Director Ling here yet? Could she have run into some trouble? Does anyone know her IGN? Everyone shook their heads. At this moment, a sweet voice sounded out from behind us, sorry for making everyone wait. We all turned around, and we all became so shocked that we couldn't utter a single word. The woman was wearing a flame-red magician's robe, and her hair fluttered in the wind. Through the robe, 2 large peaks could be seen, and the sexy magician's robe left quite a bit of her snow-white legs uncovered. In front of us was a stunningly beautiful female magician. I gulped, and managed to croak out, Qing Feng Lan Yu. What we never could have imagined was that famous #1 mage, Gentle Breeze embracing the moon, was actually standing in front of us. Moreover, she was somewhat familiar. It was actually Ling Yu. My brain fell into chaos. How could it be like this? Ling Yu was actually Gently Breeze embracing the moon. How was this possible? As if she was able to see our doubts, Ling Yu raised her beautiful eyebrows and said, stop being in a daze, what you're seeing is not wrong. Bing Cha was amazed as she muttered, Director Ling, you really are powerful. The highest level player in China was actually you. Ling Yu gave a slight smile and said, there's nothing strange, I just asked a few friends to help me level, so that's why I leveled so quickly. After finishing, Ling Yu walked forward a few steps and stopped in front of me. She raised her head to look at me and was a little surprised as she said, Bookworm? Your level is so high. Yi, even your equipment is not bad. I gave an awkward smile, it's alright, it's alright. Ling Yu didn't say anything else as she directly sent me a friend request. I naturally didn't dare to hesitate as I immediately accepted and my heart filled with pride. Motherfucker, the #1 female mage in Spirit of Grief was actually my friend. My face lit up. The Ling Yu inside the game gave off a more intimate feel and didn't really feel like a director. Perhaps only in the game could she reveal her natural disposition? Bing Cha asked, Directory Ling, I only have 6 gold coins. I'll give it all to you and count it as the funds for the company's development in the initial stages of the game. Ling Yu laughed and said, alright, I want 5 gold coins then. It'll be my funds for training potions? I said in surprise, training potion funds? That's right. Ling Yu casually laughed and said, mages consume a lot of blue potions while practicing. I use up around 20 gold coins worth of potions every day when I'm training. I've sold many pieces of equipment and still haven't been able to make ends meet. Bookworm, you should be very rich, right? How about you give me a little extra? Ling Yu revealed a cute expression as she coldly smiled and looked over at me. At this moment, I suddenly realized that her face was really just like Ling Xue's. So I took out 50 gold coins for her and asked, then, what about Ling Xue? What level is she at now? Ling Yu was scared by my 50 gold coins, but she smiled and said, good fellow. You keep thinking about my sister. What is your motive? I was surprised as I embarrassingly said, nothing, I'm just casually asking. Ling Yu pursed her lips into a smile, no need to be this nervous. I don't ask Ling Xue about what she does. Although I'm her sister, but I'm the same age as her. I don't want to be her elder sister and her mother. In the game, I want to be free and unfettered and not worry about anything troublesome. After finishing, a hidden meaning flashed in Ling Yu's eyes as she stared at me and said, Bookworm, come level with me later. As for the rest of you, you can form a team and level together. Summer protested, why is Director Ling only taking Bookworm? Ling Yu impolitely smiled and said, I'm not taking him to level him up, rather we're going to level together. In my team, I won't share experience with anyone that doesn't have any strength. In that moment, Summer couldn't think of any kind of argument. Ling Yu squeezed out gold coins from Ziyu and Rainfall, then she went to buy potions for leveling. Then she told me that she would meet me outside the city. I thought for a bit and then took out the Scarlet Flame Sea skill book. This was the skill book dropped by the King Sword Wolf. It should be useful to Ling Yu. After all, this skill book seemed to be an AoE magical attack, so leveling should be much easier. Then, I ran to the medicine shop and sold some red potions and replaced them with 500 blue magic potions. Each one costs 5 silver coins and was something that normal players couldn't afford, but I had bought 200 in an instant and spent over 10 gold coins. These potions, they should be useful for Ling Yu. After preparing everything, I left Sunset City through the east gate. Far off, the #1 female mage in Spirit of Grief's beautiful figure was standing by the jungle's edge, waiting and staring. When I came close, Ling Yu immediately smiled and said, just now, Xuer wanted me to help me level, but I rejected her. Do you know why? I was a little surprised as I shook my head and said, how would I know why? Ling Yu pursed her lips into a smile as she said with an ambiguous look, because elder sister doesn't have free time? Fuck, what kind of reason was this? While I was stunned, Ling Yu had already turned to leave. She looked at me as she smiled and said, let's go, I'll bring you to a good place. I was stunned once again. She turned and looked back with a coquettish smile, making this young man's heart beat fast. Ling Yu, wait a minute. I suddenly called out. Ling Yu turned to look at me as she asked, what's wrong, Bookworm? I quickly opened the trading window and placed the Scarlet Flame Sea inside. Then I said, I believe this will be useful to you. Ling Yu's small mouth opened wide as her eyes filled with amazement. A long time passed before she pressed the confirm tab on the trade window and said, Bookworm, why do you have this kind of high-level skill book? I've been killing mobs that drop skill books for a while and still haven't gotten one. I said, I got lucky that after fighting a boss, it dropped this skill book. Since I can't use it, then it would be a waste for me to keep it. Ling Yu was delighted as she pursed her lips into a smile and said, thank you, Bookworm. There's no way to calculate the value of this skill book right now, but I will compensate you in the future for it. Seeing that beautiful face, my heart became flustered. But she was someone else's girlfriend. What did I count for? Whether it was for Ling Shui or myself, I couldn't clearly explain it. So, I wanted to make things clear as I asked with hidden intent, Ling Yu, isn't Wang Junji also playing Spirit of Grief? Why aren't you leveling with him? Ling Yu was a little startled as her eyes showed a look of injustice. After a few seconds, she said, are you willing to level with someone you don't like? I was shocked. What did this mean? She was leveling with me since she didn't like Wang Junji? Then could I be? Seeing my appearance, Ling Yu couldn't help laughing. Then she said, stop thinking nonsense, the relation between me and Wang Junji isn't the way you think it is. Only because I don't want to disappoint my father, that's why I'll work together with Wang Junji to create a company in this game. I smiled and said, it really is hard for you? Ling Yu was a little startled as she looked at me while being lost in thought. After a while, she pouted her lips and said, forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's get over there quickly, otherwise we'll be late if we wait too long. I practiced for quite a while there last night and gained experience really fast. Oh, where is this? You'll know once you get there. After half an hour, night fell and dew fell down from the trees. Then after walking forward a bit, a patch of land appeared that was covered in dead plants. There were faint shrill screams, just like a ghost's cry. I was a bit anxious as I said, what kind of place is this? Ling Yu turned her head and smiled, the legendary Ghost King Slope? I was exploring alone out here yesterday and I found this leveling area. The mobs have very high attack, but the experience given is also very good. I smiled and said in my heart, this should be a leveling area that is at the same level as the Savage Wolf Ridge, but since the number one female magician Ling Yu could like this place, it had to be at quite a higher level than the Savage Wolf Ridge. Looking up, the cold wind blew. There was a large hill where no plants grew. Roar, roar. A low and deep roar could be heard, as the ground in front of him exploded with a bang. A white arm came out of the ground and followed by a skeletal body covered in rags which crawled out of the ground. There were traces of light in the empty holes of its skull as it stared at me and Ling Yu. The monster suddenly appearing scared me and I even quickly withdrew 2 steps, making sure Ling Yu was behind me. Ling Yu seemed to be satisfied with my performance as she lightly smiled and said, bookworm's courage isn't bad. I thought in my heart, fuck, my legs are already trembling and it's not bad. I didn't say much as I quickly looked at the skeleton's stats. Skeleton warrior, normal monster. Level, 30. Attack, 245 to 280. Defense, 60. HP, 1500. Attack type, weakening attacks, weakens the target's defense by 25%. I was slightly startled, god. It has 280 attack, how terrifying? Ling Yu pursed her lips into a smile and said, bookworm, look at its HP and defense again? I instantly understood. This kind of undead monster had low HP and weak defense, it only had strong attack power. So, I quickly took out an iron arrow and shot an ice arrow at it. Pa! A 724 damage figure above the skeleton warrior's head. Without any hesitation, I shot another fire arrow and this time a 879 damage figure appeared. Woo, woo, woo. The skeleton warrior didn't even have the time to make a move and it had already been defeated. Ling Yu was slightly surprised. Her little mouth opened as she said, good fellow. Bookworm, you have a really high physical attack power. The implied meaning was that she didn't have a low magical attack power? I got the hint and smiled as I said, Ling Yu, do you want to try? Ling Yu gave a snappy smile. Then she raised her hand and threw a fireball at the head of a skeleton soldier. 1894. Instant kill? She had skilled a level 30 monster with a single hit? No wonder Ling Yu wanted to level here. Her fire magic was actually this powerful? Ling Yu looked at me and laughed as she said, with just our party of 2, we have quite a bit of fire power. I couldn't say anything. This kind of 2-man party, not to mention our burst power, our attack power was probably enough for us to take over the world. So, the farming process was very easy. With me in front exploring and Ling Yu following close behind me, the fireball flew through the air, killing all the monsters that appeared. My flame arrow also shot out once in a while, but compared to the Ling Yu's fireballs, its power was a little bit lacking. But it was still enough to kill the level 30 skeleton warriors in a 2 hits. The experience bar slowly increased and almost each monster gave over 1000 experience points. Occasionally there were monsters that dropped potions and Ling Yu would always anxiously smile and say, bookworm, quickly go and pick those potions up. Actually Ling Yu was a very thrifty girl, even though she brought 24 gold coins worth of potions before coming. The monsters on the hillside were all taken care of by us in just a single hour and I had also gone from level 25 to level 27. This kind of leveling speed was truly surprising. Ling Yu was still at level 30. It was clear that later levels was much hard to grind, but of course I knew that because I was a lower level, I definitely took quite a bit of her experience. Finally, we reached a cave in the hillside. I saw a few creepy large words written on the cave entrance, Netherworld Cavern. Ling Yu smiled and said, this is the goal for this trip? Bookworm, do you see the pile of bones on the side? Talk to it and you can get the Netherworld Cavern task. Let's see if we can do this quest together. I looked over and found that there was actually a pile of bones on the ground. It had already been broken to pieces. So I turned my head and asked out of curiosity, Ling Yu, aren't you scared of this kind of creepy place? Ling Yu gave a slight smile. I'm scared, of course I scared. Don't you see me standing far away? I was completely speechless. Then I opened the dialogue with the pile of pawns and there was actually a reaction. Ding! System notification. What secrets are these skeletons hiding? Do you want to find out? I quickly pressed the confirm button and instantly heard another system notification. Ding! System notification. Do you accept the quest Netherworld Cavern? Quest difficulty, 550. Quest details. The kingdom's general had been mysteriously died outside the cave. Please go to the cavern's 5th floor, find the chief culprit and kill them. The details of the quest was very simple. It just required one to enter the Netherworld Cavern and kill a monster, then the quest would be over. Ling Yu asked from the side, what's the quest difficulty for you? 550, you? 450, he. It should be because Ling Yu was at a higher level, so the difficulty was lower. Seeing me stand up, Ling Yu smiled and said, originally I wanted to find a top 10 expert of the Chinese server to come with me and finish this quest, now it seems like it's not necessary. Bookworm, you can actually finish this quest? After finishing, Ling Yu's eyes swept over my scarlet flame set, a look harboring evil intentions was revealed on her face. I secretly complained in my heart. Dealing with such a clever girl, it really wasn't a simple matter. She could definitely see that my scarlet flame set were not ordinary items. So, I innocently said, that's no good. I am just a weak archer, do you want me to tank the monsters? Ling Yu gave me a snappy lookie and said, stop trying to pretend with me. That set has at least over 150 defense, my eyes are very accurate? I was secretly shocked. She had actually guessed it? At this time, Ling Yu gave a slight smile and turned on the effects of her equipment one by one. In that moment, a dazzling light shined out and her equipment set was covered in light. It was very eye-catching. Ling Yu did not try to conceal anything and shared the properties of her equipment with the party one by one. The equipment that she had was a Roaring Flame set. It was a set level 30 bronze grade mage equipment. Each piece of the Roaring Flame set added around 5% of fire magic damage. The entire set added around 50% increase to fire magic damage. It also had a fire shield chi spell that could protect the mage from damage for a period of time. I was shocked. It really is angering a person to death by comparing to her. I originally thought that my items were already pretty awesome, but compared to Ling Yu's Roaring Flame set, it was actually quite bad. So, I no longer hid anything and shared the details of the Scarlet Flame set with her. I also shared the details of the Golden Bow with her. Seeing the stats of the Golden Bow, Ling Yu couldn't help opening her mouth and saying in surprise, good fellow, so the first silver weapon was actually in your hands. Humph, you keep pretending to be pitiful, it seemed like you actually had such a strong weapon. I helplessly said, there's not choice, I have to hide it. If not, then who knows how many people would have attacked me for it. I'd have to be cautious of all the people trying to steal it from me, how could I level like that every day? Ling Yu pursed her lips into a smile, that's true. Now, I'm even more confident. We'll kill our way to the Netherworld Cavern's 5th floor and complete this quest. The reward will definitely be very high, I nodded. With a difficulty of 550, it would be strange if the reward wasn't high, so, I entered into the cavern. I felt the temperature drop and found it hard not to shiver. I saw that the Netherworld Cavern was a large disc-shaped cave and there was a staircase down on the opposite side. A low deep roar sounded out and Ling Yu quickly said, be careful, to the right. I turned to look and couldn't help being surprised. Now knowing when, a skeleton monster wearing armor and a helmet appeared to my right, it was swing a heavy sword down. Pasha! A light sound rang and the heavy sword fell on my shoulder. I felt a severe pain and when I looked at my stats, I found that I had lost around 300 HP. Such a strong attack power. I quickly looked at the enemy's stats and I became speechless. Netherworld Warrior, normal monster. Level, attack, defense, HP. At this time, Ling Yu had already thrown out a fireball. It shot at the shaking skeleton and its HP fell by a fourth. My heart went cold, no wonder Ling Yu needed a helper. It seemed like the monsters in the Netherworld Cavern were much stronger than the monsters outside. I lifted my hand to shoot out a fire arrow. With a pang sound, the skeleton lost 421 HP. I wasn't satisfied with this damage value. Ling Yu had just dealt around 600 damage in a single attack. So, I quickly shot out an armor-piercing arrow. I only saw a white light flash and it went through the armor of the skeleton, then a 894 damage figure appeared above its head. Ling Yu shot another fireball to do 558 damage and the skeleton finally fell down. Ling Yu looked at me in amazement as she asked, what skill did you use just now? It's so strong, it actually did close to 900 damage. I was very pleased. I told her about the armor-piercing arrow's ability to ignore 50% defense and Ling Yu's smile became even larger. With this, I have more confidence in our ability to finish this quest. The next kind of monsters are defense types with iron armor. This armor-piercing arrow will be very useful. At this time, another Netherworld soldier appeared on the side, but I still couldn't see its stats. In the end Ling Yu told me that the Netherworld Warrior was level 30, its attack was 250 to 320, and it had 2400 HP. I was level 27 and this monster was 6 level higher, so I couldn't see anything. I lowered my body to pick up the silver coins the last Netherworld warrior dropped. Then coordinating with Ling Yu, I used another 2 armor-piercing arrows to kill the other Netherworld warrior. But at this moment, a dark shadow appeared behind Ling Yu. Before she could react, a dagger's edge fell down. "Pa!" A light sound rang out and a damage figure appeared above Ling Yu's head, 428. In an instant, Ling Yu's small mage body already could not hold on. Seeing her HP drop, she quickly drew back, taking out a HP potion as she gave a light roar. She slightly raised her staff and a fire chi shield surrounded her. Finally I clearly saw that there was a single monster that sneak attacked Ling Yu. Netherworld assassin? I could not see the monster's status, but from Ling Yu's serious face, it was clear that the attack power of this monster was not small. Ling Yu stepped backwards and created distance between her and the Netherworld assassin. A frost bolt was shot out and the body of the Netherworld assassin was covered in a layer of frost. It could only wave the daggers in its hands in vain. I released a frost arrow after seeing the circumstances and it had the same effect as the mage's frost bolt. The Netherworld assassin could do nothing and with a few fireballs, it exploded, releasing several silver coins. What is pity? It only gave silver coins. I picked up the silver coins as I said, the monsters appearing here come too suddenly. Ling Yu, you should just keep your fire chi shield going? Ling Yu pursed her lips and said, I can't, the fire chi shield takes up too much MP. It uses a 500-point blue potion every minute. I couldn't help smiling as I said, it's fine, just keep it up. If you die, then you'll lose a level and that's not worth it. Relax, I also filled up on blue potions, so there should be no problems with our supplies. Ling Yu immediately gave a charming smile and said, alright then. So, Ling Yu kept her flame chi shield up, like this I was more relaxed. Those Netherworld assassins didn't have enough attack power to instant kill me, after all, I had over 1000 HP at level 27. In the Netherworld cavern first floor, there were only Netherworld warriors and Netherworld assassins. They hid in the dark and only revealed themselves after a player approached them, which brought a little trouble for us. After all, I was an archer with leather armor. If I was a berserker and could wear bronze rank heavy armor, my defense would be around 350. If the Netherworld warrior with their 320 attack hit a player with 350 defense, the damage would not go past 150. But, with me and Ling Yu's strong combined attack power, we passed through the Netherworld cavern's first floor quite easily. Seeing the monster corpses on the ground, my experience quickly rose and I reached level 28. More importantly, Ling Yu had finally gone from level 30 to level 31 and was incredibly happy. Seeing the staircase leading to the second floor, Ling Yu pushed my arm and lightly said, Bookworm, you walk in front. I didn't dare reject her because this person was my direct superior and she was the young miss of the Blue Star Digital Group. If I offended her, I would be losing this rice bowl that I had just obtained. So, I walked up to the stone steps and went down step by step, with Ling Yu following close behind me. Her snow-white little hand was holding onto my arm, making my heartbeat uncontrollably fast. I couldn't help sighing. This cute little girl was actually the #1 mage in Spirit of Grief. There was no justice in the world, the male mages had no way to compete with her. Pada! A light sound rang out and I stepped onto the Netherworld cavern's second floor. The surroundings immediately lit up and a spacious hall filled with monsters appeared. This time, there was no layer of stealth applied and the area was still filled with Netherworld warriors and Netherworld assassins, but their levels were a bit higher. According to Ling Yu, they were at level 36. I was afraid that once we reached the third floor, we would have to fight without any information. I carefully used my bow to pull a single Netherworld warrior over and Ling Yu coordinated with me by using a frost bolt to slow it. After that, she began to fire the usual fireballs and before the Netherworld warrior could reach us, it had already fallen apart underneath our feet. Sometimes Ling Yu would hit the wrong monster and cause 2 monsters to attack us together. The result was the 2 of us running away as we drank potions. Finally we used a relatively safe method to kill the monsters. Before long, Ling Yu and I had come to a sort of silent understanding. The 2 of us did not seem to need words as we attacked a monster together. The level 36 monsters gave really good experience and our experience bars continued to rise. Ling Yu smiled and said, if we can kill all the monsters on the second floor, I can reach level 32. I followed up with, slow down a bit, don't level up too fast. Give me a chance to catch up. Ling Yu pursed her lips into a smile, you have a silver grade bow and the armor-piercing arrow, you can easily level by yourself. Stop taking so much of my experience? I smiled, let's level together from now on then? Ling Yu gave a slight smile, which could be considered a nod. This time, another Netherworld warrior charged over. Ling Yu's frostbolt slammed into its chest and my armor-penetrating arrow continued to fly out. Once the Netherworld warrior arrived in front of us with a wild low roar, it suddenly fell down into a pile of bones. At the same time, it exploded with several silver coins and a piece of armor. I quickly picked up the armor and looked at the stats. Revenge chestplate, bronze grade equipment, heavy armor. Defense, 72. Strength, +8. Level requirement, 30. Unidentified. Ling Yu looked at it and couldn't help shouting out in surprise, wow, such strong defense. Once it is appraised, the defense should be higher than 100. I nodded and smiled, then I traded the armor over to her. Who would have thought that Ling Yu would cancel the trade? She smiled and said, "Why would a mage like me need this kind of equipment?" I said, "But, an archer like me can't equip this kind of equipment." Ling Yu casually smiled and said, "Then just keep it. Once we return to the city and the appraisal says the defense is over 100, then give it to me. If it doesn't go past 100, then you can keep it. Is this fair enough?" I was speechless. What kind of logic was this? Ling Shue's elder sister was just like her. She was just as unpredictable. So, I didn't say anything else and put the armor into my inventory. There seemed to be around 500 monsters in total on the second floor. Although Ling Yu and I killed monster really quickly, but 500 monsters would still take us 2 to 3 hours to clear. Moreover, it was very convenient since the monsters were all surrounding the third floor entrance, so we couldn't move on until we killed them all. It was good that this map RES beyond monsters relatively slow. It would take around 6 hours for a single respawn. This also gave us a chance, otherwise we would have to continue killing without end. But, continuing to kill them wasn't that bad either since the experience they gave was quite good. Moreover, they could drop high-level equipments. Of course, the probability of equipment dropping was as low as possible. These level 36 monsters were only 8 levels higher than me, but only a single piece of bronze equipment dropped after killing several hundred of them. If I killed them at the same level, perhaps even this piece of bronze equipment would not have dropped. But, then again, the value of this bronze equipment was hard to estimate. There were many level 30 players that were still wearing level 15 black iron equipment. It was very hard to get a piece of level 30 bronze equipment. But a state-of-the-art player like Ling Yu was different. I didn't know how she got that roaring flame set, but she should have gotten lucky like me. Very quickly, we cleaned up the last monsters on the second floor. As I expected, I reached level 29 and had a 50% experience bar, and Ling Yu had reached level 32. But she clearly stated that to reach level 33, killing our way through the first and second floor again wouldn't have been enough. This was very terrifying. It seemed like it truly was harder to level at later levels. After this, we had to enter the third floor. The Netherworld cavern had 5 floors in total and we had already cleared 2/5 of it already. When I stepped onto the third floor, I couldn't help being surprised. The third floor actually didn't have any Netherworld warriors or Netherworld assassins. Rather, there was a bunch of Netherworld archers holding bows and arrows. We couldn't see the levels of the Netherworld archers, but we guessed they were above level 38. Moreover, these monsters seemed to have a very wide aggro range. Once Ling Yu and I appeared, we immediately drew the aggro of 5 Netherworld archers. Su, su, su. Several consecutive sounds of Netherworld archers releasing arrows immediately drained my HP by over 300. It was good that they didn't have very strong attack, but if too many of them came at once, it would be very hard to deal with. Ling Yu was not any better off. She had been aggroed by 2 Netherworld archers. 2 cold glows bounced off the flame chi shield as the color of the shield became dimmer and Ling Yu's HP decreased by around half. This situation was very dangerous. I quickly fired ice arrows to slow down the monster's attack and Ling Yu suddenly used a long chant. Fire began to bloom and it rained down from the sky, falling right beneath the Netherworld archer's feet. Suddenly, the damage figures appeared above the archer's head and in an instant, they fell down to half HP. This Scarlet Flame C is really easy to use. What Ling Yu had just used was the Scarlet Flame C skill that I had given her earlier. But, beginner level skills could only be maintained for around 10 seconds, so Ling Yu cast the spell once more. Finally, inside the flames, the 5 Netherworld archers gave pitiful cries as they burst into an explosion of silver coins as they died. It was a pity that we had no way to collect the silver coins. There was a group of Netherworld archers over there and whoever dared to go pick up the loot would be turned into a hedgehog. Ling Yu was filled with regret as she smiled and said, "Such a waste." I said, "It's more important to keep our lives. Only the monsters on this third floor are too strong, it'll be hard for us to kill them." Right at this moment, the sound of people came from outside. Ling Yu looked at me in surprise and said in a low voice, "Bookworm, there are other players coming here." I was a little surprised and immediately grabbed onto Ling Yu's arm. I pulled her into a corner of the third floor to hide. A rock was perfectly sticking out, covering our shadows. Ling Yu blinked her eyes and leaned against my arm. Immediately a warm sensation was transmitted. I lowered my head to look and found that while Ling Yu was in a hurry to grab my arm, the 2 peaks she could be proud of was placed around my arm and she had not noticed yet. Immediately, my heart couldn't help going putong, putong. Ling Yu noticed something was strange and then smiled as she spoke in a low voice, "Are you really nervous right now?" I nodded with difficulty. Of course I was nervous. With such a beautiful little girl leaning in closely, what kind of man wouldn't be close to dying? Ling Yu raised her head to look at me, her eyes were filled with a smiling teasing look. Right at this moment, a voice came from the second floor, "Yi, there are so many monster corpses here, did someone already pass through this place?" Another voice then said, "It doesn't matter, we'll go down and take a look. It would be best if we could directly go to the 5th floor and finish the quest." My heart began to beat fast. This was bad, there was actually other people here with the same quest as us. Looking at Ling Yu in dismay, the 2 of us both had looks of worry on our faces. Not even half a minute passed and 3 figures appeared on the 3rd floor. Ling Yu and I were both surprised. These 3 people were all leading players of Battle Soul. They were all quite strong. Battle Soul Defying Heaven, level 29 Berserker, Battle Soul Drifting Wind, level 28 Mage, and Battle Soul Iron Wing, level 30 Mage. These 3 people were all famous people on the top of the Chinese levels ranking. They were respectively 2nd place, 4th place, and 5th place. Ling Yu took 1st place at level 32 and I took 3rd place at level 29. By some kind of coincidence, the top 5 players of the Chinese server had unexpectedly met in this tiny netherworld cavern. Battle Soul was a very famous organization. They've swept through all the big and small games. They had long been established as the kings of the Chinese gaming world, and these 3 people were clearly people in management at Battle Soul. Battle Soul Drifting Wind was a little suspicious as he said, "There are so many monster corpses here, but why are there no people? Have they gone back to the city already?" Battle Soul Defying Heaven gave a loud laugh and shouted, "The friends hiding inside, please come out." Ling Yu and I looked at each other in dismay. This person could guess that there were people hiding here? We couldn't not come out, so I came out a single step. I was being careful to avoid the monster's aggro range. Ling Yu followed behind me, holding her mage staff as she walked out. When Battle Soul Defying Heaven saw me, he couldn't help making a yee sound. He couldn't help smiling as he said, "It's actually easily angered bookworm, the number 3 expert on the list." However, when Ling Yu appeared beside me, the Battle Soul members all trembled. They were astonished as they said, "It's actually Gentle Breeze embracing the moon?" Ling Yu was wearing a fiery red long robe which fluttered slightly. She was incomparably beautiful. The exquisite delicate skin and the long white neck perfectly accentuated her beautiful face. And there was the beautiful young girl's body hiding underneath the skirt. The abundant twin peaks that towered above and the perfectly round butt beneath, it was enough make anyone's throat dry. For a while, everyone was in a daze. That Battle Soul Drifting Wind's eyes began to glow and he swallowed his saliva. Then he said, "How beautiful, Gentle Breeze embracing the moon is so beautiful." Battle Soul Defying Heaven coughed and said, "Old second, mind your image. You always become like this once you see a beautiful girl?" Battle Soul Drifting Wind gathered himself and gave a smile as he said, "We never thought we would meet the famous Gentle Breeze embracing the moon here. It seems like she's actually quite a beautiful girl." Ling Yu gave a gentle snort. She probably seen this kind of pervert before, so she chose to ignore him. Battle Soul Drifting Wind looked a little embarrassed. Battle Soul Defying Heaven at the side said, "Are you guys also doing the quest? How about we work together here? We can't see the levels of the monsters here, so forming a party should benefit everyone." Ling Yu did not care about them as she said, "I already have a companion, I don't need anyone else." After finishing, Ling Yu reached out to grab my hand. She made it look very intimate. It wasn't strange that Battle Soul Drifting Wind stared over at me with a sinister look. Although it was only for a second, I still clearly saw it. Humph, not knowing how to appreciate others? The silent Battle Soul Iron Wing suddenly gave a gentle snort. I immediately replied in an angry voice, "That mage over there, you should be more careful about what you say. You should remember loose lips lead to trouble." Battle Soul Iron Wing raised his brows and roared, "You think you're so great because you have a higher level? Let me tell you, Father here will never put someone like you in my eyes." Ling Yu instantly raised her staff and indignantly said, "If you want to fight, then just make a move already. There's not need to keep bickering." Battle Soul Defying Heaven laughed and then raised his axe. He seemingly unintentionally rushed forward a few steps. I was a little startled. Fuck, this berserker wants to close the distance and then fight? Facing 3 experts of the level rankings, I definitely could not let them make the first move. So, before the opponents could make a move, I had already shot out an armor-piercing arrow. With a giant pang sound, the white-colored arrow slammed into Battle Soul Defying Heaven's chest. 872. This conspicuous figure appeared above Battle Soul Defying Heaven's head, but since he was a berserker with high-quality equipment, he had over 2000 HP. My one attack didn't even make him lose half his HP. Shua! A sound gently rang out and Ling Yu released a fireball. It slammed into Battle Soul Defying Heaven's chest and he lost another 642 HP. Instantly Battle Soul Defying Heaven's HP had fallen into a dangerous area. It was obvious that the attack power Ling Yu and I had surprised Battle Soul Defying Heaven. He never would have imagined that our attack power would be this strong, but the members of Battle Soul weren't new players. Battle Soul Defying Heaven did not care that much and continued rushing forward. Then he raised his giant axe to chop down at me. I only saw the glow of a flame and then I felt a pain in my chest. I couldn't help but fall backwards. Then looking at my HP, I couldn't help being shocked. I had actually lost over 800 HP, I was close to being killed. But Battle Soul Defying Heaven was even more surprised compared to me. It should be because he wasn't expecting to almost kill me with a single attack. The 2 mages, Battle Soul Iron Wing and Drifting Wind were not just standing by doing nothing. 2 fireballs shot out at Ling Yu. They were trying to suppress the number 1 female mage in spirit of grief, not letting her have a chance to make a move. Immediately Ling Yu's fire chi shield fiercely trembled. Her HP had been brought down by half. I quickly drew back, leaving the attack range of Battle Soul Defy Heaven's giant axe. At the same time, I shot out another arrow right at the level 28 mage, Battle Soul Drifting Wind. As if she could silently understand me, Ling Yu also threw out a fireball right at Battle Soul Drifting Wind. With two pang sounds, Battle Soul Drifting Wind had no chance to dodge and two 546 and 678 damage figures appeared above his head. With a white glow, Battle Soul Drifting Wind gave a pitiful cry and then he dropped a pile of potions as he was sent back to the city. At the same time, Ling Yu's name turned a red color and became a red name. Battle Soul Defying Heaven flew into rage, kill Gentle Breeze Embracing the Moon. Ling Yu was not startled, she withdrew 2 steps to leave the other mage's attack range. Then she quickly shot out a frost bolt, hitting Battle Soul Defying Heaven right in his shoulder. Immediately, Battle Soul Defying Heaven was covered in a layer of frost and his move speed decreased. I took this precious opportunity and quickly swallowed a 500 HP red potion, then I turned around. Then I quickly rushed at Battle Soul Iron Wing and the golden bow in my hand had already been replaced with a glowing dagger. Battle Soul Iron Wing was startled and had clearly seen that the glowing dagger's attack power was not small. So, he quickly turned around and ran for the second floor. At the same time, he shouted, "Boss, you have to be careful." Seeing Battle Soul Iron Wing run away, I immediately raised my middle finger. "What kind of expert are you?" On the other side, Ling Yu had already been chased down. Battle Soul Defying Heaven's axe fell down on the Flame Chi shield and she lost over half her HP. The Flame Chi shield could block 70% of the damage on received. From this it was clear that Battle Soul Defying Heaven's attack was at a terrifying level. A blue glow covered Battle Soul Defying Heaven. My ice arrow instantly slowed down Battle Soul Defying Heaven, but Ling Yu had pushed herself into a crevice. She charged past Battle Soul Defying Heaven and began to run in my direction, but at this time, we heard a voice coming from behind us. "It's these two people. If you help us kill them, we'll give you 100 gold coins." I instantly began to complain about our hardships. It was Battle Soul Iron Wing's voice. This bastard was actually hiring someone to kill us? Hearing the whistling of the wind, a fireball shot right at Ling Yu. The caster was Battle Soul Iron Wing. I was very worried. Ling Yu's Flame Chi shield had not recovered yet and while her HP was slowly recovering, she still wouldn't be able to live through Battle Soul Iron Wing's attack with less than half her HP. When I tried to block for Ling Yu, I found that the fireball went through the space between my armpit. It ruthlessly slammed onto Ling Yu's body. Seeing that Ling Yu was about to die, she suddenly gave a low surprised roar. But at this moment, a holy glow suddenly shined down on her and Ling Yu recovered all her HP. Healing technique? It was the cleric's intermediate healing technique. Battle Soul Iron Wing's fireball did not take the rest of Ling Yu's HP. Ling Yu had a shocked face as she quickly released another fire chi shield. I looked up and my heart skipped a beat. That beautiful cleric that saved Ling Yu, wasn't that Purple Rhyme? And the people standing beside Purple Rhyme, they were clearly Sword Flame Dragon Soul, Sword Flame Heavenly Punisher, and Sword Flame Ghost Fire. Purple Rhyme gave me a smile, but she did not say anything. But that Battle Soul Iron Wing was angrily cursing. "Fuck, what are you doing? Father clearly wants you to kill them, why are you healing them?" After he finished speaking, a flame glow appeared. Sword Flame Heavenly Punisher's axe fell right down on him. Hong! With a single strike, Battle Soul Iron Wing's body was split to pieces. He turned into white light as he was returned to the city. Sword Flame Heavenly Punished rubbed his nose. Then he smiled and said, "Little brat, don't you know that Bookworm is our brother?" After Battle Soul Drifting Wind and Battle Soul Iron Wing had been taken care of, the situation had completely turned around. Battle Soul Defying Heaven had a very ugly expression. This person who was first in Battle Soul's face was completely pale as he stood there without saying anything. He just continued to drink potions and restore his HP, apparently he still wanted to fight. At this moment, Sword Flame Dragon Soul had already stepped forward. He smiled and said, "Ao Tian, have you been well these past few years?" Battle Soul Defying Heaven said, "It doesn't matter if I've been good or not. The online game world is just like an empty dream, you're still farming equipments for money and chasing after girls." I said, "You really are bitter. Try saying something else, like how you'll be enacting your revenge later." Sword Flame Dragon Soul smiled and said, "What revenge? Battle Soul won't make a move against Sword Flame. Why? Because Battle Soul Defying Heaven is my high school classmate." Sword Flame Dragon Soul helplessly spread his hand and said, "Fuck." At that moment, Battle Soul Defying Heaven had already walked over. He said, "Since Gentle Breeze Embracing the Moon and Easily Angered Bookworm are Dragon Soul's friends, then the fight we had just now was a mistake. Only the deaths of my brothers were not deserved." Sword Flame Dragon Soul could not help laughing, of course it was deserved. Those two brats depend on the fact that they are members of Battle Soul, even you can see how rampant they act on the outside. Humph, Battle Soul's reputation has been completely ruined by those two bastards over the years. Battle Soul Defying Heaven couldn't help saying, "You can still say that? When you left Battle Soul to form Sword Flame, weren't you cursed as a bastard by everyone? Humph, you actually fought with your brothers over an in-game girl, that was great. That girl turned out to be a transvestite, so are you happy?" Sword Flame Dragon Soul revealed an awkward expression. "Fuck, don't mention that after all these years. I still feel eternal pain from that." Battle Soul Defying Heaven gave a sigh and then said, "I say, Dragon Soul, come back. Battle Soul needs more management class people like you, otherwise it'll become even more chaotic. From what I can see, Drifting Wind and Iron Wind are not up to the task. Currently Battle Soul is being held up by myself." Sword Flame Dragon Soul could not help smiling as he said, I now have new friends and it's not right for me to abandon Sword Flame. Battle Soul Defying Heaven was a little surprised, but he then said, alright then. Since you have friends like Gentle Breeze Embracing the Moon and Easily Angered Bookworm, I won't insist. I'll be leaving then. Don't. How about we finish the quest together? Battle Soul Defying Heaven gave a bitter smile. If your two brothers had been sent back, could you stay here by yourself to finish a quest? After he finished, Battle Soul Defying Heaven used a city return scroll. The members of Sword Flame immediately broke out in smiles. Heavenly Punisher looked at Ling Yu and I in surprise and couldn't help saying, Bookworm, you truly are not simple. I never thought you would be with the #1 female mage. You truly have luck in love. I was stunned. Ling Yu tried to keep her calm appearance, but her cheeks turned red. I said, I truly have to thank you guys this time. If it wasn't for you, she and I would have already been killed. Flame Sword Dragon Soul waved his hand as he smiled and said, what does this count for? You even piked with those fated members for Purple Rhyme, it should be us thanking you. It truly is a man changes in just a few days. In less than a day, you actually entered the Chinese levels rankings. Truly powerful, truly powerful? I looked at them and saw that the Sword Flame members were all still level 25. Their leveling speed seemed a little slow, but they were still considered experts. After all, people like Battle Soul belonged to a minority. Of course, Ling Yu belonged to a completely different category. So I said, since it's like this, let's form a party to finish the quest together. It's perfect since you have 2 tanks and a cleric which perfectly offsets our imbalance. Dragon Soul immediately nodded, We should finish this quest quickly, otherwise Battle Soul will be bringing people over. Battle Soul Drifting Wind and Iron Wing are not good-natured people. That's right, are you two together? I didn't know what Dragon Soul meant by this, so I didn't reply. Ling Yu just smiled and said, that's right, Bookworm and I are friends. After she finished she looked over at Purple Rhyme and said, I never would have thought that Bookworm would be familiar with your team. Purple Rhyme couldn't help smiling as she said, Bookworm and I are only in-game friends. Miss, you don't have to worry about anything. Ling Yu immediately looked over at me and then angrily said, I'm not worried. Since it's like this, let's team up to finish the quest. It's faster this way. So, I invited the 4 people from Flame Sword one by one into our party. Sword Flame Dragon Soul did not act like the leader and asked Ling Yu, young Miss Embracing Moon, how do we fight them? Ling Yu looked at the Netherworld Archer not that far away and said, well, use the normal strategy. The Swordsman and Berserker will tank the monsters while the Mage and Archer will deal damage from behind. The Cleric will keep track of everyone's health, but focus your healing on the Swordsman and Berserker. Dragon Soul nodded and then said to Heavenly Punished, brothers, let's begin? Heavenly Punisher happily nodded and the 2 heavy armor players charged forward. They instantly attracted the aggro of several Netherworld archers, but it was obvious that these archers could not deal that much damage to these heavy armor players. Dragon Soul and Heavenly Punisher both had bronze grade armor, so every attack from these Netherworld archers only did around 100 damage. Purple Rhyme was very relaxed as she healed them. Ling Yu and I were the main attack force, but Sword Flame Ghost Fire was not slacking. After he finished chanting, a dark fireball flew out and slammed into a Netherworld archer's chest, dealing 457 points of damage. Ling Yu shot out a strong fireball and dealt 724 damage to a single Netherworld archer. I also shot out a flame arrow. With a PU sound, it dealt 845 points of damage and killed the Netherworld archer. At this moment, Sword Flame Ghost Fire was dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open as he said, God, what is with your attack power? With this kind of attack power, how can others compete? Ling Yu smiled and casually said, this is just a normal attack power. Ghost Fire's heart filled with shock as he lost all his confidence. Purple Rhyme revealed a faint smile and said, Ghost Fire, take a look at the levels ranking. Gentle Breeze Embracing the Moon is first in all of China and Bookworm is in 3rd place. You think they could enter the levels ranking without a few tricks? Ghost Fire gave a relaxed smile and said, you're right. With their heavy firepower, we should easily be able to complete this quest. At this moment, Ling Yu was actually feeling impatient. She then said, why don't we pick up the pace? Sword Flame Dragon Soul was filled with amazement as he said, you still want to go faster? We're already fighting 5 monsters at the same time? Ling Yu pursed her lips into a smile and said, why don't you draw some more monsters? If you can gather them together, I can kill them all in 10 seconds. Now do you have the ability to accomplish this? Dragon Soul was not a new player. He immediately nodded and said in a low voice, all right, I'll give it a try. After he finished talking, Dragon Soul rushed out several steps and attracted the aggro of tens of Netherworld archers. He ran around until they were grouped together, then he stopped moving and pulled out red potions to drink. Purple Rhyme carefully paid attention and 2 heals fell onto Dragon Soul's body, one after the other. And at this moment, Ling Yu had already begun the chant for her AoE magic. I only saw the flame flicker before countless balls of flame rained down from the sky around the monsters. Immediately, the Netherworld archers quickly began to lose HP and several damage figures appeared above their heads. It was all very conspicuous. Once Ling Yu released the second Scarlet Flame Sea, the Netherworld archers began to drop in groups and our experience bars quickly increased. Heavenly Punisher revealed an excited expression. He couldn't help saying, God. Leveling like this is too fast. I should be able to level up in just half an hour? Indeed, the Netherworld archers were 10 levels higher than them, so they would receive increased experience from killing them. Not long passed before they quickly leveled up. In the end, with 2 tanks and a cleric, it was much faster clearing out all the monsters. Within half an hour, we killed all the monsters on the 3rd floor. There were no equipments that were dropped, but there were quite a few silver coins. After Dragon Soul cleaned up the battlefield, he came over and gave me 25 gold coins. He said, there was a total of 30 gold coins. The potion consumption for you and gentle embrace is too big, so we'll give this to you guys. I was a little embarrassed. How could we do that? We only have 2 people, how could we take such a large portion? Dragon Soul laughed, just take it. If it wasn't for you guys, who knows how long it would have taken us to kill all these monsters. Thinking about it like that, I decided to take the gold coins. I turned and traded them over to Ling Yu since she's the one that really needed the gold coins to buy potions. Archer skills only used a small amount of MP, a single armor-piercing arrow only took 10 MP, but Ling Yu's Scarlet Flame C took 100 MP, there was no comparison between the two. No wonder Ling Yu kept complaining about being poor. Looking at the empty 3rd floor, Dragon Soul and Heavenly Punisher walked over to the 4th floor stairs. Ghostfire also quickly followed them. I looked at the 2 beautiful girls and they looked at me, so I said, ladies first? Ling Yu snappily said, stop with that. Cannon fodder first? I rolled my eyes. I knew it, I really was just cannon fodder? Purple Rhyme covered her mouth and gave a gentle laugh. Then she followed Ling Yu behind me as we entered the Netherworld cavern 4th floor. A flash of light came from in front and we entered the 4th floor. The first thing we saw was that it was completely filled with monsters. Undead Priest, Enhanced Monster. Stats. Undead Mage, Enhanced Monster. Stats. Undead Knight, Enhanced Monster. Stats. The Undead Priest holding a bone staff gave a low and deep roar. The Undead Mage was covered in a black robe that revealed its white arm bones, there was dim light glowing in its eye sockets. And the Undead Knight clad in armor did not have a mount, it was only holding a sword as it looked around itself. Zhang, Zhang. Dragon Soul had already brandished his large sword to fight with an Undead Knight. Beside him, Heavenly Punisher slashed his axe down on the back of an Undead Knight, but it only slightly trembled and only lost 35 HP. Heavenly Punisher did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fuck. I actually can't break through its armor. Dragon Soul was pushed back again and again by the Undead Knight until his HP fell down to 1/3. He helplessly said, this is bad. There's too much of a difference between our levels. Our stats are much lower than theirs. I didn't say anything and immediately shot out an armor-penetrating arrow. A white glow hit the Undead Knight right in the chest and a damage figure appeared above its head, 549. I let out a sigh of relief. This is still good, at least my armor-penetrating arrow can still break through their armor. Ling Yu chanted in a low voice and a fireball was shot out from her hand, dealing 347 points of damage. Although it didn't count as much, the combined damage from our 2 attacks was enough to bring the Undead Knight down to 1/3 of his max HP. Everyone was flabbergasted. Ling Yu and my attack power was clear to everyone, but now that we're only doing this much damage, it was hard to imagine just how strong the monsters we were facing right now were. We couldn't use the Scarlet Flame C to kill the monsters this time. A single Undead Knight was already hard enough to deal with for Dragon Soul and Heavenly Punisher. If there were more monsters present, it would definitely cost someone their life. So, we could only kill the monsters one at a time. With Ghostfire coordinating with us, it wasn't that slow for us to kill the monsters. The Undead Priest gave a loud chant, its voice was very ugly. Ling Yu couldn't help covering her ears as she helplessly looked at me and gave a faint smile. At the same time, a layer of purple light appeared above our heads. Ding! Combat notification, you have been affected by the Undead Light Ring, your attack power has been reduced by 10%. I was a bit surprised. I never thought that the Undead Priest would actually have a attack decreasing skill. With the current situation, Ling Yu and my attacks were no longer as powerful. Instead the melee fighters Dragon Soul and Heavenly Punisher became our main damage. The large sword and axe were brandished as the 2 of them immediately cut down the Undead Priest. Pada! A black shin guard fell by our feet and I picked it up to look at it. Perishing shin guard, bronze equipment, cloth armor. Defense, 28. Intelligence, plus 10. Additional effect, increase dark attributed magic damage by 3%. Required level, 30. Set equipment stats, unidentified. I was stunned. It was actually a bronze grade set equipment? Ling Yu leaned in from the side and looked at its stats. She couldn't help being stunned. Then she smiled and said, a level 30 set equipment? I asked in small voice, what should I do Ling Yu? Ling Yu gave a playful smile and said, you make the decision. I can't use it anyway. So, I gave a casual smile and shared the Perishing Shin Guard stats with the entire party. At this moment, Dragon Soul and Heavenly Punisher almost began drooling and Ghostfire revealed a yearning expression. Out of the people here, Ghostfire was the only person that used dark magic. If Purple Rhyme took this equipment, she would only gain a little magic attack, but it would be considered a waste. The Perishing set could only display its true power when Ghostfire equips it. While Ghostfire was staring blankly at the item, I had heard traded the Perishing Shin Guard over to him. Then I smiled and said, Ghostfire, come. Today is your lucky day. Ghostfire was stunned and then suddenly cancelled the trade. Then he said, "This is something that gentle breeze embracing the moon can use. I can't take it for myself." I was actually astonished. "This is made for your job. If we don't give it to you, who do we give it to? If you feel bad about it, then just give me 10 gold coins. That way you'll be giving me and Ling Yu a share." Ghostfire was still hesitant, but Dragon Soul smiled and said, "Ghostfire, just take it. It's Brother Bookworm's good intention, don't say anything else. Or are you still treating Bookworm as an outsider? In my heart, he is already a part of Sword Flame, he is one of our brothers." A smile appeared on my face. Dragon Soul really knew how to talk, even I was getting a little emotional. "The brothers I have in this game, I gained 3 of them all at once today." Heavenly Punisher gave a large smile and said, "Ghostfire, just accept it. Or are you unwilling to give up 10 gold coins?" Ghostfire couldn't help giving a bitter smile. "You clearly know that this piece of equipment is worth at least 200 gold coins. What use would you have for just 10 gold coins?" Although Ghostfire's words was very ordinary, it was still very sharp. I began to laugh. "All right, let's not argue anymore. If nothing strange happens, then we'll be able to get several pieces of this perishing set. Let's not waste our time talking and let's kill some more monsters." Ghostfire fiercely nodded and put 80 gold coins into the trade window. Then he accepted the perishing shin guard. Dragon Soul smiled and said, "The goodwill that Bookworm and Beauty Embracing Moon has shown my brother, Dragon Soul will definitely remember. If the need comes, we will jump through fire and water without any hesitation for you guys." Ling Yu couldn't help smiling. All right, stop being so serious, I can't take it. Bookworm, let's keep killing monsters." Everyone began to smile and I turned to trade the gold coins over to Ling Yu. I had already given Ling Yu 155 gold coins. This would be enough to buy several days' worth of potions. So, we continued to kill the monsters. It took us nearly 5 hours to clear most of the monsters on the 4th floor. 3 more pieces of the perishing set dropped and there was only a helmet that was missing. Ghostfire was very anxious, hoping that the last few monsters would drop them. But when we saw that it was already 9 p.m. and nobody had eaten yet, Ling Yu couldn't help knitting her brows. Then she smiled and said, "Bookworm, I'm hungry." I was a little startled since Ling Yu was truly just like Ling Shui, especially when they said they were hungry. The coquettish image that they displayed, it was enough to charm anyone. As I was staring at her in a daze, Ling Yu couldn't help smiling. "Let's rush through the 5th floor, I'm going to eat with Shui after this." "Bookworm, do you want to come?" I asked. "Where are we eating?" "White Jade Orchid." I took a deep breath. "Good fellow, this is a star-grade hotel. I could consider eating a bowl of mixed noodles. As for the White Jade Orchid, there was no way. So I shook my head and said, "You guys go by yourself, it doesn't suit me at all." Ling Yu revealed a faint smile and tauntingly asked, "Don't you want to see Shui? She keeps talking about you at home. Father is already suspecting whether she has gotten herself a boyfriend." I thought of Ling Shui crying in my arm that night. That beautiful young miss that made others love her, was she actually thinking about me? Seeing the expression I revealed, Ling Yu couldn't help smiling. "Bookworm, let's quickly kill these monsters. After we finish killing them, you'll go and eat dinner. Don't let yourself starve." I nodded and shot out an armor-piercing arrow, killing an undead priest. Pada! A sound rang out and a black helmet fell down on the floor in front of us. Ghostfire was immediately excited as he rushed over to pick up the helmet. He couldn't help saying with a pleasantly surprised tone, "This is great. I finally got the entire perishing set." After he finished talking, Ghostfire took out the equipments one by one, letting everyone look at them. The equipments were still unidentified, so he could not equip them yet. It took us a whole 5 hours to kill everything. There were more monsters on the 4th floor than we thought. Ling Yu had reached level 34 and I had reached level 32, directly becoming the 2nd place player in Sunset City. The Sword Flame members all reached level 30 except for Purple Rhyme who reached level 29, but they all entered into the top 10 ranks. Seeing the perishing set that was dropped, Ghostfire revealed a satisfied expression, but almost all of Dragon Soul's gold coins had been traded over to Ling Yu. Ling Yu was not polite and giggled as she took it all. The more gold coins she had, the more high-level potions she could buy and that would make her leveling much faster. Finally, after killing all the monsters on the 4th floor, we entered the 5th floor. Heavenly Punisher was the first person to enter, but he had only entered the 5th floor for 2 seconds before running back to the 4th floor. He had a pale face and he began to stutter as he pointed at the 5th floor. In there is a high-level boss?" Heavenly Punisher almost seemed like he was about to go crazy. Ling Yu flashed a smile at me. "Very good, it seems like we're about to reach the climax of the night. High level my ass." After Dragon Soul kicked Heavenly Punisher down onto the 5th floor, he quickly entered as well. I followed behind him and Ling Yu and Purple Rhyme walked side by side behind me. If we met any monsters, the one in a bad position would be him. Once we entered the 5th floor, a cold wind blew around us. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped and we felt very cold. When Ling Yu and Purple Rhyme appeared together, the two of them instantly gave a surprised shout. Ling Yu quickly tightened her robe around herself and Purple Rhyme's arms wrapped around her chest, perfectly making the proud pair she had even more prominent. Looking in front of us, a wave of cold air blew across us. Its dead gray hair was wildly dancing. It wore a golden armor and had a long sword, with a purple cloak fluttering behind it. In front of us, there was an impressive-looking skeleton, looking at us with a strong aura coming from its empty eye holes. It looked at us like it was looking at a bunch of ants, and it was filled with disdain. 10,000-year-old skeleton king, gold level boss. Level, attack, defense, HP, description, 10,000 years ago, a king died here. He was revived from his dissatisfaction of failing and now has become the king of skeletons, leading a mighty force, hoping to sweep across the Spirit of Grief mainland. Everyone here was dumbfounded. Heavenly Punisher's eyes were wide open as he said, "My god, a gold level boss. It's time for us to die?" Dragon Soul gripped his large sword. "Calm down. Calm down. We need to kill him. Whether we become rich will all depend on what happens today." Ghostfire said, "It's a pity that I can't use the perishing set yet, otherwise we might have a chance to kill it." Ling Yu opened her attractive little mouth and muttered, "It's actually a gold level boss. Bookworm, we've struck the jackpot." I said, "When do you want to start?" After I gave my reminder, everyone finally awakened, but the Skeleton King also opened its eyes. A cold glow immediately appeared in its eye sockets which made anyone who saw it shiver uncontrollably. The horse that the Skeleton King rode on had already turned to white bones, but it was still wearing its battle armor. With a long neigh, it kicked the ground a few times and suddenly charged forward as fast as lightning. Hua! A cold glow shined and the blade of the sword in the Skeleton King's hand was revealed. There was a stream of light shining on the sword, showing that it was not an ordinary item. "Be careful!" Dragon Soul gave a low roar and Heavenly Punisher bore the brunt of the attack with his axe. Only hearing a ding sound, the Skeleton King's sword sent Heavenly Punisher flying. With a pang he fell onto the ground and had already lost more than half his HP. Everyone revealed looks of shock. Even though Heavenly Punisher had defended himself, he had still lost 1000 HP from the Skeleton King's attack. How could they beat it? Ling Yu immediately said in a low voice, "Everyone split up. Use ice spells to slow him down, quickly." As the Chinese server's highest leveled player, everyone naturally followed Ling Yu's orders. Everyone immediately split up, but I quickly realized that surprisingly, the Skeleton King's next target was actually Purple Rhyme, so I quickly fired out an armor-piercing arrow. Only seeing a white glow soaring out, a glow came from the Skeleton King's back and a damage figure appeared. 542. Purple Rhyme's face turned purple in fright, but she immediately gave a grateful smile to me. I didn't have the time to look back because the dangerous Skeleton King was already charging at me. Dragon Soul held his sword as he suddenly came from the side. He angrily shouted, sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. A purple light glowed and Dragon Soul's giant sword suddenly stabbed the skeletal warhorse's butt. Immediately, the Skeleton King's HP dropped twice by 234 and 185 respectively. With the Skeleton King's defense, it was already pretty good that Dragon Soul could deal this much damage. The sweeping away 1,000 soldiers was a multi-hit attack. At its highest level, it could attack 5 times, but at the current stage, players could only release 2 attacks. After his attack had hit, Dragon Soul very smartly ran as fast as possible. His speed was so fast that it was surprising. And the Skeleton King acted like it had been insulted as it immediately angrily charged at Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul screamed in fear, "Brothers, save me!" Of course, the person who saved Dragon Soul wasn't a brother, rather it was Ling Yu with an ice bolt. Suddenly, the Skeleton King's speed decreased and pressure on Dragon Soul also decreased. I also shot out an ice arrow along with the armor-piercing arrow, dealing quite a bit of damage to the Skeleton King. Out of all the players here, I was obviously the main attack force. The only thing that could deal a lot of damage to the Skeleton King was my armor-piercing arrow. Even Ling Yu's fireball could only deal 400 points of damage. After a panicked start, we had finally assumed our positions. Ling Yu, Ghostfire, and me were positioned in a triangle, separately taking the aggro of the Skeleton King, and Dragon Soul and Heavenly Punisher were just waiting outside for the chance to launch an earth-splitting cut or a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers, then they would quickly run away. After all, they knew that if the Skeleton King's sword touched them, they would definitely be on the edge of death. Time slowly passed and everything was going well. After half an hour, after being worn down by us, the Skeleton King finally only had a bit of HP left and was about to fall at any moment. Heavenly Punisher appeared very excited. He dragged his battle axe forward to attack and then immediately ran away after he landed the attack. This kind of funny appearance made Purple Rhyme reveal a gentle smile. As the main offense, I had almost used up all the surplus blue potions I had in my inventory. I even asked Dragon Soul to bring some potions over to Ling Yu since her consumption as a mage was greater than mine. Seeing that the Skeleton King no longer had a prestigious figure, I couldn't help thinking that no matter how broken a boss is, it still can't resist being controlled by a perfect strategy. Dragon Soul licked his lips as he excitedly said, "Spirit of Grief's first gold level boss will be dying by our hands. Just based on this, our names will be able to go down in history." Heavenly Punisher said, "Boss, will our names be recorded on the Skeleton King's tombstone?" Dragon Soul stared at him and said, "Fuck, don't say stuff like that." Heavenly Punisher loudly shouted, "Long live the Skeleton King, living for 1,000 years, covering the ancient and modern era, absolutely invincible. Fuck, that truly is too unlucky." At this moment, everything suddenly changed as Heavenly Punisher's crow mouth came true. They saw the low-health Skeleton King suddenly stop and he raised his sword high up. A profound spell surrounded the area and the ground began to shake. It seemed like the entire 5-floored netherworld cavern was about to collapse. Ding! System notification. Please note that the 10,000-year Skeleton King is using the skill, summoning 10,000 soldiers. The sound of horses stepping on stone appeared from the void in front of us. Countless skeletal knights waving long spears began to charge forward. They were just like wild tigers, it was enough to make a person tremble. Before long, 100 undead knights rushed forward to join the fight. Heavenly Punisher, who chose to bear the brunt of the charge, flew out with his giant axe. The glow of the earth splitter cut shined and several knights were knocked off their horse, but the knights behind suddenly charged forward and instantly submerged Heavenly Punisher. We only saw a white light flashing as Heavenly Punisher was killed and sent back to the city. Dragon Soul was shocked. As he was about to turn around, there was a figure that appeared behind him. The Skeleton King's giant figure flew across the ground and with a CA sound, his sword stabbed into Dragon Soul's chest. Dragon Soul did not even have time to react before his HP was completely emptied by the 3,458 giant damage figure. With another white glow, Dragon Soul was also killed and he dropped a red potion. Fuck, Dragon Soul actually died that easily. He was still the boss of Flame Sword. I looked over at Ling Yu and saw that she was also looking at me. We both had a trace of fear and shock in our eyes. The Skeleton King's attack was too strong and we had no way of defending against it. Purple Rhyme was not far away from me and she was being surrounded by undead knights. She gave a bitter smile to me and said, "Bookworm, I'll be going back to the city first." Purple Rhyme turned into white light as she flew off to the city. She was very calm as she died. Ghostfire lost himself in his rage and went all out to attack the Skeleton King. I immediately loudly shouted, "Ghostfire, go back to the city right now." Ghostfire said in a surprised voice, "I can't. How could I just abandon you guys?" I loudly shouted, "Stop talking, do you want to drop the perishing set? Go back to the city right now and wait for us, I'll block them for you." Ghostfire was suddenly scared and did not say anything else. He immediately drew back from the fight and pulled out a city return scroll. I quickly stepped forward and attracted the aggro of the undead knights, then I rushed towards the Skeleton King. After a few seconds, Ghostfire successfully used the city return scroll and was sent back. Then I started to attack the Skeleton King. Whether we would succeed would depend on these next few seconds. Ling Yu understood my intentions and coordinated with me. She continued to shoot out fireballs at the Skeleton King's chest, but it seemed like his HP was inexhaustible. He actually did not fall. Finally, a crowd of undead knights surrounded Ling Yu and her flame chi shield was destroyed with a few attacks. The attack power of these undead knights were no joke. Seeing Ling Yu turning into white light and being sent back to the city, I felt a bit of pain in my heart, but I forced it down. I quickly dodged the undead knights chasing after me, while shooting out an armor-piercing arrow at the Skeleton King. But the Skeleton King also rushed over with his steed and he swung his whistling sword at me. I was very clear on the situation. My defense was worse than Dragon Soul and he was instantly killed. I would definitely be shattered to pieces the moment the sword landed. So, I closed my eyes and shot out a final armor-piercing arrow. Pang! The moment milky white light clashed with the Skeleton King's armor, it suddenly stopped moving. Then its body fell onto mine, bringing a heavy pressure with it. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have killed the gold level boss 10,000-year-old Skeleton King. You have received 400,000 experience and 2,000 prestige. A golden light quickly fell and I reached level 33, but I was instantly surrounded by the undead knights. A sword glow shot out and my increased HP instantly turned empty. I was startled, but I immediately looked at the stuff the Skeleton King dropped. There was a skill book and a sword which I quickly put into my inventory as I fell down. As for the gold coins, I could only take a single handful. Who would have thought once I grabbed that handful, my whole body would fill with pain and light would appear in front of my eyes. Ding! System notifications, you have been killed by the undead knights and you have lost 1 level. Ding! System notification, since you can't complete the quest while being dead, the quest has failed. Fuck, I actually failed it. Did this quest have a time delay? Moreover, I returned back to level 32. Familiar faces appeared in my surroundings. Ling Yu, Dragon Soul, and the others were all waiting at the resurrection point. Dragon Soul said, "It seems like you were killed as well." Heavenly Punisher said, "That's definitely right. Returning to the city would send him to the square, not here." Far off in the distance, Ghostfire was running over from the square. By my side, Ling Yu and Purple Rhyme were excitedly standing there. Ling Yu gave low laugh and said, "So what happened in the end?" I said, "Look at my level." Ling Yu was a little surprised, but she quickly recovered. She smiled and said, "You've killed the Skeleton King? Smart." Everyone had lost a level and I was already at level 32, so for me to stay at level 32, that could only mean that I gained a level before dying. After finding out that I killed the Skeleton King, Dragon Soul, and the others all revealed happy expressions. When I mentioned the drops, Dragon Soul shook his head and said, "One cannot be too greedy. Ghostfire has already obtained the perishing set and Bookworm, you're the one that killed the Skeleton King. This sounds bad, but we really didn't help that much. Even if the Skeleton King dropped divine equipment, we still would not want it." After he finished speaking, Dragon Soul smiled and said, "Now I'll log off and get some dinner. Brother Bookworm, I'll see you later." Heavenly Punisher and Ghostfire went to appraise their equipment and Purple Rhyme logged out to go eat dinner. I also went to appraise my equipment and Ling Yu followed me as she said, "I'll go and see an eye-opener." When we arrived at the appraisal shop, Ghostfire was already wearing the sparkling perishing set and walking away. Heavenly Punisher happily followed behind him and sometimes he would often point at Ghostfire for bystanders as he said, "This is my brother, isn't he broken?" I took out the 2 items from my inventory and found out that the skill book did not need to be appraised. 1000 Blade Arrow, deals a certain amount of damage to all surrounding enemies. Requirement, level 30 archer job. I was overjoyed, it really was something that was really sought after. I had unexpectedly gained an archer AoE attack skill book. Reading the details of the skill book, Ling Yu also happily smiled and said, "Bookworm, you have to always accompany me while leveling?" I smiled and said, "I'd be glad to." Then I looked at the sword the Skeleton King dropped. Light Flow Sword, gold equipment. Attack, 140 to 185. Strength, plus 15. Vitality, plus 10. Required level, 30. Unidentified. Gold equipment? It was actually a gold equipment. Ling Yu and I just stood there in a daze without saying anything for quite a while, seeing the light stream on the sword, the layer of light slowly rippling across the blade itself. The flow of light on the sword was very elegant, in general, it seemed very beautiful. After a while, Ling Yu swung my arm around and said, "Bookworm, are you still getting it appraised?" I said, "Of course." When I placed the light flow sword on the table, the appraiser immediately revealed a shocked expression. He quickly ran to the back while calling out, "Master, Master, there's a piece of equipment for you to appraise." After a few minutes, an old appraiser walked out. His name was clearly showing his title, Royal Palace Appraisal Master. An old appraiser looked at the light flow sword and couldn't help becoming excited. He gently caressed the sword hilt and said in a trembling voice, "I never thought I would be able to see a treasure like this in my lifetime." After that, the old appraiser mechanically said, "It costs 100 gold coins to appraise this." "What? 100 gold coins?" I was shocked. The old appraiser gave a serious nod. "Do you want to appraise it?" I only had 56 gold coins on me, I didn't have enough. Ling Yu saw that I was in a difficult position, so she gave a faint smile and took out 100 gold coins to give to the appraiser. Then she said, "I'll help him pay for it." After the appraiser received the money, he immediately placed his hand on the light flow sword. I only saw light shine out and the light flow sword's golden glow completely covered the entire appraiser shop. Taking back the light flow sword, I immediately excitedly looked the sword's stats. Light flow sword, gold equipment. Attack, 185 to 270. Strength, plus 24. Vitality, plus 20. Agility, plus 15. Additional effect, increases the user's skill attack power of 20%. Required level, 30. Seeing the stats of the light flow sword, Ling Yu and I stood there stunned. This is too abnormal, right?" Ling Yu said in a shocked tone. I was also stunned. Holding the light flow sword in my hand, I felt a majestic energy flowing into my body. It was a pity that I was just a little archer that had no way of using swords. Ling Yu pursed her lips into a smile and asked, "What are you planning to do with this sword? Are you going to give it to Dragon Soul?" I said, "You think I'm that generous of a person? If I give away a gold equipment, people will wonder if I've been kicked in the head." Ling Yu revealed a faint smile and said, "Who knows? Perhaps it's because Dragon Soul doesn't have enough charm? Since you don't plan on giving it to him, then just save it for now. After half a month when the majority of players reach level 30, this sword will reveal its true value." I nodded and said, "All right, if I sell this sword, I also have to give you a share. I'll give you 10% of the income." "Good fellow, you really are generous." Of course. Opening the equipment ranking, the golden bow's first place had been replaced with the light flow sword. Moreover, the appraisal value of the light flow sword was 10 times higher compared to the golden bow and was 100 times higher compared to the third place bronze sword. If other people knew that the only gold and silver weapons were in my hand, it would be hard to imagine what would happen. Perhaps there would even be people that would think about robbing me. Arriving at the warehouse manager, I stored the light flow sword. Looking at the time, it was already 10 o'clock and my stomach was completely empty, so I logged off and took out the 1,000 yuan overnight rent that Ling Shui left me. I took 500 out for my rent and then went downstairs. In my heart I was thinking, right now the game currency still can't be exchanged yet, but I should open a new bank account. In a week when the game's bank card binding function opens, I will be able to make a fortune at that time. Not to mention the light flow sword, right now I was considered a high-level person. Even if I randomly farmed some equipment to sell, I would still earn enough to buy food and clothing without worrying. When I came downstairs, I went into a small restaurant and sat down. I ordered 2 small dishes and some beer, then I began to help myself. There were pedestrians walking outside on the street and no one was familiar with one another. It really was only destiny that could bring 2 people together. As for me and Ling Shui, we had a fate like that. Of course, I didn't know if she also felt this way. Right now Ling Shui should be eating dinner with Ling Yu. I couldn't help smiling as Ling Yu and Ling Shui's beautiful faces appeared in my mind. It was an honor for me to know this pair of stunning twins. It could really be called using 3 lifetime of luck and it was unknown who in this world would be lucky enough to obtain even one of them. Then my train of thought derailed and I thought about what it would be like to have both of them. Hugging Ling Shui on the left and hugging Ling Yu on the right, I would not trade anything to give this up. While I was having obscene thoughts, I noticed 2 students coming into the store. They ordered a pot of pickled vegetable fish and then began to talk. One of them said, "I'm level 24 now and I found 2 dark iron equipment this afternoon. My attack power is very high now." The other one scoffed and said, "Key, stop bragging about a dark iron weapon. I heard that there is a senior at school that found a level 18 bronze axe, now that is broken. If I had a weapon like that, I could break through to level 30 tonight." "Fuck, you're only level 13, stop dreaming of rushing to level 30. Big brother will help you rush to level 18 today." "That's right, do you know the female mage Gentle Breeze embracing the moon? There was a picture of her that appeared on the internet today, she's really beautiful. I've heard that she lives in our Sujo." "Sujo? Which school does she go to? Let's chase her and get her as a girlfriend, she can even help us level." "Fuck, good for nothing." Listening to the 2 students chatting, I revealed a faint smile. I quickly ate my garlic sprouts and then chugged down my beer. Summertime was the best time to eat a meal like this. After I finished my meal, I immediately went back home. At this time, I saw the couple of girls from next door gathered around the table eating dinner. A girl in green clothes smiled at me and said, "Hey, bookworm, want to eat together with us?" I shook my head, "Thanks, but I already went out to eat." It had to be said, these girls were quite beautiful. Moreover, they wore exposing clothes that revealed most of their thighs and chests. No wonder their business was so good. After saying goodbye to the young miss next door, I closed my door and went online. I marveled at the sound-canceling effects of the Spirit of Grief headset. During the few days I was playing the game, I actually have not heard an ah or "I want love even if I die." After logging on, I appeared in Sunset City. Opening the player rankings, I saw that the player rankings of Sunset City did not change by much. Gentle Breeze Embracing the Moon was still first place at level 33 and I was second at level 32. The Battle Soul members were below us and Sword Flames Ghostfire and Dragon Soul entered into the 7th and 8th place at level 30. Opening my friends list, I saw that Purple Rhyme and Ling Yu were not there. Dragon Soul was also offline, but Heavenly Punisher and Ghostfire were still in the game. They were probably trying out the new Perishing set while leveling. Looking at the equipment rankings, it did not change at all. The Light Flow Sword was still high above the others at first place. Just like being in a dream, the number 1 weapon in the entire world actually belonged to me. This filled me with disbelief, so I ran off to the warehouse to take a look. Seeing the cold glowing light flow sword lying in my warehouse, I began to let out a wild laugh which made all the other players look at me. Next, I had to decide where I would go to level. After scrolling through the forums for a whole, I found that there was a leveling ground treasure trove for high-level players. In a canyon to the west of Sunset City, there lied a large ancient tomb named the General's Tomb. The General's Tomb was a 10,000-year-old temple. Legends say that countless thousands of years ago, because a large star that could sweep through the world undeterred betrayed the king of a country, that king flew into a rage and led 1,000 wizards to seal that general and his loyal followers into this ancient temple. The years passed and the hatred and loneliness had demonized the originally brave general. After several thousand years, this tomb had become a forbidden area for living people. Basically, Spirit of Grief only gave this much information about the general's tomb. There was no information on its coordinates or the monsters inside, everything depended on the player to find this out themselves. But, some Moon Monochrome internal personnel had disclosed that the general's tomb lied in a canyon to the west of Sunset City. It was a leveling ground treasure trove made for level 30 to level 60 players. It was said that it had a high drop rate, but there was not a single player that had found the general's tomb yet. The tomb was like a mirage that could not be seen. After buying some potions, I decided to set off on my one. I looked at my skills. Basic Archery, Intermediate Level. Proficiency, 0/50,000. Does not use MP. Fire Arrow, Intermediate Level. Proficiency, 0/50,000. Costs 10 MP to use. Ice Arrow, Beginner Level. Proficiency, 7234/10,000. Costs 5 MP to use. Armor Piercing Arrow, Intermediate Level. Proficiency, 0/50,000. Costs 20 MP to use. 1000 Blade Arrows, Beginner Level. Proficiency, 0/10,000. Costs 50 MP to use. After being continuously used, Fire Arrow and Armor Piercing Arrow had already reached the intermediate level. Currently, beginner archers could only raise their skills to the intermediate level, but once they changed jobs at level 40, they naturally could raise their skills to the high level. It's said that there is still the master level after the high level. Above that was the grand master level and finally there was the divine level. In short, the higher the grade, the more broken it was. This time, besides leveling up, I still had to practice the 1000 Blade Arrows skill level. Moreover, I still didn't know what kind of effects this AoE skill had. If it turned out to be a useless skill, then I might go crazy. While checking my potions and equipment durability, I found that from dying once, the Scarlet Flame set's durability had fallen by half. Luckily I didn't lose one, otherwise I really would cry myself to death. So, I went to the equipment repair shop of Sunset City and put down my Scarlet Flame set to get repaired. The blacksmith did not even raise his head as he said, "It costs 7 gold coins to repair this." Fuck. Repairing it once costs this much money? I revealed a shocked expression. But I had to repair it, so no matter how unwilling I was, I still obediently handed the money over. After the Scarlet Flame set had been repaired, I did not delay any longer. I opened the map and headed off to the west. On the way, there were quite a few players coming out of Sunset City. They were going off in groups of 3-5 in the direction of the mountain to the west of Sunset City. There were 2 main leveling spots outside the city. One was the Gentle Breeze Forest where level 25 demonized rabbits spawned. The other was Twilight Forest where level 25 to level 35 porcupines and wolves spawned. But these 2 leveling areas were occupied by a large number of players. Moreover, large organizations like Fated and Battle Soul had assembled large amounts of players to occupy the area. Solo players had no way of training there. Far off there were 2 Fated players looking at me. They were secretly talking to one another. Isn't that easily angered bookworm who boss said we have to kill? Should we go take care of him? The other one was shocked. Idiot? Can we beat him while being at level 20? He is a level 32 ranked expert. Quickly report to the boss and let him gather our brothers to kill this brat. Look at his equipment set. It's pretty good. I couldn't help being startled. It was true that fame attracted trouble. After ascending to the player rankings, trouble seemed to come one after the other. So, I immediately entered the Gentle Breeze Forest to the southwest and cut off from there to where the legendary general's tomb was supposed to be. In this case, the Fated members did chase after me, but they could not keep up with me in the dense forest. I only need a single city return scroll to lose them. After walking for around half an hour, the birds in front of me were startled. Several players stumbled out of the jungle in front of me, covered in blood, showing an embarrassed expression. Following behind them was an impressive human-bodied wolf-headed monster. It had a large blade in its hand and it was spewing out a bloody aura from its mouth. The large blade was raised high up and with a honk sound, he instantly killed one of the swordsman players. I was a little frightened. This monster really had a high attack power. Even a level 24 swordsman lost half his HP from just one of his attack. So, I immediately looked at the monster's stats. Blue Wolf Guard, normal monster. Level, 28. Attack, 185 to 240. Defense, 80. HP, 2400. Attack type, normal. It was a level 28 monster. Looking at the terrified little party, after they had lost their swordsman, there was only 2 mages, 2 berserkers, and a cleric left. Exactly 5 people. The Blue Wolf Guard quickly raised its large blade once again and it fell down on a frightened mage. The little mage had a shocked expression as he opened his mouth to say, "God damn it, I'm about to die like this." After he finished talking, a white light suddenly streaked forward. With a PU sound, the white light entered right into the Blue Wolf Guard's mouth and shattered his head in an explosion of blood and brain matter. 1848. It was a one-hit kill. My armor-piercing arrow had killed this half-HP Blue Wolf Guard. Those players were still shocked. When they turned to look at me, they said in an amazed voice, Isn't this the rank or easily angered bookworm?" I smiled and said, "Your luck is good, but you should level yourself a bit quicker." "That's right. Why are you and your friends in this kind of condition?" Logically speaking, the monsters of the Gentle Breeze Forest shouldn't be this high leveled, right? A berserker spot on the ground and said, "Who knows?" Our team entered into the woods and suddenly found a deep canyon. When we went in, we unexpectedly found a tall tower. When we entered the tower, we saw that it was filled with these Blue Wolf Guards. We originally had over 10 people in our small team, but now there are only 5 of us left. I couldn't help being surprised as I said, "A tower? Was the map name called the General's Tomb?" It wasn't, it was the Ancient Ghost Tomb first floor. My heart began to beat wildly from my joy. This was right. It said that the General's Tomb has 7 floors and the first floor is called the Ancient Ghost Tomb first floor. All the way until the 7th floor where the true General's Tomb was. That was the habitat of the famous ancient hero? So I said, "Where is that ancient ghost tomb? Can you take me there?" The berserker was a little surprised, but he immediately smiled and said, "Easily angered bookworm, a master like you could easily tour around a forbidden zone like the ancient ghost tomb, but as for us..." The opposite side revealed a hesitant look. I immediately understood his meaning and then I smiled as I said, "How about this? We'll form a party. All the leather armors will belong to me and you can split the rest as necessary. Is that fine?" "Ha, ha, of course, of course." The berserker loudly laughed as he immediately added me to his party. I didn't haggle with them that much. The ancient ghost tomb would go as far as level 60, so it definitely wouldn't be easily to fight my way to the 7th floor. This was a long-term leveling area, so it was more important to me to find the ancient ghost tomb for now. As for having 5 level 24 party members, it wasn't actually all that bad. At least there was a cleric and berserker which made it a little safer. The berserker lifted his axe and led the way into the jungle. The others all followed behind him and I also moved forward while gripping my golden bow. A mist arose from the jungle and a variety of monsters around level 25 jumped us, but with my 195 to 250 attack, they were clearly not enough. It took me up to 2 arrows to take care of a single level 25 monster. My party just watched dumbfounded as they continued to call me expert. After around 10 minutes, we had walked quite a bit into the jungle. Finally, after pushing aside a cluster of green leaves, we saw an ancient temple in the distance covered in fog. What was shocking was that this ancient temple was very high, piercing into the clouds, but from far away, we couldn't see it clearly. It was clear that the forest fog was too heavy. The berserker pointed at the ancient temple and laughed as he said, "We're here?" Do you want to go in first? I couldn't help feeling contempt for him. This fucking berserker was trying to get me to go first. Did he really think that I was someone they could just leech off of? But I still went it first. They were only level 28 monsters with 240 attack power. They had no way of easily breaking through my 200 defense. Moreover, I had 1060 HP, so it was impossible for me to get instant killed. The ancient temple was surrounded in stone lion statues known as Swan Eni, just like they were protecting the temple itself. A solemn atmosphere was emitted by the Swan Eni statues, making the temple itself even more mysterious. The bronze gast gates of the ancient temple were firmly closed. It was covered in rust and had been worn down. It had completely turned copper green. When I placed my hand on the door and gently pushed, it would not open. It was incredibly heavy. So, I used all my strength and the gates finally opened. Hearing a long sound, a violent aura burst forth. Ayo, ayo, there were 3 blue wolf guards facing me. Pa, pa, pa. 3 consecutive slashes fell on my chest and I felt a bit of pain. I had lost a bit over 400 HP, but it wasn't life-threatening. The cleric behind me immediately healed and the mage also began to cast his magic. I quickly moved back and shot out 2 armor-piercing arrows to kill a blue wolf guard. I turned my head to look back and I found that the 2 berserkers were both standing there, not daring to move forward. Fuck. Damn bastards. I secretly insulted them and this reminded me of the dangers of this trip. The 2 berserkers were not truly afraid of death, they were just waiting for my health to fall down. Then they would get rid of my and then there would be the possibility that I would drop a piece of equipment. A piece of equipment from the 2nd rank expert would definitely be a good item. I took in a deep breath. The world was truly dangerous. I had just saved them, but they were not even grateful. Rather they were even plotting against me. This was truly despicable. As if he had gotten a reminder from the berserker, the cleric stopped healing me and the 2 mages stopped sending out fireballs. It was as if they wanted to see how I would take out the 3 blue wolf guards alone. Seeing this situation, I couldn't help getting angry. Fuck. You think father is an easy person to trick? With 2 pang sounds, the 2 blue wolf guards were hit with ice arrows. I ran around in a loop and then stopped right beside a Swan Eni statue in the distance. I loudly shouted, "Hey, it's your turn." As I expected, the long distance between us made the blue wolf guards lose their aggro. As a result, the aggro was transferred over to the other 5 people here. Facing these 2 fierce blue wolf guards, my 5 party members fell into distress. The 2 berserkers almost died, but I still used my armor-piercing arrow to save them. It wasn't because I was benevolent, but rather it was because they still had their uses. Since they were trying to use me, then well, let everyone make mutual use of each other. After killing off the 2 blue wolf guards, the mages sat down to recover their MP and the berserkers drank recovery potions. I went by myself up the steps of the ancient temple. On the way through, I was slightly surprised. I was in a rush so I didn't get to see it earlier, but now I had a much clearer view. There were several ash-gray cages all around the first floor, broken into countless little pieces. On the main path, there was a cage every 10 meters and there were several blue wolf guards inside each cage. Moreover, there were even more blue wolf guards that had broken free of their cages and were walking around. They used the sword in their hands to tear apart all the intruders that came to this ancient temple. I looked around and found that there were several blue wolf guards' corpses on the ground to the east. Immediately I asked in a doubtful tone, "Have people already been here?" Behind me, my party member, the berserker, smiled and said, "No, those were killed by my team. But after an accident occurred and caused us to be chased out by the blue wolf guard." I knitted my brows and said, "The 2 berserkers will go in front and we will continue onwards." Immediately, the berserkers were shocked. They clearly did not think that I would give such a straightforward order. Seeing the 2 of them silently standing there, I couldn't help revealing a cold smile as I said, "What's wrong? Aren't berserkers supposed to be in front of the team? If you 2 don't dare to do this, then you shouldn't be here. Go back to the city? My team does not need anyone that is of no help." My words were very clear and the 2 berserkers revealed an awkward smile as they said, "Since you say this, well, definitely act as the human shields." The 2 of them looked at each other and a cold glow flashed in their eyes. I saw this, but I didn't call them out on it. So I let them clear the way and with my armor-piercing arrow was the main attack. Like this, I could save on potions and would be safer overall. After around half an hour, the 6 of us had cleared a path through the ancient ghost temple's first floor. In front of us, there was a giant circular cage that was just like a fighting arena. It should be the core of the first floor. At this moment, the 2 berserkers looked at each other as if they had decided on something. I was a little surprised, but suddenly darkness appeared in front of me. Without knowing when, the giant door of the fighting arena had opened and a black shadow appeared. Without knowing what flew into my arms, I was sent flying far into the distance. Pu! The back of my head hurt from hitting the wall. A fragrance hit my nose and I reached out to touch a person's snow-white skin. What was thrown into my arms was actually a young girl. She had been thrown into me and her body was completely squashing me. The feeling of the 2 gentle bundles on her chest made it hard for me to breathe and as her hair brushed against my face, I felt my face go numb. Woo, woo, so painful. The young girl clutched her arms and got up from my chest. When she saw me, she couldn't help opening her beautiful mouth wide in surprise. Blinking her bright eyes, her beautiful snow-white face revealed shock. After a while, she muttered, "Little fool. At this moment, the sound of my party members shouting came from behind me. This is the little girl that caused the death of our team, otherwise we would have killed the boss already. Easily angered bookworm, kill her now? Who else could this young girl in his chest be if she wasn't Ling Shui? I looked up and saw Ling Shui's in-game name Gentle Breeze flying snow above her head. Doesn't this go along with her sister Ling Yu's Gentle Breeze embracing the moon? Like this, I was even more sure. So I excitedly said, Ling Shui, is that really you? Ling Shui revealed a charming smile and then quickly looking behind her before saying, little fool, the boss was led out by me, let's quickly run away. As I was astonished, I heard a low roar and then the door to the arena was smashed open. A cruel aura instantly filled the air and we saw a fierce boss holding a giant blood-colored sword killing his way out. Blue Wolf King, Dark Iron Grade Boss. Level, 30. Attack, 275 to 360. Defense, 150. HP, 40,000. Attack type, knockback. I was a little surprised because it had already appeared. At this moment, my 5 party members were angrily shouting, easily angered bookworm, what are you hesitating for? That woman is not anything good? I pulled Ling Yu up and then turned around to fire an armor-piercing arrow. The white glow slammed into the berserker's chest plate and he did not even have time to react before he was instantly killed by the armor-piercing arrow. The 1,540 damage shocked the other berserker to the point where his face turned pale. Ling Shui's beautiful face turned cold as she angrily said, you idiots? Did you really think this girl would be taken care of if you pushed me in with the boss? Right as her voice fell, Ling Yu had already shot out. The sword in her hand released a cold glow and it cut right past the nape of the cleric's neck. Instantly blood flowed. This was the cleric's weak point and he had immediately turned into white light as he was sent back to the city. The other berserker's face turned white in fright as he loudly shouted, fuck. Easily angered bookworm and that girl are together. Brothers, let's get them? Before he finished talking, the 3-second cooldown of my armor-piercing arrow finished ticking. The golden bow's bowstring sounded out, a snow-white glow pierced into his chest plate. Blood sprayed out and he was also instantly killed. At the same time, Ling Yu's beautiful figure flashed again and she killed another magician with 2 slashes. The final magician moved back with a face of fear, but he didn't notice the blue wolf guards surrounding him. In the end, he was ripped apart to pieces and dropped a potion on the ground. I couldn't help being a little surprised because I never would have thought that Ling Yu would become a close combat job like swordsman. It seemed like she wasn't just a gentle and docile Persian cat, rather she was a small stray cat that could become very angry. The bronze armor Ling Shui wore glowed. This equipment had some changes for female players, becoming more elegant. It perfectly covered the 2 snow-white bundles in front of a young girl, making it more enticing, as well as having her 2 snow-white legs show from beneath her battle skirt. Adding in Ling Yu's beautiful face, it could be simply described as absolutely irresistible. Hey, little fool, the boss is coming, stop looking already. As Ling Yu gently called out, I felt a cold wind come from behind me. A fierce blow landed on my back and I was sent flying, falling right beside Ling Shui's feet and losing around 600 HP. Ling Shui looked at my distressed manner and couldn't help smiling as she said, stop standing there in a daze, we'll talk after we kill the boss. I nodded and immediately stood up to refill my HP. Ling Shui's defense was much higher than mine. A whole set of bronze armor was enough to give her 300 defense and she could defend against the Blue Wolf King's attacks. The only problem was that her attack was too weak and could only deal around 100 damage each time to the Blue Wolf King. So, I immediately began to fire out the armor-piercing arrow. A white glow shined out and Blue Wolf King suffered a heavy hit as a 1025 damage figure appeared above his head. I immediately felt more relaxed. The Blue Wolf King was only a level 30 Dark Iron boss and with my level being higher than it, I could deal more damage than normal to it. Ling Shui was shocked like she had just seen a ghost. She immediately added me to her party and said in the party chat, little fool, how high is your attack power? I smiled and said, well, talk after killing it, we need to concentrate. Ling Shui revealed a smile, So in the end, the first time that Ling Shui and I worked together, we did so while both having red names. Killing a player only gave 100 evil points. To get rid of 200 evil points one needed to kill monsters for a whole 2 hours, which wasn't really a problem. As for the Blue Wolf King in front of us, it had a very low grade. It was worse than the Sword Wolf King and could not compare to the Golden Grade Skeleton King at all. Ling Shui had clearly brought many red potions and continued to drink them while fighting with the boss. She actually did not even need a cleric. It was enough to make those 2 berserkers turn red in shame. After 10 minutes, the Blue Wolf King released a howl. It had been killed by my armor-piercing arrow. With a hua-la-la sound, the Blue Wolf King dropped a bunch of gold and silver coins, as well as a pair of bracers. Bloodfang bracers, bronze grade equipment, heavy armor, defense, plus 42, strength, plus 9, required level, 28, unidentified. Seeing the stats of the bracers, Ling Shui began to giggle. How about you give the bracers to me? You can have the gold coins? I smiled and nodded. Then I sat down on the Blue Wolf King's corpse as I picked up gold coins and asked, Ling Shui, what happened earlier? Why did those people say that you killed their party leader? Ling Shui blinked her eyes and innocently said, I found this place by myself, so I wanted to clear a road to the 2nd floor, but my attack power was too low and killing monsters was too slow. As soon as I killed a few monsters, the monsters behind me would already respawn. Those players thought they were the first ones here, so while the Blue Wolf King was outside, they were killed by the Blue Wolf King that I led out. He. I speechlessly said, then did you lead out the Blue Wolf King on purpose? Ling Shui said with an aggrieved voice, of course not. Do you really think I'm that ruthless? I decisively nodded. It had to be their fault, so they deserve to die. Ling Shui revealed a faint smile, but then she asked, little fool, you believe me that much? I laughed. It's not believing in you, it's because I can't not believe in you. Why? How could I know? At this moment, I had already picked up all the gold coins the Blue Wolf King had dropped. In total there was 11 gold coins and 48 silver coins, so I traded half of it to Ling Shui, but who would have thought that she would immediately cancel the trade? She smiled and said, you keep it, it's not as if I'm short on money. I looked at her. Ling Yu was already a level 28 basic swordsman and her body was covered in equipment that could be considered high class. In short, she was actually a little stronger than Sword Flame Dragon Soul. After all, while we were killing those players, the movement Ling Shui displayed was at a master's level. Thinking about it, Ling Yu and Ling Shui were sisters and the elder sister was the #1 magician in Spirit of Grief, so the little sister wouldn't be that far off, right? There were some things that have been decided with genes already. So I said, Ling Shui, you level quite fast? When Ling Shui heard this, she immediately pouted her lips and said, you're still saying that? It was because of you using my gaming helmet, humph. You caused me to line up until 11 PM just to buy this helmet and when I logged on, the beginner village was already filled with people. You made it so that I wasn't able to find any monsters, otherwise, do you think I wouldn't have reached level 30 by now? I couldn't help being surprised about this. Truly, I'm sorry, I'll repay you. Ling Shui revealed an evil smile and said in a ridiculing tone, little fool, how are you going to compensate me? I thought for a bit and then probingly asked, how about using my body? Ling Shui couldn't help smiling. She couldn't help revealing an angry smile as she said, good fellow, are you compensating me or am I compensating you? I laughed and then I thought of something. Then I said, Ling Shui, we'll form a party and level together tonight. After you reach level 30, I'll give you a pleasant surprise. Ling Shui doubtfully looked at me and then smiled as she said, like this? Alright, I am a bit reluctant, but I guess I'll accept you as my training tool. I nodded and then looked at the Blue Wolf guards on the ancient ghost tomb's first floor. They were only level 28 monsters and weren't suitable for Ling Shui to level on. After all, experts had to fight monsters stronger than them. So I said, then, let's go to the ancient tomb's second floor. Have you gone to the second floor yet? Ling Shui shook her head, of course I haven't. We just killed the Blue Wolf King, so the second floor's entrance just opened? I gave a slight nod and then I walked into the arena. In the center, there was a stone stairs leading up and above this should be the second floor. A cold wind blew, making it impossible for people not to shiver. The ancient ghost tomb's second floor had the same layout as the first floor, but the monsters were bigger this time. Not that far in front of us was an impressive and fit warrior. He had a set of silver armor on and there was a tiger print on his chest plate. Ling Shui said, pull one over. I immediately shot out an ice arrow and the warrior turned over, but Ling Shui screamed when she saw its face. The skin of the warrior was already withered, almost completely dried. It had pitch black eye sockets and dark teeth, just like a dried corpse, but it moved very quickly and gripped a long and black spear in its hand. Spirit Warrior, Enhanced Monster. Level, 35. Attack, 265 to 350. Defense, 200. HP, 4000. Attack type, Normal. Defense type, Heavy Armor. Additional information, these warriors devastated by their deaths over the years have already turned into servants of darkness. They only have one single belief in their heart which is to protect their master. These were enhanced monsters. I immediately shared the monster's stats with Ling Shui and she immediately revealed a joyful smile as she said, little fool, we've hit the jackpot this time. I've heard that the stats of enhanced monsters are only a little higher than normal monsters, but they give double the experience? I revealed a faint smile. Since it's like this, should we begin? Who knew that Ling Shui would reveal a faint frown and gently say, woo, woo, but he looks so disgusting. What should we do? I was speechless, but I still said, no need to fear. With me here, are you still afraid of him eating you? Ling Shui pursed her lips into a gentle smile and said, alright, then I'll just treat it as looking at the KFC old man. TL note, yeah I was curious about this, but it did say KFC old man in the raw. I rolled my eyes, at a loss at her absurd thoughts, but this spirit warrior was a bit like that old man. Especially that beard around his chin. Raising my bow, I shot an armor-piercing arrow in the spirit warrior's chest. It suddenly trembled and its HP decreased by 578 points. It was still a decent amount of damage, so we could still level here. Ling Shui ran forward as the sword in her hand swept across, sending out the swordsman basic skill, sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. 123. 131. With two dang sounds, 2 damage figures appeared above the spirit warrior's head. Ling Shui couldn't help complaining, woo, my attack really is too low. Little fool, you're not allowed to laugh at me? I quickly swallowed down my laughter as I said in serious voice, your defense is still quite good. Indeed Ling Shui had a very high defense already. The Spirit Warrior's 350 attack could only barely break through her defense. Ling Shue's equipment were not low grade and it could be seen that these equipment must have come from Ling Yu. After all, Ling Yu was the #1 mage and must have earned quite a pieces of equipment. There was no doubt that she would save the best bronze equipment that she farmed for Ling Shue. Originally I wanted to test out the 1000 blade arrows skill, but this was not an appropriate place. Ling Shue had a strong defense that was limited to a single monster. If we wanted to pull more in, we would need a cleric for healing. The intermediate level armor piercing arrow had a much stronger attack. After a few arrows, the spirit warrior gave a pitiful cry and fell onto the ground as he dropped 1 gold coin. I rubbed my eyes and confirmed that it was indeed a gold coin. This wasn't even a boss monster and it could still drop a gold coin. Although it was just 1 gold coin, it was still enough to make me feel grateful. Yeah? So much experience? Ling Shue was even more pleasantly surprised as she joyfully looked at her experience bar. She was a master that only wanted equipments and not gold coins, so she gave the gold coin to me. She smiled and said, the current exchange rate is 1:5, so 1 gold coin is worth 5 RMB. I happily picked up the $5 of the ground. At this moment, Ling Shue had already pulled in another spirit warrior, so I continued to fight. It was a good thing that I prepared quite a few iron arrows and potions, so I could fight for quite a while. Perhaps, we could really get Ling Shue to level 30. Time passed slowly, but I was not aware of it at all. 4 hours passed by as I continued to kill monsters while chatting with Ling Shue. I learned that Ling Shue was studying in the Suda campus nearby. She was currently using her school's network to play Spirit of Grief, so it was very normal for her to experience periods of lag because China Telecom was sometimes very bad. Sometime while we were leveling, Ling Yu logged on and sent me a message, "Was your dinner good?" I replied, "It was alright." She said, "You can come to work 2 hours late tomorrow, no need to worry about the rules too much. I will take care of the monthly attendance for you." I happily replied, "Then much thanks Director Ling." Ling Yu sent a smiley face and said, "You keep going, I need to level too. Perhaps I'll be going to work later than you tomorrow." Not long passed and Purple Rhyme also logged on and sent me a message, "I feel so full." I felt awkward, so I just replied, "I feel the same." She giggled and replied with 2 he. After a few minutes, Xiaoyu also logged on and messaged me, "Bookworm, help elder sister level up." I replied, "Maybe later, I'm leveling with a beautiful girl right now." "Which beautiful girl? Is it the director or Summer?" I looked at me friends list and saw that Summer was not logged in, so I said, "Take a guess?" Xiaoyu was speechless, "I can't guess." After a few minutes with a ding-dong sound, I received a system notification. "Your friend last year's Summer has logged on." Without me making a move, Summer had already messaged me, "Bookworm, help elder sister level. I can't go with Xiaoyu anymore, the way she acts is too stupid." I firmly declined, "I want. Without a good place, I won't bring you." Summer immediately gave a charming smile, "How about elder sister let you have a rub tomorrow at work?" I said, "You don't have any good places to rub anyway. It would be better for me to rub the fat manager of the marketing department." Summer revealed a charming anger, "Bookworm, you're so bad. I'll ignore you from now on." Naturally I wasn't worried at all. If she ignored me, Summer would feel very uncomfortable. She was a kind-hearted girl that rarely held on to grudges. Turning off my communications, Ling Shue sheathed her sword. She turned around to look at me as she smiled and said, "Little fool, you have such a bad smile, what are you doing?" I quickly shook my head, "Nothing much, I'm just messaging Bingcha and the others. Just fostering some sense of camaraderie." Ling Shue pursed her lips as she gently laughed, I actually have been a part of Shuiyu Studio for a while now." "Yi, really?" I asked in a surprised voice. Ling Shue immediately revealed a smile as she said, "Of course. Did you not notice that the name Shuiyu Studio actually came from my elder sister and my name? How about I go to the Blue Star Square tomorrow and come see you there?" My heart skipped a beat as I said, "Of course there isn't a problem." What joke? The Blue Star Group's little princess was visiting a normal worker like me, of course I wouldn't have a problem? Who would have thought that Ling Shue would giggle and say, "I can't, I still have a final exam tomorrow on Maoism. I have to wait until after my exams, forget it, let's wait until summer vacation. I'll go and work there." I was a little disappointed. "Alright. How many days before your summer vacation?" "Today is June 20th, so what do you think?" As soon as her voice fell, a spirit warrior fell dead onto the ground, dropping a gold coin and several silver coins with a huala sound, as well as a helmet. But the most surprising thing was that a golden light fell onto Ling Shue's beautiful figure and she reached level 30. Ling Shue revealed a faint smile and spread her snow-white little head at me. "Little fool, where is the pleasant surprise you had for me?" I revealed a smile, "Ling Shue, come back to Sunset City with me. Wait for me by the warehouse manager." Ling Shue was a little surprised, but she nodded as she smiled and said, Alright." So Ling Shue and I took out Town Return Scroll at the same time and after destroying them, a strong magic transferred our bodies to Sunset City. A crowd of players were surrounding us when we appeared and very quickly, everyone turned to look at Ling Shue. With such a beautiful swordswoman, it would be weird if no one stared at her. I rushed over to the warehouse manager and took out the golden glowing light flow sword. Then I entered the nearby material shop and sent a message to Ling Shue, "Come to the material shop." In just a few minutes, Ling Shue's beautiful figure appeared in the shop, finally escaping the crowd chasing after her. I directly opened the trade window and carefully placed the light flow sword in. Then I pressed the confirm trade button. Light flow sword, gold equipment. Attack, 185 to 270. Strength, plus 24. Vitality, plus 20. Agility, plus 15. Additional effect, increases the user's skill attack power of 20%. Required level, 30. This golden sword's light revolved around it and it had strong stats that scared people. This number 1 golden grade sword in Spirit of Grief had caused a large stir today. All the players in this world had learned that this gold equipment had appeared in the Chinese server in just a few hours, but no one knew that this weapon was actually here. Seeing the perfect and beautiful glow around the light flow sword, Ling Shue's beautiful eyes was covered in a layer of mist. Her voice was almost trembling. Little fool, this golden equipment, who did you steal it from? Why did you take this out to tempt me with? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry as I pressed the confirm trade button once again. What do you mean by stealing it? I got this from killing a boss. Ling Shue, your attack is pretty bad now, so I'll just give this sword to you. Don't be polite because if it wasn't for your helmet, I wouldn't have had the chance to earn this piece of equipment. If I give this sword to you, I'll feel a little less guilty. The corners of Ling Shue's beautiful lips curled into a smile as she gently clicked the accept button. Accepting the light flow sword, she said in a low voice to me, thank you. I revealed a mischievous smile, is it over already? Ling Shue's beautiful face turned red as she said in a small voice, then what do you want? Do you want to win this Miss Body with just a piece of golden equipment? Absolutely not. You need to bring at least a piece of dark gold equipment. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alright, a piece of dark gold equipment it is. I'll find one sooner or later. Ling Shue revealed a faint smile and said in a sweet voice, alright, but this time I really do need to thank you. Actually the value of this golden equipment has already surpassed the value of the helmet. Seeing her charming appearance, I couldn't help smiling as I said, if you feel like I've suffered a loss, then how about you level with me? Ling Shue seriously nodded as she said, I was secretly pleased. Like this, Ling Shue's attack would be completely different and our leveling speed would be much higher now. Moreover, leveling with Ling Shue made me very happy. After all, who wouldn't be secretly happy leveling with a cute girl? Looking at the time, I saw it was around 2 AM. I then said, do you want to go back to the ancient ghost tomb to practice some more? Ling Shue smiled and nodded, alright. So we repaired our equipment and bought potions, then we set off once again. A gentle breeze blew in the deep forest as the tall grass swayed and the nightingales flew through the air. This time walking through here, it felt completely different as I walked side by side with Ling Shue. I had originally wanted to find her very much in the game and now that it had happened, my heart was filled with joy. Ling Shue did not disappoint me at all and she was just as beautiful in the game. A single smile was enough to fill someone with joy. Ling Shue was completely different from Ling Yu. Ling Shue was a very upbeat young girl and she showed a very pure face to everyone. As for Ling Yu, she had an even deeper beauty. As the director of the company, she had to show a stern appearance, making herself seem cold to the point that no one dared to come close to her. It was only in the game that she would smile like the 20-year-old young girl that she was. Perhaps, Ling Yu had a lot of pressure being the successor of her family's business. Ling Shue said, my elder sister is a very great person and I've always been proud of her. Of course I wouldn't know that in the next few days, Ling Yu would say the same thing to me. But from what I could see, whether it was Ling Shue or Ling Yu, they were both so outstanding that no one had the courage to defile them. After around half an hour, we passed through the breezy forest. Along the way, we met several leveling parties, many of them having 5 people and some even having 10 people in their parties. Regarding the combination between me and Ling Yu, they were naturally envious and several male players stared at me with astonished gazes. There were even some people that came up to us directly, Big brother, let me level with you guys. I'm a berserker already at level 19 and I have a dark iron axe, so I definitely will not be a burden. I said, alright, little brother should still kill the wolves outside the beginner village, the outside is very dangerous. Ling Shue pursed her lips into a smile as she said, you're being too straight with them. I said, who would try to strike up a conversation like this? It's not very smart. Ling Shue meaningfully said, then, how about you strike up a conversation with me then? I let out a deep breath and smiled at Ling Shue as I said, Miss please wait a minute, our clothes are actually the same color, so it must be destiny. Miss, may I borrow your chest? Stop, Ling Shue couldn't help smiling as she said, little fool, you're quite a hoodlum aren't you? I tried to explain, but Ling Shue did not listen to me. This time, we penetrated through the forest and arrived at the other side of the ancient ghost tomb. After entering the first floor, we saw that the monsters had already RES beyond. It was very clear that the party that we killed had not come back yet. They only had normal equipment, so they did not have the skills to play around on this first floor. At this moment, a blue wolf guard charged over wielding a giant blade. Ling Shue revealed a faint smile and charged forward. The light flow sword created a beautiful arc in the air as it landed on the blue wolf guard's shoulder. 1989. This very eye-catching damage figure appeared and my chin instantly fell down. It was not a fatal attack, but it still dealt around 2000 damage. The current Ling Shue's attack power was truly too terrifying. Kaka. With a second slash, another 1872 damage figure appeared and the blue wolf guard gave a snort as it was killed. With a rough estimate, Ling Shue's attack should have already surpassed 500. It was close to 2 times my attack power, so it was no wonder she could deal this kind of terrifying damage figure. Ling Shui couldn't help cheering as she grabbed my arm. She smiled and said, "Little fool, did you see it? I killed a level 28 monster with just 2 attacks. It would have taken me 20 attacks in the past." I laughed. It truly is great. We should hurry and clear the monsters so we can go and take care of the boss on the 2nd floor. Alright. We went on our way without being impeded at all. With the light flow sword clearing the way, there were barely any opportunities for me to make a move. Normal monsters could not even stop 2 attacks from the light flow sword, and if Ling Shui used the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers skill, she could kill the monsters with a single attack. Those originally violent blue wolf guards were being chopped down like tofu. The 1st floor boss had not respawned yet, so we could still enter the 2nd floor. When we entered the 2nd floor, the spirit warriors we killed had already respawned and they were patrolling the area while carrying spears. This time, Ling Shui directly rushed out and launched a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. Immediately 1,346 and 1,423 damage figures appeared above the spirit warrior. The spirit warrior's 4,000 HP had been decreased by over a half, and with an armor-piercing arrow from me, as well as another attack from Ling Shui, the level 35 monster immediately died and dropped a gold coin and several silver coins. Ling Shui gripped the light flow sword and gave a bright smile as she said, "Little fool, our leveling speed is quite impressive." I nodded and continued to kill the monsters. The spirit warriors that originally took a minute to kill now only took 10 seconds. The golden grade light flow sword in Ling Shui's hand completely changed her, and now this beautiful little swordswoman was now the main DPS for our party. Now I did not have much to do and could only occasionally use the healing technique on Ling Shui. When I used the healing technique the first time, Ling Shui immediately said in a surprised voice, Are you an archer or a cleric?" I said, "This healing technique cannot be leveled up, it's a talent." "That's right, what is your talent?" Ling Shui revealed a faint smile, "I'm not telling you." "Alright." After around 2 hours, Ling Shui and I cleared all the monsters on the 2nd floor of the ancient tomb. The attack of the light flow sword was very overbearing and the level 35 enhanced monsters could not withstand this devastation. Ling Shui was filled with excitement as her little beautiful face was flushed as she ran around looking for monsters. I went up to level 33, 89%, and Ling Shui reached level 31, unexpectedly entering the top 10 ranking for Sunset City. Of course this was because the Battle Soul members had left Sunset City. So, I took this chance to return to the 1st floor, but I noticed many little parties along the way. What wasn't strange was that their equipment wasn't strong enough and they were only around level 25, so they were all massacred by the newly respawned Blue Wolf guards. While I was considering whether I should go and pick up potions or not, Ling Shui excitedly said in the party channel, "Little fool, come quickly. I see the 2nd floor's boss." Hearing this, I immediately rushed back to the 2nd floor. Carefully avoiding the newly spawned spirit warriors, I opened my little map and saw Ling Shui's orange dot. In less than 2 minutes, I had already found Ling Shui's beautiful running figure with a giant 3-meter-tall general waving a long sword following behind her. With a hua sound, a shock wave was generated that sent Ling Shui flying. I quickly rushed forward and caught Ling Shui's slender waist. Not only was she sent flying, her HP had been reduced by a section. I looked over and my heart filled with shock. This general was wearing a black armor with terrifying faint glowing eyes. Spirit General, Silver Grade Boss. Level, 38. Attack, 320 to 450. Defense, 250. HP, 40,000. Attack type, armor-piercing attacks. Additional skills, Heaven Shocking Earth Tremble. I couldn't help being a little surprised. I immediately shared its stats with Ling Shui, with the result of Ling Shui being surprised, but still giving a grin as she said, "What can we do? He actually had an armor-piercing attack, no wonder he could deal so much damage to me." I said in a deep voice, "There's no need to fight it head-on. I'll be the main damage, Ling Shui, you just find a chance to launch the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers attack." Ling Shui's eyes filled with excitement as she smiled and said, "Alright." So we immediately spread out. It was as if the Spirit General recognized Ling Shui as it raised its spear and chased after her. Each footstep let out a deep sound, as if it was ringing throughout the entire ancient ghost tomb. I gripped the golden bow in my hand and immediately sent out an armor-piercing arrow. It collided with the Spirit General's chest plate with a pang. The armor-piercing effect of the arrow ripped apart the defenses of the Spirit General, dealing 568 points of damage. Immediately, the Spirit General was attracted by me and charged over while raising its weapon. It was fortunate that it had a slow move speed, so I could still escape. Ling Shui slipped forward and the flowing light sword sparkled as it released a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. 456. 432. It had to be said, facing this boss high 250 points of defense, even Ling Shui with the flowing light sword could not deal that much damage. The swordsmen had a normal attack and their damage against something with high defense like this Spirit General was not very clear. If it was Ling Yu instead, she would have done at least 1,000 damage to the boss with her fireball. But fighting like this was pretty safe. I did not come close to the boss and that beautiful girl Ling Shui was incredibly smart, only causing scratches on the boss before running back. The light flow sword left marks on the Spirit General's armor and slowly its HP was being drained away. In less than 10 minutes, the Spirit General was already down to 1/5 of its max HP. I revealed a faint smile and said, I wonder what kind of good this a level 38 boss will drop for us. Ling Shue's dimples appeared as she smiled and said, no matter what drops, it's all for you. This time, I'll be your training partner. I revealed a smile, no need. You can still keep the swordsman equipment since I have no need for them. Ling Shui did not say anything else and once again danced around like a butterfly. The boss ran around in a circle, but it still could not touch her. As the boss was about to fall, the sound of people's voices came from the second floor entrance. My heart was filled with anxiety as I secretly complained. At this critical moment, people actually came in. I just hope that they are friends. However, the world was not that easy. When they walked closer, I saw that they had the tag faded in their names. I couldn't help cursing. Fuck, it's already 3 AM, so why are there so many faded bastards online? So I entered the party channel and loudly said, Ling Shui, we might not be able to fight the boss anymore. Prepare to PK. Once she heard the word PK, Ling Shui became visibly happier, immediately giving me a sweet agreeing sound. She suddenly gave up chasing the boss and ran off into the distance to heal her HP. Standing in front of the team, it was actually Faded Madman and Faded Bloodthirster, my old personal enemies. After entering into Spirit of Grief, I had fought with them twice, ending in my victory. After Faded Madman saw me, he immediately revealed a sinister face as he said, this world is truly small. Faded spent over 50 gold coins to get the location of this general's tomb, but I never thought you would find it first. I said in a stern manner, it's you guys again. Faded Madman laughed, easily angered bookworm, I want to see if you're lucky again this time. After he finished speaking, Faded Madman turned around to order the faded players behind him, prepare to fight. Whoever kills easily angered bookworm will receive 100 gold coins. Fuck. 100 gold coins? I even want to kill myself? So, several berserkers from Faded charged out, holding battle axes in their hands. Slowly coming closer, they had appearances clearly harboring evil intent. The several mages and archers gradually moved closer, preparing to launch their attacks. I looked at the distance they were from me and slightly moved back a little. I stood there as I shot an ice arrow into the distance which made them slow down. It was very clear that if I let them come close enough to shoot an ice arrow, I would not have a chance at all. After all, there were over 50 people here with the lowest being level 20 and Faded Madman was the highest at level 28. In the party channel, Ling Shui's sweet voice rang out, what do we do? I'll immediately attack, how about that? I immediately said, don't come out. Although you have a golden grade weapon now, your defense is not at golden equipment level, you definitely do not have the ability to withstand a dozen mages' attacks. If you drop the light flow sword, it would not be worth it at all. Ling Shui blinked her eyes and smiled as she asked, then what do we do? Do you want me to stand here like I'm scared and do nothing? I took in a deep breath and I looked at where the spirit warriors were respawning. Then I had an idea and I said in the party channel, Ling Shui, go behind them and pull monsters in. I will pull monsters in from in front of them. We'll kill them with a borrowed knife. With how intelligent Ling Shui was, she immediately understood what I meant. She quietly gripped her sword and circled behind Faded Cage. There were spirit warriors spawning there. At this moment, Faded Bloodthirster entered into his stealth mode. This was Faded's #1 assassin at level 27 with a full set of bronze equipment that could not be compared. One could not look down on his attack power. When Faded Bloodthirster vanished, my heart turned cold and I immediately flew back. Faded Madman angrily shouted, you want to leave? How could it be easy? Brothers, explode this little brat. In my heart, I was secretly laughing. I suddenly rushed into the center of the spirit warriors and quickly flying forward, I rushed through the spirit warriors, walking in a perfect Z formation. In that moment, a large group of spirit warriors raised their spears as they angrily shouted and chased after me. In a mere 2 minutes, I had already pulled in 50 spirit warriors. Only I knew how dangerous this was because I still wasn't proficient enough to do this still. I was hit by the spirit warriors several times and my HP fell down. I was so scared that my face turned white. I managed to stay alive by chugging potions. When I turned around, I felt a pain in my back and a red light shined out. Ding! Combat notification, you have suffered player Faded Bloodthirster's sneak attack, losing 568 HP. Immediately, my heart turned cold. My life suddenly fell down and I had less than 100 HP. Without any time to think, I rushed forward while chugging potions. Faded Bloodthirster gave a cold laugh and suddenly activated the assassin's long-ranged attack, turning into a shadow to chase after me. Success hinges on this one action, so I braced my heart and turned around to shoot an ice arrow. At the same time, Faded Bloodthirster's dagger shot out right at my chest. Shua! The cold glow sparkled, but surprisingly, I did not fall down dead with no HP. There was a giant mist that appeared above my head. Ha, ha, the heavens are helping me. While Faded Bloodthirster was being astonished at the fact that his attack missed, my ice arrow slammed right into his chest. Instantly, Faded Bloodthirster was covered in frost and his move speed suffered a big drop. I took this precious time to regroup myself and quickly heal up. Then I led the spirit warriors as I rushed at the Faded members. At this moment, even a pig brain would be able to guess my intentions. Faded Madman's face paled and he angrily shouted, this brat wants to kill us with that group of monsters. Go, archers and mages, kill him for me. I laughed and wildly charged forward, perfectly going around the fated members area. I was just out of the range of the archer and mage's attacks. The monsters behind me lost their main target and began to vent their anger on the fated members. The worst thing was that the silver-grade boss that had been chunked down by me and Ling Yu flew out in a rage and chopped down on one of the outer fated players. Fated madman's heart turned cold as he finally realized the severity of the situation. He immediately decisively ordered, "Everyone listen to me, return to the city immediately." Fuck. I couldn't help shivering. Fated madman really was quite a person, his orders can actually be this decisive? But I was not going to give them this opportunity. Since I've already made this kind of arrogant enemy in Spirit of Grief, then I'll just play with you. We're just piking, so who's afraid of who? So I quickly rushed forward and saw the opponent's mages using town return scrolls to run away. They needed to channel the scroll for 5 seconds and entering a battle state would cancel the effects of the town return scroll. Pulling out an iron arrow, this time I chose to use the skill that I've never used before, the 1000 blade arrows. Seeing a 7 colors shining, the beautiful glow shot out of the golden bow. Instantly, a rain of arrows fell onto the fated players. Pa, pa, pa. Amidst the dense sound of the arrows falling, the 1000 blade arrows hit most of the fated players. Those mages and archers using town return scrolls were interrupted, and the worst thing was that they were sent into a battle state. If they wanted to leave the battle state, they needed to do nothing for a minute, but in that minute, they would be assaulted by over 50 spirit warriors and that powerful spirit general. Countless damage figures appeared about the fated player's head. The heavy armor players were still alright, being only dealt around 100 points of damage. But the mages and archers did not have that luck, as a single 1000 blade arrows dealt around 200 to 300 damage to them. Some of the lower leveled mages were almost instantly killed. I couldn't help letting out a laugh. The attack of my golden bow was no joke, although it could not compared with the light flow sword, it was still very deadly to these players. After all, the golden bow was still the second ranked weapon in the equipment rankings. At THS moment, a shadow appeared not that far off from my right. I couldn't help cursing, damn, this fated bloodthirster was a really persistent assassin. But I was 6 levels higher than fated bloodthirster, so it was pretty easy to see through his stealth. So without moving at all, I suddenly launched an attack. I fired an ice arrow and then another fire arrow. With these 2 attacks, fated bloodthirster did not get to even make a sound before he was sent back flying to the city. With this excitement, fated madman did not know what to do. A roars came from behind him and he saw a beautiful young girl running in front of a large group of monsters. Just like me, she ran a perfect arc around the fated players and handed off the monsters to them. Fated madman flew into a rage. Fuck. Where did this woman come from? Is she in the same team as easily angered bookworm? It was already very clear, but fated madman still asked this rhetorical question. His face turned pale as he angrily said, "Fuck, kill this gentle breeze flying snow." A fated berserker immediately rushed with his axe falling down right at Ling Shue's back. This berserker's equipment were quite good. He had a full set of bronze equipment and even the axe in his hand was a bronze grade weapon. Everyone held their breath as they watched how this beautiful girl would be instantly killed, but something shocking happened instead. A sweet smile appeared on Ling Shue's lips and her beautiful form suddenly started to turn. She went in a circle around her original position and the light flow sword in her hand flew out, creating a beautiful arc. This movement was incredibly smooth and very beautiful. Pshaw. With a clear sound ringing out, that fated berserker took this heavy blow and blood began to fly out. 32-48. A fatal strike? One normal attack from Ling Shue was actually a fatal strike. This incredibly high damage figure instantly killed the berserker without a doubt. Almost all the fated players drew in a cold breath. There was no one that had imagined that this little beautiful girl would have this kind of powerful attack strength. Ling Shue quickly picked up the axe that the berserker dropped and ran over to my side. She revealed a sweet smile as she handed over the axe and said, "Come, keep this drop for now." I did not say much and quickly grabbed Ling Shue as I ran away. All the way until we were completely away from the spirit warriors, the 2 groups of monsters formed together and surrounded the fated players in between the corners of the 2nd floor. But fated madman did not give up. He ordered in a calm voice, "Calm down. Archers, fire your ice arrows and pull the spirit general boss. Everyone else will focus on the spirit warriors." Instantly, the fated players began to follow orders and used this plan to kill off the monsters. Only they had just come to the 2nd floor, so they were completely underestimating these level 35 enhanced spirit warriors. With several pitiful cries, several berserkers were instantly killed by the spirit warriors. Fated madman finally realized that these powerful spirit warriors was much stronger than what his people could deal with. Very quickly, the spirit warriors broke through the fated guild's outer line and brandished their spears as they began to attack the archers and mages inside the formation. Fated madman gripped his axe as he tried to support them, and behind him were 3 clerics continuously healing him so he would not die. Ling Shue and I both gave a laugh. Then Ling Shue pursed her lips into a smile and said, "How about we continue leveling?" I smiled and said, "I was thinking the same thing." So we began to clear the spirit warriors from the outer regions. After all, if we wanted to kill the boss, we had to take care of the little monsters. Ling Shue held her sword and took care of a full health spirit warrior with 3 slashes. She immediately turned to me with a smile and said, "Little fool, we are killing these monsters much faster than they are. I broke out in a laugh. When Fated Madman heard this, he instantly wanted to kill himself. Then we slowly took care of the dozen spirit warriors in the surroundings one by one. After running out of things to kill, we sat down and began to chat. Ling Shui said, "Little fool, what did you eat for dinner?" "Chives with scrambled eggs and a bottle of beer. What about you?" "Abalone soup." Your level of living is quite good." If you want to eat it, I can treat you every day." I was very happy, but I said, "This isn't good, you're still young so you shouldn't be this wasteful." Ling Shui accepted my advice. "Oh, I understand. But I'm already 20 years old so I'm not that young anymore." "How old are you?" 23. "Oh, you're already that old?" Tears flowed down my face. "I'm in my peak, I'm not old." The way we were just chatting made Fated Madman want to kill himself. He gritted his teeth and viciously said, "Fuck. We will pay them back for this in the future. Brothers, forget about the small monsters. Focus your firepower on the low health boss, we can't go back empty-handed." So the Fated members began to concentrate their attacks on the boss, not killing the spirit warriors anymore. But no one would have thought that heaven wouldn't be on their side. Suddenly, the silver-grade spirit general boss raised the sword in its hand and roared into the sky. Slowly, the ground around it began to tremble as if the entire ancient temple would collapse around it. The HPs of the Fated players quickly fell in this earthquake and white lights continued to shine out. System notification, the spirit general has used the skill, Heaven Shocking Earth Tremble. The air was filled with rocks falling down on them and there were rock spires that stuck out of the ground continuously, sending the Fated players flying into the air. Many of the low HP mages were directly stabbed by the rock spires and their blood flowed down the rock spire as they turned into white light and returned to the city. I was completely shocked. Damn, it was a good thing the Fated players came. If not, the ones that would have had to face this boss last-ditch skill would be me and Ling Shui. The result was, looking at the pitiful scene in front of her, Ling Shui gave a regretful laugh. "Turn on the camera, this is a beautiful scene." I said, "I already turned it on 10 minutes ago." In a blink of an eye, the Fated players had mostly been taken care of, with only a few mages sending their dying counterattacks. Even the clerics were killed by the spirit warriors and Fated Madman looked at Ling Shui and I with a fierce gaze after losing his final advantage and said, "This account, Father will get payback for. You just wait." Pucci. The spear in the hand of a spirit warrior pierced through Fated Madman's chest and with a miserable groan, he was sent back to the city. Then in less than half a minute, the Fated players died one after the other, leaving not a single person alive. This also meant, from this one fight, all the Fated players had lost a level. Ling Shui smiled and said, "That person is quite vicious. Little fool, how did you annoy them to this point?" I said, "They stole my thing, so I beat them up once. Then we became enemies." "Oh, so it's like this." Ling Shui revealed a faint smile and then pointed into the distance. She smiled and said, "Then, pull the boss over. We will now reap the benefits." I laughed and carefully moved closer. Knocking an arrow into the golden bow, I shot an ice arrow right into the spirit general's chest, but it was inevitable that I also pulled over 7 little monsters. The spirit general had finished releasing his heaven-shocking earth tremble skill, so he immediately threw his sword at me. I quickly turned to run and said to Ling Shui, "I'll pull the boss away, you should take care of the little monsters first." Ling Shui happily nodded and raised the light flow sword as she rushed out. With the twinkling of the sharp sword, a spirit warrior's HP instantly dropped by half. Although I knew that Ling Shui's attack was very strong, it still hurt seeing it firsthand. With this kind of terrifying weapon, it would be hard for Ling Shui not to enter the level rankings. In less than a few minutes, Ling Shui had already killed off all the spirit warriors. She had already turned her attention onto the spirit warrior boss. The current spirit general only had a sliver of health left, but he would not fall down. This made me feel a little listless as I had no choice but to continue sending out armor-piercing arrows. With the fear of the spirit warrior releasing the heaven-shocking earth tremble skill if she attacked from close range, Ling Shui did not dare to get close. She could only watch me fight from the side and run away with me. Moreover, it had to be said, in terms of game rhythm and positioning, Ling Shui was essentially a master that could even put me to shame. Finally, with an unwilling angry roar, the spirit warrior's HP had finally been emptied by us. Its giant body was like a small mountain as it fell while dropping equipment and gold coins on the ground. Ding! System notification, congratulations, you have killed the silver level boss, Spirit Warrior. You have obtained 100,000 experience points and 500 prestige. Ding! System notification, congratulations, you have leveled up. Those 2 consecutive system notification sounds filled me with joy. I had finally reached level 34. Opening up the level rankings, I was disappointed to find that I had fell down to 3rd place. First place was Gentle Breeze Embracing the Moon at level 35 and second place was Sword Flame Ghost Fire at level 34. It seemed like after obtaining the Perishing set, that fellow Ghost Flame leveled up quite a bit. He could gain so many levels in such a short period of time. Ling Shui let out a cheer and quickly ran up beside the boss. After picking up the gold coins and equipment, she quickly ran back beside me, first giving me the 50 gold coins, she then traded all the equipment over to me. She said with a faint smile on her face, "Little fool, quickly divide the loot." I couldn't help letting out a gentle laugh as I accepted the equipment. Looking at them, there were a total of 3 pieces. 1 heavy armored helmet, 1 mage staff, and a pair of heavy armored boots. Judging by the light coming from it, they seemed to be bronze equipment. Spirit helmet, bronze equipment, heavy armor. Defense, 65. Strength, +8. Required level, 35. Unidentified. Roaring flame staff, silver equipment. Magic attack, 35 to 80. Intelligence, +12. Additional effect, fire attributed magic attack +5%. Required level, 35. Unidentified. Ghost battle boots, silver equipment, heavy armor. Defense, 75. Strength, +14. Required level, 35. Unidentified. Looking at the stats of these 3 items, I couldn't help being a little surprised. There really was something wrong with my eyes, since I misjudged 2 pieces. There were actually 2 pieces of silver equipment dropped. Ling Yu looked over the equipment and said with a smile, "These silver grade boots are quite good." I immediately traded the spirit helmet and ghost battle boots back to her and then said, "Since we got them together, then the ones you can use are yours. I'm really unlucky today, not getting a single piece of equipment I could use." Ling Yu accepted the trade and revealed a faint smile. "That roaring flame staff is quite good, you can sell it for money." I nodded and said, "Let's go back to the city and appraise the equipment." "All right." Immediately taking out a town return scroll, a light flashed and I appeared in Sunset City. I immediately rushed to the appraisal shop and when I arrived, I found that Ling Yu was inside waiting for me. Putting the spirit helmet on the counter, Ling Yu revealed a sweet smile and said, "Old master, can you give me a discount?" The appraiser looked at the beautiful little girl and said, "I'll give you a 20% discount. It will be 80 silver coins." My chin immediately fell down. "You can get a discount like this? How did I know about this?" Ling Yu quickly handed over the silver coins. With a flash of light, the stats of the spirit helmet appeared. Spirit helmet, bronze equipment, heavy armor. Defense, 85. Strength, +12. Vitality, +8. Required level, 35. The stats increased by quite a bit, especially that high defense. With it, Ling Yu would be able to enter the realm of being an iron plate. Placing the silver grade ghost battle boots on the counter, Ling Yu smiled and asked, "Boss, what about this?" The appraiser looked at it and said, 10 gold coins. Ling Yu revealed a smile, then 20% off would be 8 gold coins. The appraiser was a little stunned, but immediately nodded. So, Ling Yu quickly handed over the money. After it was appraised, the Ghost Battle Boots stats also appeared in front of us. Ghost Battle Boots, silver equipment, heavy armor. Defense, 95. Strength, +18. Vitality, +10. Required level, 35. Looking at the Ghost Battle Boots stats, I couldn't help letting out a surprised cry, "God, this thing's stats are so strong." Ling Yu had a very sweet smile, after I reach level 35, then I can really kill monsters? Little fool, we'll continue tomorrow. We'll go to the 3rd floor and find some equipment for you. I nodded. With the light flow sword in her hands, I will definitely benefit from it. The speed at which Ling Yu was killing monsters now was like flying through the dungeon. At this moment, I pulled out my drops. Placing the roaring flame staff on the counter, the appraiser looked over at me and said, 20 gold coins. I asked, "Can I also get 20% off?" No, I couldn't help swearing. Fuck, are only beauties allowed to get discounts? I was full of regret over not letting Ling Yu appraise it. I was filled with regret as I pulled out the 20 gold coins. The appraiser stroked the roaring flame staff with his hand and then a light shined out. Roaring flame staff, silver equipment. Magic attack, 50 to 125. Intelligence, +16. Vitality, +10. Additional stat, fire attributed magic attack +25%. Required level, 35. Looking at the roaring flame staff, Ling Yu couldn't help opening her little mouth and saying, such a strong magic attack. I was also stunned. I was immediately filled with joy that I only spent 20 gold coins on this. Ling Yu smiled and estimated, this weapon is definitely worth over 1,000 gold coins. There is no current market value. I nodded and said, very good, I'll sell it in a few days. Ling Yu smiled and said, "Why don't you sell it to my sister?" I was stunned. Thinking about it, Ling Yu was a fire-attributed mage and she had a fire-attributed set. This roaring flame staff would be perfect for her, but I was thinking it over in my head. If this matter was done wrong even by a bit, it would be considered disgusting. For me to give this kind of good equipment to Ling Yu, it was basically impossible since I was not that close with her. The light flow sword had been given to Ling Yu because I owed her a precious gaming helmet which caused her to be behind in levels, but Ling Yu was not the same. I had no reason to give her anything. Moreover, even if I did give it to her, it would just provoke gossip. After all, Ling Yu and Wang Junji were dating in name, so if I wanted to stay in the Blue Star group, this matter had to be carefully handled. Seeing me knit my brows, Ling Yu pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Little fool, what are you thinking about?" I put the roaring flame staff into my inventory and said, "Nothing. It's getting late, you should go and rest. Aren't you having a test on Maoism tomorrow?" "I still have to go to work tomorrow." Ling Yu nodded with a faint smile on her face. I'll be online tomorrow after my test, remember to wait for me." I revealed a smile. "Alright, go to sleep. Don't become panda-eyed next time we meet." Ling Yu revealed a sweet smile and logged off. I also opened the system to log off. When my body was fading, Ling Shui suddenly grabbed my hand and said, "Little fool, wait. What's wrong? Dummy? You still haven't added me as a friend yet. How were you going to find me tomorrow?" So I quickly added Ling Shui as a friend and then the two of us logged off. After logging off at around 4 am, I slept until around 9 am. It was already late, but it was a good thing that Ling Yu promised to cover for me, so I was not rushed. After getting out of bed and washing my face, I happily walked out the door. After arriving at the company, I punched in with my card and when I entered the office, I saw Summer sitting on the sofa. She held a small cake up to her chest and boasted, "Elder sister Bing Cha, don't be in disbelief. I've already said it, I've seen all kinds of men. Humph, I am as matured as hard and sparkling stainless steel." Bing Cha was speechless. "Last time didn't you say that you had personally taken care of it? Why is it an expert now?" Summer smiled and explained, "It's not the same. For this kind of experience, you have to personally experience it." Bing Cha paid no attention to her and just drank her iced tea. When I walked in, Bing Cha immediately put down the newspaper in her hand. Then she smiled and said, "Bookworm, you're finally here. I needed and said, I logged off late last night." Bing Cha immediately opened a web page and said, "Take a look at this, you're already someone famous in Spirit of Grief." I leaned in and was shocked to see a super popular Spirit of Grief forum post. The post's name was, "Flames of War are Flying, the Fated Clan declares war on easily angered Bookworm and Gentle Breeze Flying Snow." The one who made the post was Fated Madman and the contents stated, "The upright and just Fated Guild had gone to the ancient ghost tomb to level, but they were ambushed by two evil players that exterminated them all and these two players were easily angered Bookworm and Gentle Breeze Flying Snow of the level ranking list. I, Fated Madman pledge that I will make them feel regret and never let them achieve anything in Spirit of Grief." Following close behind was a bunch of Fated players' posts praising Fated's righteousness as a symbol of justice in Sunset City. They had made me and Ling Shui seem like the most despicable devils. But the rumors were limited to this. There was even a person that even pointed out, "You Fated members are not clear on what kind of person you are? Do you think you can change the nature of you dogs just be fanning the flames on the forums?" However, in the post there was a reply sticky to the top and the one who posted it was Gentle Breeze Flying Snow, Ling Shui. Ling Shui's reply was very short and simple, "Everyone can watch the video to see who attacked who first." Then there was a video attached. Opening it up, it was actually the video of me and Ling Shui directing the two groups of monsters to eliminate the Fated players. Moreover, one could clearly hear the arrogant tone that the Fated players had and it was black and white who was in the wrong. So the Fated players once again met a crowd of criticism as countless players heroically pointed out how the Fated players had done all kinds of evil deeds in Sunset City. There were even some players that were protecting the beautiful young Miss, Ling Shui. With this kind of large-scale video, Ling Shui's appearance was clearly shown and with such a beautiful young girl being bullied like this, how could people not be angry? However, there were also some people that quickly pointed out that Ling Shui's appearance was 100% like the number one mage, Gentle Breeze embracing the moon. So a storm brewed on the forums and all kinds of speculations flew out. There were some people that were smart enough to guess that Gentle Breeze embracing the moon and Gentle Breeze flying snow were twin sisters, or at least sisters. This was very clearly seen by their in-game names. The flames of war had been fanned and they had burned me with a blink of an eye. There were some people that were starting to question what kind of relationship easily angered Bookworm had with Gentle Breeze flying snow and once again, speculations began to fly out. I revealed a faint smile. It seems like that girl Ling Shui did not immediately go to sleep and went to light a fire on the forums. She really isn't a peaceful person. After she finished watching the video, Summer looked at me with glowing eyes and said, "Bookworm, I never realized it before, but you are actually quite handsome." I looked at her and then decided to ignore her, otherwise she would want more favors. Right at this moment, a beautiful figure came in through the door. It was Ling Yu. Ling Yu was wearing a dress suit and was gracefully standing in front of the development department door as she said, "You all came to work." Bing Cha respectfully said, "Yes, Director Ling." Ling Yu walked in and came right in front of me. She took out an envelope and pulled out 8 100 yuan bills as she said, "Bookworm, this is your reward." I couldn't help being a little surprised. "What reward?" Ling Yu said, "Did you forget? Last night you gave me a total of 155 gold coins and according to the market price, that is 775 yuan. Here is 800 yuan, take it." I did act politely and reached out to take the money. This was simply life-saving money for me. Although it didn't seem like much, the main reason why I came here to work was to make a livelihood. Ling Yu revealed a faint smile and then took out another envelope from her little bag. Inside there was an impressive stack of red bills. When Ling Yu handed the envelope over to me, I couldn't help being shocked. "Director Ling, what is this for?" Ling Yu controlled her smile and said with a serious face, "I know that you found a level 35 silver grade roaring flame staff last night. So, I've decided to buy it." I was a little surprised. "So, Ling Shui already told you?" Ling Yu said, "Of course, she is my little sister. Is there anything she needs to conceal from me? Here is 5,000 yuan which is equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. I know it is a bit too little to buy the roaring flame staff, so I hope you won't reject this offer." I revealed a smile. Of course I wouldn't reject her. Currently, there were a lot of swindlers when it came to trading equipment and it's not absolutely safe to sell online. With this kind of money in front of me, I would be stupid to turn it down. So I took the envelope and said, when you log on in the afternoon, wait for me in Sunset City. Alright. Ling Yu gave a slight nod and then walked out. The pressure on the Shuiyu Studios girls disappeared. Ling Yu as a director did have quite an aura to her. When she came to work, she had to act like a director, so everyone could not get close to her and she seemed very lonely. Perhaps the biggest difference between Ling Yu and Ling Shui was the pressure she had on her shoulders. In the morning, there was a meeting where we received information and then we didn't need to work in the afternoon. Going home to level up would earn them wages, so everyone happily left. Quiet Rainfall had spent a whole day on the web and had written a lot of things down. Then she packed up her things to leave with Xiaoyu. Bing Cha and Summer walked out while chatting and laughing. I was the last person to leave. After locking the door, I chased after them to where they were waiting for the elevator. The development department was on the 15th floor, so we had to use the elevator. When the elevator opened, I found that there were quite a few people in it already. When the group of girls from our development department walked in, it was completely packed. I stood in the corner with my arms raised, blocking the attack of the marketing department's mature women's bodies. However, when I turned around, I was surprised to see someone. Standing beside me wearing an impressive Western suit was the elegant Wang Junji, who was the general manager of the company, so even he needed to ride in the elevator to go downstairs. The staff that just walked in looked over and respectfully said, Manager Wang. Wang Junji was very casual and just gave an elegant nod, looking like a leader looking down on the public. As the elevator was closing, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. It was Ling Yu. Ling Yu looked around and then bit her lips as she decided to push in. After all, time was precious. Naturally, Wang Junji raised his hand to greet her. Are you over here? Ling Yu was a little surprised as she revealed a slightly disgusted face, but the elevator door had already closed and it was too late for her to go out. The women of the marketing department immediately moved out of the way to make a path for Ling Yu to reach Wang Junji. With so many people in the elevator, if Ling Yu came over, she could only lean against Wang Junji's chest for support. Bing Cha and Summer looked at each other in blank dismay. Xiaoyu did not say anything and just stared on. At this moment, Ling Yu's beautiful eyes fell onto me and she immediately revealed a happy expression. Deliberately walking over and avoiding Wang Junji's outstretched arms, she walked through the crowd and suddenly lost her balance. She could not stop herself from falling into my chest. I was leaning against the wall and the result was that Ling Yu landed into my embrace. I felt two warm sensations coming from my chest and looking down, I could clearly see Ling Yu's seductive white valley. I was immediately stunned. Ling Shui's chest could be considered a little rough, but it was definitely real. The fragrance of a young girl filled my nose and my hands helplessly hung there in the air. Wang Junji was shocked. He had an indignant look on his face as he said, Ling Yu, you. Ling Yu gave a gentle snort and silently stayed in my embrace. She reached out and grabbed my shoulder. Pulling her beautiful face forward, she whispered in my ear, Bookworm, thank you. I felt awkward as I said, no problem, it's something I should do. Ling Yu's beautiful face turned red and started to burn. Wang Junji's face was the color of a pig's liver. It was known by everyone that Ling Yu of his girlfriend, but at this moment, she was blatantly walking in the arms of another man. How could he allow this to happen? But very quickly, Wang Junji showed me why he climbed to this general manager position so easily. He revealed a natural faint smile and said, when everyone's getting off work, the elevators are really crowded. Bing Cha and Summer had a serious face and did not reveal any expressions at all. Xiaoyu and Rainfall desperately held in their laughter. Those marketing department women all said, that's right Director Wang, we should add another elevator to the company building. Wang Junji nodded, I'll consider it. Exiting the elevator, the temptress Ling Yu finally left my embrace. In that moment I let out a long sigh. Fuck, he had to force himself not to have any reaction, but it really was dangerous. If his brother gave a salute in front of everyone, then he would definitely become famous in the Blue Star Group. TL note, it's as lewd as you think. His brother is exactly what you think it is. Ling Yu did not walk off and walked side by side with me as she said, do you want me to send you back? My car is right up front. I shook my head, no need, I can go back by myself. If he let her drive him home, then he would become nothing more than a pretty boy. Ling Yu revealed a faint smile, alright then. Remember to give me the Roaring Flame staff after you log on. I understand. You can be assured. So, Ling Yu headed off to the parking lot and not long passed before a red car came out. She revealed another charming smile and waved at me before disappearing into the sea of cars. I also revealed a happy smile. As I was about to leave, a voice sounded out behind me, Ding Shu Sheng, stay there for me. The voice was very familiar. It was Wang Junji. I couldn't help secretly giving a bitter smile. Damn, I knew this was coming, but I didn't know it would come so quickly. Turning around, I saw Wang Junji standing not far away from me. With a sinister look on his face, he slowly said word by word, you should stay far away from Ayu. You're clear on your own status. I revealed a gentle smile and asked in a gentle voice, tell me, what status do I have? Wang Junji gritted his teeth as he angrily shouted, you are just a little employee, so don't act so arrogantly in front of father. If you want to stay in the Blue Star Group, then stay away from Ayu. I couldn't help revealing a faint smile, Director Wang, it isn't that like. Everyone is here to work, so do you think that you're truly that valuable? Wang Junji angrily grinded his teeth and said, don't you be this unappreciative. Father is already giving you quite a bit of face, otherwise I would have kicked you out of the Blue Star Group already. I looked at him and said in a pitying voice, being unable to gain one's beloved woman, so this is the method you choose to use? Let me tell you the truth, do you think I really care that much about this job? Moreover, I was introduced to this place by Ling Shui, so as long as Ling Shui or Ling Yu does not say anything, I will not leave regardless of who tells me to do so. I said this in a very confident voice. Wang Junji gave a cold snort and said, alright, then we'll just see what happens. After he said this, Wang Junji turned to leave in a very arrogant manner. I stood there by myself and could not help revealing a bitter smile. It seems like my life wouldn't be as easy going anymore. I really did not know if this was even worth it. I was very clear that Ling Yu was using me as a way to warn Wang Junji and that I was nothing more than a chess piece to her. But, seeing Wang Junji's arrogant appearance, I felt willing to become this chess piece. Who said that a chess piece couldn't take over the entire board? When I came home, I took out my phone to order some luxurious takeout. I had earned 5,000 RMB from selling my equipment to Ling Yu today, and this was my first pot of gold from the game, so I could afford to splurge a little today. Not long passed and the takeout arrived. It was the most luxurious Sichuan spicy tofu that was so delicious that no one could forget about it after tasting it once. I had ordered 4 dishes which had cost me a total of 300 RMB, but this was still considered not bad. What I couldn't finish I placed in the fridge to heat up the next day. A single meal averaged 50 RMB. This was the happy life of a single man. After finishing the food, I went downstairs and used 800 RMB to buy a Shenzai brand cell phone from a store nearby. Then I happily bought a new card, but I realized that I had forgotten Ling Shui's contact number. It was too hard to remember it, so forget about it. I'll worry about it later. When I logged on, it was already 2 in the afternoon. After a few seconds, a diss sound rang out. Gentle breeze embracing the moon, my staff. I revealed a smile and replied, meet me at the warehouse. Not long passed and Ling Yu's beautiful figure appeared in Sunset City's east entrance. Then roaring flames that she had equipped released a flame-red glow which made Ling Yu look like a phoenix covered in flames. People standing on the side couldn't help gasping in surprise. Suddenly all the players looked over. The ones planning to go out and level stopped to look over as they praised, isn't that China's highest leveled female mage, Gentle Breeze embracing the moon? She really is a top quality beauty. Father has never seen a girl this beautiful before. That chest, that butt, and those legs. Ling Yu ignored it all and pretended not to hear them. She walked beside me and said, have you taken it out? I nodded and quickly placed the Roaring Flame staff into the trade window. Seeing the glow around the staff, she soon saw the stats. Roaring Flame staff, silver equipment. Magic attack, 50 to 125. Intelligence, plus 16. Vitality, plus 10. Additional stat, fire attributed magic attack plus 25%. Required level, 35. Ling Yu was immediately filled with joy and her beautiful eyes sparkled. She looked at me and said, bookworm, thank you. I revealed a smile and confirmed the trade. Then I said, I didn't give it to you for free and traded it for money. Ling Yu revealed a vague smile and said, but last night, someone gave Ling Shui a gold grade sword. I couldn't help feeling awkward as I quickly said, that is because I owed Ling Shui, which is completely different. Ling Yu seemed lost in thought as she said in a low voice, if you could have also given me equipment that day, then. I was a little stunned as I asked, Director Ling, what equipment are you talking about? Ling Yu awakened from her thoughts and quickly shook her head. Then she smiled and said, nothing. Do you have plans to go level up? I thought about it and said, Ling Shui said she would come on after her test, so I was planning to go to the ancient ghost temple with her. The monsters there give a lot of experience. Ling Yu pursed her lips into a smile, do you mind if I come? I couldn't help being surprised, but I immediately said, of course I wouldn't mind. Having a high-level mage is something that one will always wish for. Like this, we will be able to sweep through the first, second, and third floor. Ling Yu happily equipped the Roaring Flame staff. Seeing the fire-red light from the staff shine out, it looked very good. Ling Shui's beautiful face being illuminated by the fire-colored light, the faint smile on her face was enough to entrance anyone. Now, I have truly collected the entire Roaring Flame set. Ling Shui revealed a happy smile as she spoke. I nodded and said, tonight when we go to the ancient ghost temple, we will be aiming to reach the 4th floor. Like this, both of us can at least level up once, but Ling Shui will not be able to guard against all the monsters by herself, so we should try to bring along a high-level cleric to heal Ling Shui. Like this, we will have the perfect team combination. Ling Yu thought about it and said, but I don't have any clerics in my friends list. As for the clerics from our company, the highest is only level 25, so they have a limited output. Like this? I hesitated for a bit before suddenly thinking of someone. Then I said, let me find the cleric. Ling Yu happily nodded, all right. I opened up my friends list and found that Purple Rhyme was online, so I directly called her. After ringing for a few seconds, Purple Rhyme picked up the call. Her voice sounded out, bookworm. I revealed a smile and asked, do you have time tonight? Purple Rhyme laughed and said, do you want to ask me to dinner? I said, about that, we can talk about dinner another time. I wanted to ask, do you have a party prepared tonight? If you don't, then come join my team. I have 2 other experts here and we'll charge to the 3rd and 4th level of the ancient ghost tomb together. Purple Rhyme gave a laugh. Alright. Since it's like this, I won't go level up with Dragon Soul and the others and I'll form a party with you tonight, but those 2 experts better not disappoint me. I immediately patted my chest and promised, they definitely will not disappoint you. They will only give you a large shock. What a joke? Ling Shui had the golden grade light flow sword and Ling Yu had the bronze grade roaring flame set as well as the silver grade roaring flame staff. Their attack power was already in the top 10 for Spirit of Grief. As for me, I had slowly fallen behind. My golden bows stat had been incredibly dominating 2 days ago, but as time passed, I now needed to upgrade my weapon in order to follow the footsteps of those true experts. Seeing that Purple Rhyme agreed, I then said, alright, it's a promise. We'll meet tonight at 6 in front of the Sunset City East Gate. You better not be late. Alright. Purple Rhyme laughed as she replied. So I closed the call and said to Ling Yu, we'll meet by the East Gate at 6 p.m, there's no problem, right? Ling Yu nodded, of course there's no problem, I'll just eat dinner a bit earlier. What do we do now? I thought about it and said, I need to go and level up my AoE attack skills level, so I'll go and kill some random monsters for the afternoon. Ling Yu revealed a faint smile. Oh, if it's like this, I also need to train my Scarlet Flame C skill to the intermediate level. Moreover, I know a good place suitable for leveling skills and the monsters give quite a bit of experience. I immediately revealed a smile and asked, where is it? Come with me. Ling Yu smoothly pulled me into her party. After filling up on potions, I walked out of Sunset City side by side with Ling Yu. We walked towards the east and traveled a far distance. Finally, to the east of Sunset City, we found a patch of highland. This was where the armies of light defeated the armies of darkness. Countless ancient tombstones of heroes were placed on the hill for future generations to pay tribute to. Of course, since I picked to be a human, I was one of the brave warriors from the light clans. Seeing the endless tombstones on the hillside, Ling Yu revealed a faint smile and said, this place is called the Hero Memorial Park and is a very good place to level. I looked from afar and noticed that in between the tombstones, there were countless skeletons slowly walking around. These skeletons were covered in green mold and they had broken iron swords in their hands. They looked very fierce, but moved very slowly. Hell Skeleton, Normal Monster. Level, 35. Attack, 240 to 295. Defense, 160. HP, 4000. Defense type, Heavy Armor. They will receive extra damage from magic attacks. Ling Yu did not say anything else and raised her hand to shoot out a fireball. It slammed into a Hell Skeleton who lost 1,342 points of HP. It had to be said, with the Roaring Flame Staff, Ling Yu's fire-attributed magic damage was quite perverted. Bookworm, look. Ling Yu giggled. Look at what? I looked over. Ling Yu lowered the Roaring Flame Staff in her hand and said with a smile, look at how long it'll take the Hell Skeleton to come over here. I was a little surprised, but I immediately understood Ling Yu's meaning. I saw the skeleton slowly limp over with a heavy sword in his hand. He walked step by step with a move speed that was much lower than normal people's. It took close to 10 seconds before the Hell Skeleton arrived in front of us. Ling Yu set out another fireball to empty its HP and I shot out another armor-piercing arrow to destroy it. It dropped several silver coins on the ground. Moreover, the skeleton gave quite a bit of experience. I hesitated a little before turning around to ask, Ling Yu, were you leveling here before? Ling Yun smiled and nodded, this place is quite good. The monsters all have heavy armor, so it is very quick to kill them with magic attacks. Especially after you gave me the Scarlet Flame C skill. It's much easier to kill them with an AoE skill. I smiled, it's good that I've helped you. I thought that skill book was just a piece of trash. Ling Yu pursed her lip into a smile, alright, let's split up and level. She pointed left and said, you go to that mountain and I'll go right. We'll kill the monsters with our AoE attack skills. I nodded and ran off. The two mountains were not far from each other, but there were tombstones that were all covered in spirit flames. Adding in the skeletons walking around, it looked very gloomy. It should be because Ling Yu was a little afraid and that's why she didn't want me to go that far away. Looking back, I saw Ling Yu's beautiful figure running through the hell skeletons. She quickly pulled in a few and then cast the Scarlet Flame C. In that blazing flame, the hell skeleton's HP quickly dropped and in the blink of an eye, it was completely emptied. Because we were still in visible range, I still received a portion of experience, but it was much less now. The experience rule of Spirit of Grief depended on each party member's damage and the distribution setting placed when forming the part. So, I went off to the left tombs and began to systematically pull in the hell skeletons. They moved very slowly and I quickly pulled in a whole group, at which point I began to use the 1000-blade arrows. Pa! A rainbow-colored light was released and thousands of arrows began to fall above the hell skeletons. I saw a damage figure appear and saw that it only dealt 200 to 300 points of damage. I couldn't help letting a sign since my attack power would only allow me to deal this much damage. It seemed like this really was a mage leveling area and normal physical damage jobs would have a hard time breaking through the hell skeleton's defenses. But although the single target damage was little, the 1000-blade arrows had attacked 30 monsters at once. With 200 damage per monster, 30 monsters equaled 6000 points of damage. This also meant that a single 1,000-bladed arrows from me dealt over 6,000 points of damage to these monsters. This was something very broken. Moreover, compared to Ling Yu, I still had an advantage. Archers, assassins, and other agility-based jobs had a 50% increased attack speed compared to other jobs, which also meant that my skill using speed was much faster compared to Ling Yu. So in comparison, when Ling Yu killed a group of monsters, I also killed a group of monsters. This way, the experience just came flying in. With high attack power, using an AoE skill to kill monsters was a very satisfying thing to do. After 3 hours passed, a whole stack of blue potions had been finished. In the middle, I had even delivered some blue potions over to Ling Yu once. Mages were very weak, so they could not carry that many things. After all, if a beautiful miss like Ling Yu was forced to carry a stack of blue potions, it seemed quite nonsensical. In 3 hours, I had reached level 34 and 98%. I was just 2% short of reaching level 35, but it had to be said that it was much harder to level at higher levels. The experience I gained at level 34 was perhaps enough for another player to go from level 25 to level 32. As for equipment drops, these hell skeletons could be considered quite generous. I had obtained 4 pieces of equipment in 3 hours. They were all dark iron equipment around level 28. I could sell them for a few gold coins each, so I could set up a stall in the Sunset City Square later. When I was preparing to return to the city, Ling Shui finally logged on. I immediately sent a message over. How did your tests go? Ling Shui said, I logged on this late, so what do you think? I feel like I'm dying. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was definitely calm for someone who dying. After a few seconds, Ling Shui asked, are you and elder sister leveling together? I replied, we found a good place to increase our skill levels. I have just a bit before being able to level up my 1,000-bladed arrows. Also, we'll meet up an hour later at the East Gate. I've called Ling Yu and a cleric, so we'll level up together at the ancient ghost tomb. I'm aiming to reach level 36 today. Ling Shui sent a smiley face symbol. Then I'll log off to eat first. Alright. Ling Shui had only logged on for 2 minutes before logging off again. At this moment, Ling Yu had picked up the gold coins and equipment the monsters dropped. She walked beside me and said, Bookworm, I'm logging off to eat. I'll see you in an hour. I responded with a nod. As I was preparing to return to the city, Ling Yu's small snow-white hand grabbed my wrist. She blinked and said, I have 6 pieces of dark iron equipment and selling it would only result in a few silver coins. What a pity. Do you want them? I don't have time to set up a stall. I was a little surprised but I nodded with a smile on my face and said, alright, give them to me. After I sell them, I'll give you the gold coins. Ling Yu couldn't help revealing a smile. No need. When have I ever been that stingy? I revealed a faint smile. Ling Yu traded the 6 pieces of dark iron equipment over to me and then returned to the city. I opened my inventory to look at it and found that I had 10 pieces of dark iron equipment. Moreover, I was lucky enough to collect 5 pieces of a set of equipment named the White Forest set. It had a set effect of increasing the user's defense by 5%. This is a good low-grade defense set of equipment. I couldn't help revealing a smile as I also returned to the city. Arriving in the square, I shouted, I'm selling a set of dark iron equipment for a low price. Come buy it quickly. This is not something that could be found in stores. Very quickly, a heavy armor player dressed like a beggar came over. When he saw the stats of the item in my stall, he couldn't help praising it. A swordsman asked, this equipment set, how much does it cost together? I said, give a price. 50 gold coins. The opposing side said in a sincere manner. I shook my head, 100 gold coins, no bartering. The swordsman gritted his teeth and pondered for a bit before nodding and saying, alright, let's trade. So the 5 pieces of the dark iron equipment sent was sold for a high price of 100 gold coins by me, girls. Although Ling Yu was the successor of the Blue Star Group, she knew much more about the business world compared to me. But in terms of the game, she was quite inferior in this aspect compared to me. Following this, the other 5 pieces of dark iron equipment were all sold for a low price, at 5 gold coins per piece. In a sense, these gold coins were already enough to cover the expenses of our 4-man team's leveling tonight. So, I logged off with a big smile on my face. I heated up the dishes from this afternoon and then went to eat at the table. After eating my fill, I rubbed my belly. Seeing that it was already 5:50, I finished off my jasmine tea and returned to my room to log on. With a flash of light, I appeared in the square by the Sunset City East Gate. In the distance, I saw a beautiful girl standing right by the city gate. It was Ling Shui. She seemed like she was waiting for something with her beautiful eyes releasing a moving glow. I immediately walked over and Ling Shui immediately noticed me. She quickly walked over and said with a smile, little fool, you're finally online? Where's elder sister? I looked at my friends list and found that Ling Yu's name was lit up. So I said, she's probably buying potions. Ling Shui, have you filled up on potions? Ling Shui nodded and said, I'm completely full. At this moment, Ling Yu walked over from the medicine shop in the distance. In the blink of an eye, she had walked over and stood right beside Ling Shui. Instantly, I was stunned. There were 2 exactly the same young beauties standing in front of me and if it wasn't for the different equipment, I wouldn't have known which one was Ling Shui and which one was Ling Yu. There was no preparation one could make in their hearts. After all, beauties like Ling Shui and Ling Yu were rarely seen. I had once suspected that the two of them were the same person, but having the two beauties standing in front of me, I was completely overwhelmed and all the thoughts I had disappeared. It turned out that beautiful women were the real kings in video games. Not to mention me, all the other players in Sunset City stopped and looked over. They seemed like they had been struck by lightning as they froze in their steps. The creator was quite marvelous. In this world, there were beautiful girls like Ling Yu and Ling Shui who could contain this kind of heaven-shaking beauty in a single body. I couldn't help taking a few extra looks at them. Ling Shui's snow-white cheeks and that happy smile on the corner of her lips and Ling Yu's beautiful appearance on the side, standing there with a smile on her beautiful face. Ling Shui gave an affectionate smile and said, "Elder sister, I failed my exam this afternoon." Ling Yu smiled and asked, "Why did you fail?" "Because I made a mistake writing the N formula." "Yi, does Maoism have this kind of formula?" "That's why I made a mistake and that's why I've definitely failed." Ling Yu revealed a faint smile and said, "It's fine, it doesn't matter if you fail. As long as you get a high grade." Ling Shui gave a gentle laugh, I felt my skin go numb. These sisters really were not mortals. At this moment, many players opened the screenshot function and began to take pictures of these absolutely beautiful girls. With me standing in between Ling Shui and Ling Yu, naturally I was just background scenery. In fact, there were quite a few players that wanted to come over and start a conversation. It was a good thing that Purple Rhyme finally arrived. When she saw Ling Shui and Ling Yu, she couldn't help being a little stunned as she muttered, "Gentle breeze embracing the moon, gentle breeze flying snow, oh god." Purple Rhyme turned around to look at me and she asked, "Bookworm, the two experts you found to level with, you wouldn't be talking about them, right?" I nodded, What's wrong? Are they not qualified?" Purple Rhyme revealed a helpless look as she smiled and said, "How could they not be qualified? I'm just afraid that I will be a burden to you guys." I looked at her and found that Purple Rhyme was already level 30. She clearly wouldn't be a burden. After all, in Spirit of Grief the levels of clerics were not high and a level 30 cleric could already be considered an expert. So I said, "Let's go then. If we don't, a riot might happen." Ling Shui blinked and said with a smile, "Why would a riot happen?" Ling Yu explained, "Bookworm's equipment are quite good, so people will want to steal it." Ling Shui felt relaxed. I just felt speechless. Quickly leaving the gate, our four-man party entered the gentle breeze forest and I let out a sigh of relief. The feeling of unrest I had finally disappeared. Forming a party with 3 high-class beauties, it was something that others truly envied. When we had been leveling in the Netherworld cavern, Ling Yu had already met Purple Rhyme so she just greeted her. When Ling Shui saw Purple Rhyme, she revealed a smile and gave a greeting. With my matchmaking, Ling Shui and Ling Yu both added Purple Rhyme to their friends list. When Purple Rhyme mentioned her teammate Sword Flame, Ling Shui smiled and said, "I know Sword Flame because my elder sister mentioned it to me before." Purple Rhyme smiled and said, "That's right, I saw the PK video of Gentle Breeze flying snow and Bookworm this morning, but I never thought that I would meet the real person so soon. It seems like Gentle Breeze embracing the moon and Gentle Breeze flying snow are really sisters." Ling Shui said a few polite words and then asked me, "Little fool, after going to the company to get a job, how has work been? Are there people making it hard for you? Just tell me. While elder sister is there, we'll have her help you out a bit." Ling Yu revealed a strange expression and looked at me. Then she sent a private message to me, "Bookworm, don't tell Shui about the matter between me and Wang Junji." I was a little surprised, but then I said to Ling Shui, "Everything is fine." Ling Shui blinked, but did not ask anything else. At this moment, we had arrived at the ancient ghost tomb. Facing this ancient temple, Ling Yu and Purple Rhyme coming here for the first time couldn't help revealing a surprised expression. Ling Shui and I were already accustomed to this so we rushed forward and forcefully opened the temple door. Immediately, 3 blue wolf guards charged out. Ling Shui and I were already prepared and we each took a single blue wolf guard. My golden bow shot 2 armor-piercing arrows, instantly killing one of the blue wolf guards. As for Ling Shui, she acted much simpler, using a single sweeping away 1,000 soldiers to take care of one. Ling Yu also acted very quickly. A fireball flew through the air and coordinating the Purple Rhyme's punishment, they easily took care of the other blue wolf guard. In half a minute, we took care of 3 blue wolf guards. This clearly showed just how much strength our party had. In the distance, there were several player teams approaching the ancient ghost temple. I immediately said, "Let's rush in. We'll go past the first floor and head directly to the second floor." The girls nodded and followed me through the ancient temple. There were blue wolf guards scattered all around the ancient temple's first floor, but we all had relatively high levels, so the monsters had a small aggro range on us. As we passed through the monsters, we only killed a few of them before reaching the second floor. Facing this large group of spirit warriors, I was incredibly happy. To our little team, these spirit warriors was nothing more than moving experience points. Ling Shui smiled and asked, "This time, how do we kill them?" Ling Yu and I exchanged a smile and I said, "Ling Shui, you will pull in the monsters and Ling Yu and I will use AoE skills to attack. Purple Rhyme, you just focus on healing Ling Shui. You too, is there any problems with this?" Ling Shui revealed a happy smile and said, "It's only pulling in monsters, what problems could I have with that?" Purple Rhyme also nodded as she smiled and said, "I'm only healing a single person and with Ling Shui's equipment, what problem could I have?" I said in serious tone, "Then, let's begin." When I finished speaking, Ling Shui was already charging at the monsters. The beautiful figure flowed through the monsters like water, landing a single hit on each one. In the blink of an eye, she had already pulled in around 100 spirit warriors. Facing the attacks of the spirit warriors, Ling Shui's HP continued to drop. Purple Rhyme had already raised the staff in her hand and a white light flashed down on Ling Shui's body from overhead. Her HP had been restored by 400 and in a short 3 seconds, a second healing technique was cast and Ling Shui's HP was recovered to full. Ling Yu and I immediately made our moves and the Scarlet Flame Sea and Thousand Blade Arrows immediately appeared on the ancient temple's second floor. Facing a crowd of monsters like this, these two skills could be used to their full extent. Seeing the damage figures appear, the HP bars of the spirit warriors quickly drained away. In less than 2 minutes, the first group of 50 spirit warriors were taken care of. Golden coins fell onto the ground and scattered around. One could see various pieces of equipment. What was even more surprising was the experience itself. In just a few minutes, Purple Rhyme had reached level 31. Her mouth opened wide as she said in a surprised voice, "Isn't this too fast?" Ling Yu revealed a faint smile and I said, "You'll get used to it." In less than an hour, we had already cleared all the monsters on the second floor of the ancient ghost temple. I couldn't help being surprised by our strength. In a short amount of time, Purple Rhyme gained another level, reaching level 32 and Ling Shui also reached level 34. I had reached level 35 and as for Ling Yu, our highest level player, she had reached level 35. The spirit warriors dropped several pieces of bronze equipment, which was distributed to everyone evenly. I obtained a leather helmet that had 55 defense and although its stats were not bad, it could not compare with the Scarlet Flame set. So, I threw it into my inventory to sell back in the city. During this period, I went back to the first floor once and found that it had been occupied by a decent-sized guild. It was like they had found a treasure and happily blocked off the first floor, not letting anyone go to the second floor. This was also good because it helped relieve us from extra worries. On the second floor, the spirit general had already been killed by me and Ling Shui and had not respawned yet. So, after we killed all the small monsters, we were able to access the third floor of the ancient temple. When we reached the ancient ghost temple's third floor, we were met with a cold breeze. Looking up, we were shocked. In front of us, there were demonized warriors with shields in their hands. These warriors had already died and their faces were completely dried, giving them a fierce appearance. There was a shield in one hand and the other head was holding a short blade. Iron armor guards, enhance monsters. Level, 40. Attack, 200 to 280. Defense, 400. HP, 4000. Ling Shui was a little surprised and was scared by the iron armor guards' terrifying faces. She quickly turned around to hold my arm as she said, "Little fool, isn't this monster too disgusting?" I revealed a smile, "You're just not used to them yet. Forget about it, let me pull in these monsters instead." Ling Shui revealed a smile of joy and said, Thank you." I revealed a faint smile. Actually having me pull in the monsters was quite reasonable. I currently had a defense of 225 and could definitely withstand the iron armor guard's 280 attack. As well, the monster's defense was quite high, having a defense of 400, so even my armor-piercing arrow would not do much to it. Instead, Ling Shui with her light flow sword would be better at breaking this monster's defense, but of course, our main damage source would be Ling Yu. Against the defense of heavy armors, magic damage had a 25% increase in damage. Using the Scarlet Flame Sea to kill these high defense monsters was the best option here. I put away my golden bow and took out the light wave dagger, charging right at the monsters. In less than half a minute, I came back with a group of iron armor guards following behind me, but my HP was close to empty. I was quickly swallowing health potions when Purple Rhyme's heals came late. Instantly, Ling Yu released the Scarlet Flame Sea onto the third floor and the intense flames burned the iron armor guards. With the increased damage, the level 40 enhanced iron armor guards fell to the ground and became experience points for us. Ling Shui gripped the light flow sword in her hand and attacked the iron armor guard that was closest to her. Her over 500 attack power had no fear of the iron armor guard's high defense, dealing over 500 points of damage. At this time, I had no choice but to accept this face. At the beginning stages, heavy armor jobs lacked equipment so they did not have a high enough defense, but in the later stages when a variety of heavy armor dropped, this gave a large increase to the defense of swordsmen and knights. Archers of the same level did not have enough attack to break through their defenses and only mages could deal with these high defense jobs. The only place for assassins and archers were taking care of mages and clerics. Without the firepower of the 1000-blade arrows, it was a little harder on Ling Yu, but she still took care of all the monsters in 10 minutes and my 1000-blade arrows reached the intermediate level. I left the equipment and gold coins on the floor for Ling Shui to pick up while I went to pull in the next group of monsters. After 2 hours, the entire ancient ghost tomb's third floor was cleared. While we were standing in a corner of the main hall, a terrifying aura could be felt. Everyone looked at each other and if we weren't wrong, this was definitely the boss of the third floor. Ling Shui asked, "Little fool, are you going to pull it in or should I do it?" I pondered for a bit. "Ling Shui, you can do it." "Why?" Ling Shui raised her head and looked at me. I waved my hand and said, "There's no other way. You have double the defense I do and your HP is much higher than mine." Ling Shui gave a gentle laugh. "Your explanation passes. Alright, I'll be right back. After she said this, Ling Shui jumped out of the corner. I did not feel assured, so I followed after her. Seeing the ground split apart, instantly we saw a giant figure appear from the ground. With a body covered in black armor and two prominent sharp blades at its jaw, this giant looked like a giant dung beetle. Yeah? What is that thing? Little fool, run away. Ling Shui was so scared that her face turned pale as she turned around and pulled me back into the corner. After I was pulled back into the corner in a hurry by Ling Shui, Ling Yu immediately asked in a surprised voice, "What's wrong? Why are you so scared?" Ling Shui looked back to point as she said, "Elder sister, there's a beetle over there." Ling Yu said, "Are beetles that terrifying? You guys are really..." As soon as her voice fell, an explosion sounded out. The sharp blades in front of the beetle pierced through the wall and its giant body broke through the wall. I could not see its stats at all, so I asked, "Ling Yu, can you see its level?" Ling Yu quickly looked at it and then gave us its information as she began to run away. Rotten Devourer, Silver Grade Boss. Level, 42. Attack, 350 to 440. Defense, 500. HP, 50,000. Defense type, Heavy Armor. Will suffer extra damage from magic attacks. Fuck. Such a strong defense. I couldn't help shouting out in surprise. After seeing that the boss attack wasn't that strong, Ling Shui puffed out her chest and revealed a smile. Raising her light flow sword, she had a smile on her face as she said, "Let's start." Elder sister Purple Rhyme, please focus on healing me. Purple Rhyme immediately stopped and nodded with a smile. Ling Shui charged forward and raised the light flow sword before slashing down. With a pang sound, the light flow sword left a mark on the beetle's shell and dealt 324 damage to it. I was slightly startled and immediately released an armor-piercing arrow. Seeing a white light fly out, a 326 damage figure appeared above the beetle's head. So it wasn't that bad compared to Ling Shui. At this moment, Ling Yu's fireball flew out and hit the beetle's shell, dealing an impressive 1024 damage to it. She really was worthy of being the #1 female mage in Spirit of Grief. This kind of attack was not something others could compare with. The beetle launched an attack and its jaw blade slashed across Ling Shui's shoulder. Seeing the glow of blood, Ling Shui suffered 500 points of damage, but Purple Rhyme's heal came right on time and returned the HP she lost. Like this, Ling Shui just needed to use a few potions and she would be able to easily withstand the boss without any problem. For a while, at the end of the 3rd floor, there were the loud sounds of fighting ringing out. At this moment, those level 25 players that were risking their lives to kill the level 28 Blue Wolf guards. If they were able to see this scene, it was unknown what kind of reaction they would have. Perhaps a level 42 boss would seem like nothing more than an illusion to them. After a short bit, Ling Yu's fireball and Scarlet Flame Sea cut down a large part of the beetle's HP. Ling Shui was also adding insult to injury by continuously using her sweeping away 1,000 soldiers skill. Finally, with an armor-piercing arrow from me, the beetle finally passed away and fell to the floor like a little hill. Ding. System notification, congratulations, your team has killed the silver level Rotten Devourer. You have received 70,000 experience points and 350 prestige. The 4 members evenly divided the experience from the boss. Although it wasn't a lot, it wasn't that little either. Ling Shui hated the beetle because it was disgusting, so the battlefield was cleaned by me. By the corpse of the beetle, I found 27 gold coins, a pair of armored leg guards, and a skill book. Seeing the glow on the leg guards, it was clear that it was not an ordinary thing. The girls immediately gathered around me and Ling Shui said with a smile, "Little fool, let me see, let me see." I shared the stats of the skill book with them. Prepared Resurrection adds a resurrection buff to party members so that they can be revived instantly within the next 60 minutes. Requirements, level 30 cleric. It was well known that in Spirit of Grief, clerics couldn't learn resurrection spells from their instructors. They could only rely on skill books to drop from monsters. It seemed like we have just obtained one of those skill books. Purple Rhyme revealed a smile as she said in a happy voice, "About this, can I learn this skill book?" I looked at Ling Shui and Ling Yu and said, "I agree with giving it to Purple Rhyme, what about you guys?" Ling Yu nodded with a smile as she said, "Of course." Ling Shui blinked and said, "This is great, finally we don't have to be afraid of being instantly killed." So, I traded this precious prepared resurrection skill book over to Purple Rhyme and with a flash of light, she had learned the skill. Then with a wave of her hand, a white light fell down onto Ling Shui's body, gradually falling down like snow as it formed an aura around her. The aura moved with Ling Shui and looked very beautiful. At the same time, ding. Battle notification, player Gentle Breeze Flying Snow has gained the prepared resurrection buff and will revive if she dies within 60 minutes. Ling Shui cheered as she smiled and said, "Now I don't have to worry about being instantly killed." Purple Rhyme nodded with a smile and said, This skill has a 10-minute cooldown, so I will be able to give everyone the resurrection buff." I revealed a smile and then shared the leg guard stats with the party. The leg guard released a blue light that was very nice to look at. Frost leg guard, silver equipment, heavy armor, defense, 75, strength, +10, vitality, +6. Additional stat, water attributed skill attack power increased by 15%. Required level, 35. Unidentified. Everyone was a little surprised. If this leg guard was already this broken, then what would it be like after being appraised? So I threw the leg guard over to Ling Shui and said, wait until you level up once more and then you'll be able to use it. Ling Shui had a joyful smile as she nodded. Ling Yu looked at the stairs to the next floor and said, let's go to the 4th floor. We'll talk after killing the mobs on the next floor. Entering the 4th floor, a cold breeze blew past us. The entire floor felt like it was filled with a cold aura. In the distance, a pair of blood-red eyes stared at us as we entered the 4th floor. Ling Shui couldn't help being shocked as she took a step back, perfectly leaning into my shoulder. I was gently shaken by her, but I patted her shoulder while telling her that there was nothing to fear. Ling Shui looked up at me before pursing her lips into a smile. Then she brandished her sword as she stood beside me. As for Ling Yu, she just watched how Ling Shui and I acted without saying anything. Then she gave a gentle sigh, looking a bit lonely. Purple Rhyme grabbed her staff and activated the prepared resurrection a second time. This time it was cast on me because I was the second close combat member of the party. In front of us, there were the giant knights riding giant beasts that scared Ling Shui. There was a demonic glow in their black eye holes. They wore broken armor that revealed pure white bones underneath. These already dead soldiers gripped the reins of the wild beasts that they sat atop. Those wild beasts were also dead and their eyes had been rotted away, leaving a black hole. Their entire body exuded a decaying smell. Their bones were exposed and a foggy breath came from their mouth. The direction they attacked in all depended on the riders on their backs. Beast riding corpse knights, enhanced monsters. Level, attack, defense, HP, attack type, additional stat, attacks have a tearing effect. They have the possibility of dealing double damage to cloth-armored targets. Seeing the rows of question marks and the single additional stat revealed, I was a little surprised. Then I asked, Ling Yu, can you see the monster's stats? Ling Yu speechlessly shook her head, I can't see them. They should be around level 45. Ling Shui's little mouth opened wide as she said in a surprised voice, that high. Ling Yu nodded with a smile, it's good if it's high. The higher it is compared to us, the more experience and equipment it'll give us. Purple Rhyme also said with a smile, then let's first pull one over and kill it. No one had an objection, so I took a step forward and shot an ice arrow to pull a beast-riding corpse knight over. We watched as the corpse knight's empty eyes suddenly look over at us and pulled the reins, making the wild beast charge at us. Ling Yu lifted her hand to release a fireball which slammed into the corpse knight's chest. The corpse knight shook and a damage figure appeared above its head, 764. This was considered quite a good amount of damage. Then I released an armor-piercing arrow. A white light flew out at the corpse knight's neck and a very clear damage figure appeared, 823. It seemed like my armor-piercing arrow was only a bit stronger when compared to Ling Yu's fireball. Ling Shui held her light flow sword in her hand and charged forward. She slashed down on the beast-riding corpse knight's mount's head. With a pang sound, the wild beast gave a pitiful cry, but it only took 435 points of damage. Ling Shui gave a woo cry of complaint as she said, I can't hit the knight and can only hit the mount, what should I do? Ling Yu couldn't help smiling as she said, that is because Shui's range isn't long enough. Ling Shui pursed her lips into a smile, I'm already 168 cms tall, no one will want me if I'm any taller. Purple Rhyme covered her mouth on the side as she secretly gave a laugh. At the same time, the beast-riding corpse knight made its move and the wild beast charged forward. The wild beast suddenly twisted its head and then bit down on Ling Shui's little shoulder. Chila. Giving a gentle cry, Ling Shui couldn't help taking a few steps back as a 769 damage figure appeared about her head. My heart skipped a beat as I looked at Purple Rhyme in blank dismay. This normal monster's attack was really strong, it was even stronger than the 3rd floor's boss. It seemed like it would be impossible to gather up the monsters and kill them. If we did that, Ling Shui wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. So, I immediately said, Ling Shui, move back a few steps. Pull the monster back by itself and we'll work together to kill it. Ling Shui understood and nodded with a smile. The move speed she had as she moved back was enough to pull the beast-riding corpse knight over. Like this, Ling Yu and I spread out and attacked the beast-riding corpse knight with one on the left and one on the right, while Purple Rhyme kept healing Ling Shui's HP. Then she used a skill-reducing curse on the corpse knight and a layer of purple light surrounded the fierce monster as its movement speed was reduced by quite a bit. The most important thing was that Purple Rhyme's curse also reduced the corpse knight's defense. Not only did this make it easier for me and Ling Yu, even Ling Shui could deal over 1,000 points of damage to the corpse knight. Although this method of killing monsters was cautious, it was not slow, especially after Purple Rhyme cast her curse. The beast-riding corpse knight seemed to have around 10,000 HP, so when I used my 4th armor-piercing arrow, I saw that corpse knight gave a pitiful cry as it fell with its mount and dropped several gold coins. I looked clearly and found that it really was several gold coins, which was very rare. An enhanced monster was really generous, dropping several gold coins at once. This had never been seen before. In the end, the 3 beautiful girls all said that this monster was too disgusting, so the job of picking up the gold coins fell onto me. I kneeled down and kicked aside the bones of the beast-riding corpse knight, then I placed the gold coins into my inventory. On the other side, with Ling Yu's instructions, Purple Rhyme had used her curse to draw in another beast-riding corpse knight. The 3 beautiful girls once again went on a violent rampage. I immediately walked over and released an armor-piercing arrow. When I released my second armor-piercing arrow, I found that Ling Shui had already killed the beast-riding corpse knight with her sweeping away 10,000 soldiers. Pada. Not only did gold coins drop, this time there was also a glowing blue bracer that dropped to the ground. Ling Shui touched my elbow and said with a smile, "Little fool, how about you take a look at what the equipment is like?" I gave a faint smile and felt speechless. How could these girls be this afraid of undead monsters? The spirit of Grief continent was filled with a force of light fighting against the forces of darkness. Humans, elves, and orcs fought against the invasion of the army of darkness. This army of darkness, the army of demon servants, were made of evil wizards, undead knights, and skeleton warriors. There was nothing cute about them at all. But the monsters encountered after leaving the beginner village were things like goblins and slimes, which were still decent, being things that girls like Ling Shui would like. However, these were low-level monsters. Basically, Spirit of Grief made the game as realistic as possible. The higher level the monsters were, the more terrifying they were, like monsters like grand evil sorcerers and demonic evil dragons. Thinking of this, I arrived beside the beast-riding corpse knight and picked up the bracers and golden coins. When I touched the bracers, I could feel a solemn aura wash over me. So, I shared the stats of the bracers without any hesitation. Strong Gale bracers, silver equipment, heavy armor, defense, 72, strength, plus 10, vitality, plus 4. Additional stat, increase user's attack speed by 1%. Required level, 40. Set equipment stat, unidentified. Suddenly, everyone was shocked into being speechless. This strong Gale brace was actually a silver equipment, and it was also a part of a set. The most important thing was that it added attack speed, which made it a great treasure. Judging by this, if one collected the full set, then they would be able to increase their attack speed by 10%, which was great. I looked over at Ling Shui beside me and saw that she had just reached level 34, so I said, "You're still quite far." Ling Shui quickly took the strong Gale bracers from my hand. She felt a little embarrassed, but she still revealed a happy smile. "I'll save it for a rainy day." Everybody revealed a smile. Then Purple Rhyme said, "Then let's continue killing them. We should aim to kill off the entire 4th floor by tonight. It would be great if we could get all the parts to the strong Gale set." I nodded and then asked, "Ling Shui, do you have any tests tomorrow?" Ling Shui couldn't help smiling. "Little fool, did you forget that tomorrow is the weekend?" I couldn't help being stunned. Looking over at Ling Yu, she revealed a faint smile. It means that you don't have to go to work tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so you can focus on leveling. Let's see if we can be the first ones to reach level 40 and get a proper job. I heard that there is a rich reward for those who get proper jobs first." Ling Yu was filled with a bit of yearning as she said, "In these 2 days, there will be a lot of people having time off, so they'll be trying to rush levels." I took a deep breath and said, "Since it's like this, then I can't rest for the next few days. Let's talk after reaching level 40. We can't let the first person to reach level 40 be a foreigner." Ling Yu nodded with a faint smile. "I'm of the same mind." At this moment, Purple Rhyme had already pulled in the third beast-riding corpse knight, so everyone surrounded it and beat it up. But what didn't disappoint us was the low drop rate of the silver grade strong Gale set. Other than getting a second piece, in half an hour, we killed dozens of monsters just to have nothing good drop. All that dropped was a few pieces of dark iron equipment. Everyone was speechless, but we still picked up all the dark iron equipment, and very soon, our inventories were filled with these inferior equipment. Without knowing it, several hours passed. When I looked at the time, it was already 3 a.m. The girls all had tired looks on their faces, but everyone was happy because these beast-riding corpse knights gave good experience. I had reached level 36 and Ling Yu was still at level 37, but she was certain that she would reach level 38 after killing the boss. Ling Shui had just reached level 34, but person that leveled the fastest was Purple Rhyme. She was level 30 when she came here and now she was already at level 34. 2 more pieces of the strong Gale set dropped, with only the helmet and boots not dropping. The armor and leg guards had pretty strong stats, but the problem was that we had already killed all the beast-riding corpse knight on the 4th floor. It would be several hours before they res beyond. Ling Shui stood in front of me and gently rubbed her eyes. In a soft voice, she said, "I'm so tired, it seems like it's impossible to get the strong Gale set today. Little fool, let's come again tomorrow night, alright?" I happily nodded my head. The leveling speed here was very quick, and if I had the strong Ling sisters with me while I was leveling, then it would be perfect. Of course, we couldn't do without Purple Rhyme's healing. At this moment, Ling Shui looked at the distant battle arena in the center of the 4th floor and said, "I'll go and pull over the 4th floor boss. After we kill it, let's log off and go to sleep." Ling Yu nodded with a smile and said, Let's sleep early. Otherwise, Dad will say that we're neglecting our jobs." Ling Shui giggled. Looking at the appearance of these 2 girls, my heart felt a bit sad. I did not have sisters and my parents were divorced, having not seen mine in years. They went to another country, but I stayed with an aunt while finishing university. Family love seemed far away from me, not something that I could obtain. "Hey, bookworm, what are you thinking?" Ling Yu's voice sounded. She stood shoulder to shoulder with me and gently hit my arm. I recovered my senses and couldn't help revealing an awkward smile. "Nothing. I'm just thinking. I was wondering when I could find a group of friends. I was wondering when I wouldn't have to be alone again, like a general without an army." Ling Yu revealed a faint smile. Aren't we your friends? Why do you make it sound so sad? It's like you're saying you're destined to be alone. Purple Rhyme at the side nodded with a smile. Our Sword Flame group are your friends too, as long as you don't look down on us. I quickly revealed a smile and said, how could I? I'm afraid I won't be a good match for Sword Flame. At this moment, Ling Xue's beautiful figure appeared in front of us. She looked behind her once and then gripped the light flow sword as she ran to our side. Kang, kang. The ground vibrated below our feet and we heard a honk sound before seeing the large gates of the arena burst open. A giant beast reached its head out and following behind it was its giant body. On the back of the beast, there was the boss sitting there fully armored with a blue cloak dancing in the breeze, making him look very majestic. Beast riding Corpse King, gold level boss. Level, attack, defense, HP, additional information, paralyzing attack, has a chance of stunning enemies. Like we had expected, we couldn't see the stats of the boss at all, but everyone understood that this boss was much stronger than the previous one because it was a gold level boss. Gold level bosses had the chance of dropping gold level equipment. Although the chance wasn't high, the gold equipment was still enough to turn a new player into an expert. So, I gripped the golden bow and excitedly said, beautiful girls, it seems like the final fight tonight is approaching. Ling Yu raised the roaring flame staff in her hand and said with a smile, that's great, we finally beat the boss. Now we can finally go to sleep. I couldn't help becoming speechless. So she actually cared about stuff like this, but it wasn't strange. Most people said that beauty came from sleep and sleep would help improve one's beauty. In the end, which girl didn't want to be beautiful? I believed that once they were high enough level and the level rankings stabilized, Ling Yu, Ling Xue, and Purple Rhyme would not stay up this late anymore. Staying up late was the privilege of a single young man like me. At this moment, the beast-riding Corpse King charged forward with its mount. Once the wild beast came over, Ling Xue's light flow sword immediately clashed with it. Hearing a zhang sound, the light flow sword released sparks and Ling Xue was sent flying back several steps. 1347. A giant figure appeared above Ling Xue's head. Her HP had been reduced by half. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. But at this moment, the Corpse King atop the beast suddenly attacked. Raising its sword high into the air, it then swung down. Hong. A sword light flew out and the sword glow traveled 5 yards to hit Ling Xue. Ding. Combat notification, player Gentle Breeze Flying Snow has suffered the beast-riding Corpse King's sword glow attack and has lost 2,345 points of HP. Player Gentle Breeze Flying Snow has died. Then it was followed by another sound. Ding. System notification, the effects of prepared resurrection has activated and player Gentle Breeze Flying Snow has been revived without any losses. Ling Xue appeared in front of us with full HP, but her beautiful cheeks had turned pale. She quickly ran to my side and said with a voice filled with lingering fear, good fellow, this boss attack power is so strong. All of us were shocked. Even with Ling Xue's high defense, that sword glow still instantly killed her. If it was anyone else, then we might have died before the second attack even landed. Purple Rhyme immediately tried to use Prepared Resurrection on Ling Xue again, but she got a notification saying that each player could only activate Prepared Resurrection once every 2 hours. Like this, Ling Xue could not be revived again. If she died again, she would fall down to level 34 from level 35, which would be too much of a loss. Ling Yu was a little lost. She turned around and asked me, what do we do now? Do we still fight this boss? I thought about it and then said in a determined voice, of course we'll fight. However, Ling Xue will no longer go forward and will watch from a distance. We will fight it together with Ling Yu's ice ball and fireball techniques, my fire arrows and armor-piercing arrows, and Purple Rhyme's curse. Everyone must remember that the Corpse King's dangerous skill has a range of 5 yards and our long-range attacks have a range of 20 yards, so be sure to keep a safe distance. The girls nodded their heads in unison. At this moment, the beast-riding Corpse King charged out once again. Its small mountain-like body seemed to make the ancient ghost temple tremble. I raised my golden bow to release an ice arrow. Hearing a paw sound, it hit the Corpse King's chest, only dealing 124 points of damage. So low? So, I switched to the armor-piercing arrow and tried again. This time I deal 437 points of damage, which could be considered quite impressive. At the same time, Purple Rhyme's curse skill finally succeeded after failing 3 times. A purple halo appeared above the beast-riding Corpse King's head and Ling Xue's ice balls and fireballs slammed into the beast-riding Corpse King's chest. Everyone knew that attacking the mount had no real use and only by attacking the main body could we take the boss life. After Purple Rhyme's curse greatly decreased the boss defense, I shot another armor-piercing arrow which dealt 821 points of damage this time. Ling Yu's fireball also dealt close to 800 points of damage, which showed her attack was quite strong. We didn't see the boss's HP bar drop by much, but after around 10 minutes, we saw the Corpse King's HP bar drop by a large chunk. It was estimated that we would be able to kill it within an hour. After Purple Rhyme's curse succeeded, she used her punishment skill to continue attacking, but it only dealt a pitiful 30 damage every time. However, Purple Rhyme was not discouraged and continued to send out attacks. In the end, Ling Xue's attack and my attacks evened out, so the boss aggro kept switching between the two of us. It was a good thing that the coordination between Ling Xue and I was quite good, so we maintained a good distance between the two of us. It was very safe for the time being. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. It was already 4 am and Ling Yu finally began to show a tired look. It was in this short period of time that the boss suddenly attacked. Taking advantage of the reduced reaction speed, it suddenly appeared in front of Ling Yu and its giant sword turned into a streak of sword glow. Pu. Ling Yu was instantly killed, but white light appeared and revived her. Once it lost its target, the boss immediately turned around and charged at me. I was caught off guard and the moment the ice arrow in my hand flew out, the sword glow already reached me. I felt a pain in my chest, as if my entire person was being torn apart. Ding. Combat notification, you have been hit with the Beast Riding Corpse King's Sword Glow attack, suffering from a paralysis effect and losing 3,345 HP. You have died. Then another sound came through. Ding. System notification, the effects of prepared resurrection has activated and you have been revived on the same spot without any losses. After suffering this shock, I couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. I quickly took several steps back and the boss slowed by the ice arrow had no way of catching up to me. Behind it, the revived Ling Yu began to attack again, sounding out a flurry of fireballs and ice arrows. Pang! The fireball landed on the Beast Riding Corpse King's chest with a dazzling light. Finally the gold-level boss let out a roar into the sky before the small mountain-like body fell to the ground, dropping a bunch of equipment and gold coins. Ling Yu let out a sigh and said in a small voice, "So close." Ling Shui and Purple Rhyme both came over and I naturally walked forward. I kicked the arm of the boss and picked up the gold coins. There were a total of 257 of them. Looking down, there was a deep blue cloak on the ground. To the side, there was a piece of equipment that made my heart skip a beat. It was an exquisitely carved curved longbow. Ling Shui saw this and couldn't help smiling. "Little fool can finally upgrade your weapon." I gave an understanding smile and then picked up the 2 pieces of equipment. First I shared the properties of the cloak. Lunar Shadow Cloak, gold equipment, heavy armor. Defense, 85. Strength, plus 12. Vitality, plus 8. Required level, 35. Unidentified. It was a gold level equipment. I was a little stunned, but then I traded this cloak over to Ling Shui. This was something only she could equip. With this, she would have a total of 2 different gold level equipment. In terms of equipment, Ling Shui was probably the world's best equipped player. What was depressing was that the monsters of the 3rd and 4th floor all wore heavy armor, so all they dropped were heavy armor. Like this, Ling Shui would gain a lot. I just hoped that there were magician and assassin based monsters on the 5th and 6th floors. Like this, me, Ling Shui, and Purple Rhyme would have a chance to get some equipment. At this moment, Ling Shui raised the Lunar Shadow Cloak in her hands and was filled with joy. With a sweet laugh, she said, "Bookworm, look at the stats of the bow." I nodded and immediately sent the stats of the bow into the team channel. Star Chasing Bow, gold equipment. Attack, 225 to 250. Strength, plus 10. Agility, plus 8. Required level, 45. Unidentified. Instantly everyone froze like they had been petrified. After a long while, Ling Yu finally muttered, "Without being appraised, its power is already comparable to the Light Flow Sword. In the future, Bookworm's attack power will be abnormal for a long time." I was also filled with joy because I never thought that a bow could be this strong. However, when I saw the level requirement, my heart immediately fell. It was actually a piece of level 45 equipment. When would I be able to use it? As if she could see my thoughts, Ling Shui smiled and said, "Little fool, don't be disappointed. We'll talk about it again after we appraise it in the city." I nodded and said to the 3 girls, "Then let's go back to the city. If you want to see the stats, then you can come with me. If not, then have a good bath and I wish you a good night." Ling Yu and Purple Rhyme both revealed a smile and said together, "Of course we'll go and see it." So, we returned to the city together. A flash of light appeared. It was getting close to midnight. There were still many players that had shops set up. It could be seen how popular this game was. It had only been open 3 days, but there was a crazy influx of over 100 million players. For the failing gaming industry, it could be seen how much of an effect it had. I directly went over to the appraiser. When I arrived, I found that the 3 girls were already there waiting for me. Ling Shui was currently getting the Lunar Shadow Cloak appraised. After the appraiser received the 50 gold coins, Ling Shui shared the stats of the Lunar Shadow Cloak with us. Lunar Shadow Cloak, gold equipment, heavy armor. Defense, 128. Strength, plus 18. Vitality, plus 14. Additional stat, increases user's move speed by 10%. Required level, 35. Everyone immediately gave a gasp. This cloak really was worthy of being a piece of gold equipment. It actually increased the user's move speed. It had to be known that move speed was a very important state for close combat fighters. Although it was only a 10% increase, it would already be enough to make Ling Shui unstoppable in terms of piking. Whether it was being aggressive or retreating, the enemies will not be able to escape or run away, unable to fight back. So, Ling Shui revealed a full smile as she equipped the Lunar Shadow Cloak. Seeing a flash of light, the blue-colored cloak danced in the wind behind the little beauty. It matched her snow-white beautiful face, adding a heroic aura to her beauty. Like this, Ling Shui felt satisfied. Without even having the time to appraise the strong gale set items, she said to me, "Little fool, quickly appraise your new weapon." I nodded and placed the star-chasing bow on the appraiser's table. He was immediately shocked and reached out a stiff hand to touch the star-chasing bow as he excitedly said, "Divine item? It really is a divine item." I was a little surprised. Was this actually a divine item? This was just nonsense. If a divine item really appeared now, Spirit of Grief could go bankrupt right away. The old appraiser was excited for a long time and continued to praise the star-chasing bow. After a few minutes, he changed the subject and said, "The appraisal fee will be 300 gold coins." I was shocked again. "Ah, that expensive? 300 gold coins, that's 1,500 RMB. My heart filled with pain. The reason why we played games was easy, wasn't it to earn money to buy a house and marry a beautiful wife? Why did appraising items have to be such a cruel knife? Seeing my pained expression, Ling Yu couldn't help saying, "Bookworm, didn't the beast-riding corpse king just drop 257 gold coins? Just add a little and you'll be able to appraise it. Hurry up, we still want to log off and go to sleep." I no longer hesitate and looked at the gold coins in my inventory. There was a total of 389 gold coins, and suddenly giving 300 filled my heart with pain. When the old appraiser received the 300 gold coins, he revealed a satisfied smile. The dry old hand rubbed the star-chasing bow and a magnificent light came from the star-chasing bow. The strings of the star-chasing bow revealed a spiritual blue light that was very nice to look at. Without saying anything else, I shared the stats of the star-chasing bow in the team channel. Star-chasing bow, gold weapon. Attack, 325 to 380. Strength, plus 21. Agility, plus 15. Additional stats, increases the user's skill attack power by 25%. Special effect, experience makes things easier. Required level, 45. Instantly, everyone here was shocked into silence. The star-chasing bow's attack power did not just become a little stronger, even the light flow sword paled in comparison to the star-chasing bow. Ling Yu muttered, "Such a strong attack power, it really is abnormal." Ling Shui said with a smile, I'll have to level more with Little Fool in the future." Purple Rhyme's beautiful eyes misted over and she said in a whisper, "Heavenly Punisher told me he was an expert. In the future, after Bookworm has equipped this bow, a single armor-piercing arrow will be able to instantly kill an expert like Heavenly Punisher." I shook my head and said with a smile, "This is bad. This bow is level 45 and I'm still lacking 9 levels. Ling Shui blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, "Little Fool, take a look at the experience makes things easier. What does it do?" I was a little surprised. Ling Shui seemed to have matured a bit. A single smile was enough to make a person's heart beat faster. So, I immediately pressed the special effect of the star-chasing bow. Experience makes things easier lowers the required level of this item by 10. A short sentence like this made my heart fly into the skies. Damn, I finally got something broken? The first one to charge to level 40 will definitely be me? Without saying anything else, I equipped the star-chasing bow. The light of the bow suddenly filled the surroundings as my stats began to wildly jump up. Easily angered Bookworm, beginner archer. Level, 36. HP, 1120. Attack, 465 to 550. Defense, 225. Prestige, 5541. Luck, 0. My attack power directly went from 210 to 265 to 465 to 550, directly doubling. This was going from a spear to a cannon. Turning a simple rifle into a transformer? I couldn't help being filled with joy. Not only did I receive a piece of new, stronger equipment, it was also a gold-grade bow. This piece of silver equipment that had been with me through everything could finally be sold for money. In a short night, almost everyone received quite a bit. There was no need to mention the fact that I received the star-chasing bow. Ling Shui had received 3 pieces of strong gale items and also received the great gold-grade lunar shadow cloak. Purple Rhyme had gone from level 30 to level 34, as well as receiving the prepared resurrection skill that would make her the beautiful cleric that everyone loved. The one worst off was Ling Yu, who received nothing except for quite a bit of experience points. So, everyone was satisfied with how the night turned out. I said, "You guys should sleep early, so you're not exhausted tomorrow." The girls all nodded. Ling Shui then sent a private message to me, "Little Fool, I'll look for you tomorrow. Give me your phone number." I immediately replied, alright. The number is 139. What is yours? Mine? I'm not telling you. Ling Shui revealed a smile before logging off. Ling Yu also sent a private message to me, "At the same time tomorrow night, let's continue leveling." Of course I would not reject her. Not to mention that Ling Yu's magical attack was strong, it was easy to accept leveling with a beautiful girl. So I replied, "I await the leader's orders." In the end, Ling Yu replied to me with a cute smiling emoticon. Finally, I looked at Purple Rhyme. She immediately looked at me and sent me a message, "What are you looking at?" I replied, "A beautiful girl." Purple Rhyme gave a snappy reply, "Have you seen enough?" I replied, "I've had enough, I'll continue tomorrow." Purple Rhyme couldn't help smiling. Looking over at me, she sent a message, "Alright, then I'm going to sleep then." After teasing the girls, my heart felt satisfied. Watching these beautiful girls log off, I did not feel like sleeping at all. I held the star-chasing bow in my head, feeling like I was invincible in this world. The players around me planning to level overnight immediately saw the star-chasing bow in my hand. I pondered for a bit and turned off the weapon light effect. As a person, one should life a low-key like. Then I spent 12 gold coins on repairing all my equipment before going to the square and shouting, high-level armor of the dark iron grade for sale. In the end, a group of players immediately came over. When I showed the stats of the items, countless people raised their middle fingers at me. Damn, you clearly know that we aren't even at level 30 yet and you still take out a piece of level 40 equipment. Are you looking down on our intelligence and our levels? I was speechless. I tried for a long time, but I still couldn't sell them in the end. It seems like I still had to wait another 2 days for more level 30 players before I could sell these pieces of equipment. So, I went to the warehouse and put away those 20 pieces of high-level dark iron equipment. Then I went to fill up on red potions before heading to the east of Sunset City. My goal was the Hero Memorial Park that Ling Yu showed me this morning. In the afternoon, I had already found that there were several high-level undead monsters deep within the cemetery, so it was more suitable for me to level here. After all, my current level is quite high and normal leveling would decrease my training speed. Plus, I can't go level in the top class training ground like the ancient ghost temple by myself. After all, although my attack power was quite high, my defense was quite low. If there were a few spirit warriors that came together, then I would easily lose my little life. After around half an hour, I passed through the normal leveling areas. Although it was early in the morning and the sun was rising to the east outside the window, there were quite a few players still fighting monsters. After all, when day came, there were many parties who came to take these leveling areas. So only in times like these could solo players level in such a satisfying manner. My target were not those level 30 little monsters. Once I passed through the forest, I arrived at the back of the Hero Memorial Park, but I still had a long way to go. Those level 35 hell skeletons that I fought with Ling Yu this morning couldn't satisfy my leveling needs anymore. The monsters that I wanted to kill now were at least over level 40, that way, the experience I gained from killing them would be enough. When I pushed aside a bunch of dead foliage, a giant cemetery appeared in front of me. This place had not been visited by others, but many tombstones were on the ground and graves were emptied. It was clear that they had been robbed, but there were many undead creatures aimlessly wandering around. Not far from me, there was a skeleton warrior carrying an iron sword. He was limping around, moving very slowly. Corrupted skeleton, normal monster. Level, 42. Attack, 280 to 370. Defense, 200. HP, 5000. A very ordinary monster with a slightly high defense, but to me, 200 defense did not count for anything. Opening the equipment ranking, it was not strange to find the star-chasing bow in my hand in first place. Second place was Ling Shue's light flow sword and following that was Ling Yu's roaring flame staff. It had to be said, of the top 10 equipment, there were 3 pieces of gold equipment and 7 pieces of silver equipment. The 3 gold equipment were all from China and 5 of the 7 silver equipment were also from China. At the beginning of the game, it was the Chinese players that reigned supreme. Thinking of this, I revealed a faint smile. I released an ice arrow at the corrupted skeleton and I saw a terrifying damage figure appear. 1276. It was not a fatal blow, but being able to deal this kind of damage, my attack power was quite incredible. I sent out another armor-piercing arrow and it was even more exaggerated this time, dealing 1889 damage to the monster. Followed closely by a fire arrow, the corrupted skeleton only took a few steps before it dropped a pile of silver coins and died. I couldn't help giving a faint smile. Seeing that these skeletons had around the same move speed as the ones I killed this morning, I could easily pull in a group before killing them all. As I was about to make my move, I found that on a small hill in the distance, there was actually a small rotten cabin. Perhaps it's a quest. My heart couldn't help skipping a beat, but I put away the star-chasing bow and walked over. When I opened the door, a rotten smell assaulted my nose, but I heard a weak moaning sound come from within. I saw a single person lying on a dirty wooden bed with his body covered in a black robe. His legs were already rotten to the point that bone could be seen and it was very terrifying. It's a good thing it was me, otherwise Ling Shui would have screamed in terror if she had been here. This person was clearly a NPC and there was the name Gravekeeper above his head. He looked at me and said in a weak voice, "Are you a warrior sent by the forces of light?" I nodded and said, "Yes. Can you tell me what happened here?" The Gravekeeper said with gritted teeth, "I am a soldier that has been in charge of guarding this cemetery for 20 years, but who knew that half a year ago, an evil wizard would suddenly appear. He spread a soul plague and resurrected most of the undead in this cemetery. As you can see, Hero Memorial Park has turned into a place for the dead, with only the undead wandering around. Young man, I am old and inflicted with the plague, so can you help me with a favor?" Ding. System notification, do you accept the quest? I clicked confirm without even thinking about it. System notification, you have accepted the quest Gravekeeper's request. Quest difficulty, 280. Quest details, the Gravekeeper has been infected by the soul plague and has no strength to inspect the tomb. He hopes that you can kill the corrupted skeletons in the cemetery and collect 400 skeleton rib bones. These bones can be ground up to create a medicine that can cure the Gravekeeper's illness. I couldn't help revealing a faint smile. The only hard part about this quest was that it required a lot of items. 400 skeleton rib bones, if I killed them one at a time, it would take around 2,000 corrupted skeletons before I completed this quest. However, for the current me, this was not a problem at all. I once again returned to the edge of the cemetery. When I entered the cemetery, several corrupted skeletons in the distance already noticed me. Without any hesitation, I ran in the direction where many monster groups were standing and quickly I drew in a large group of corrupted skeletons. When I turned around to have a look, I found that there was a dense, black group of corrupted skeletons. So, I immediately turned around and used the star-chasing bow to release the 1,000-blade arrows. Only seeing the rainbow-colored glow fall from the sky, instantly countless damage figures appeared above the heads of the corrupted skeletons, all doing over 500 damage. The 1,000-blade arrows had reached the intermediate level, and with the attack power of the star-chasing bow added in, it couldn't compare to the past at all. In less than a few minutes, the corrupted skeletons had already fallen. After 10 minutes, several hundred corrupted skeletons had already turned into experience points. Moreover, there were sparkling equipment and coins, as well as quest items silently lying there. So, I happily began to clean the battlefield, throwing each item on the ground into my inventory without even looking. I was pleasantly surprised to find that each corrupted skeleton dropped around 50 silver coins, and in just a short 10 minutes, I had earned over 200 gold coins. The cost in potions that I took was only worth around 10 gold coins. I also looked at the quest item skeleton rib bone lying in my inventory. I had already collected 40 of them, so 400 of them was no problem at all. As for equipment, there were 7-8 pieces. Other than a single bronze equipment for mages, the rest were all dark iron grade. In a few days, I would be able to sell these equipment. So, I continued to kill the monsters, happily leveling by myself. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. When the corrupted skeletons from the neighboring cemetery had been emptied, I had finally finished gathering 400 skeleton rib bones. What made me even more pleasantly surprised was that I had also reached level 37, finally catching up to Ling Yu for the first time. Opening the level rankings, the Chinese server's level rankings were 1 Gentle Breeze Embracing the Moon, Level 37, Beginner Magician, 2 Easily Angered Bookworm, Level 37, Beginner Archer, 3 Sword Flame Ghost Fire, Level 36, Beginner Dark Magician, 4 Battle Soul Defying Heaven, Level 35, Beginner Berserker, 5 Bing Cha, Level 35, Beginner Sword Warrior, 6 Gentle Breeze Flying Snow, Level 35, Beginner Sword Warrior, 7 Quiet Rainfall, Level 34, Beginner Archer, 8 Ziyu, Level 34, Beginner Assassin, 9 Sword Flame Dragon Soul, Level 34, Beginner Warrior, 10 Favored Son of the Heavens, Level 34, Beginner Magician, X. Basically, most of the people in the top 10 were people that I knew. Bing Cha, Quiet Rainfall, and Ziyu were all girls from the Shui Yu studios that had reached the level rankings. It seemed like they had a bit of talent to be gathered by the Blue Star group. As for the last-placed mage called Favored Son of the Heavens, I had no idea where this person had come from. But this was only the rankings for their country, and it would be different on the world's level rankings. The Chinese server's first place, Ling Yu, would only be 4th in the world's rankings. The first-placed player in the world was a level 38 mage. I looked at my own level and saw that I was 7th place, but my experience was not that lacking. If I had another 2 hours, then I could also reach level 38. So, I brought the 400 skeleton rib bones to the little log cabin. Looking at the 400 skeleton ribs in my hand, the Gravikeeper's eyes filled with a trace of hope. He struggled to sit up and wheezed out, "Brave young man, you actually finished the quest. All right, this is your reward." Ding. System notification, you have completed the quest. Gravikeeper's request. You have obtained 200,000 experience points, 40 gold coins, and 250 prestige. There was no equipment given, but I was still satisfied. Out of the 100 free spaces in my inventory, half of it was filled with level 30 dark iron equipment. He have a feast once he returned to the city? After finishing the quest, the Gravekeeper was silent for a bit before saying, "Only these few things will not be enough to cure my injuries. That damn plaque is too strong, I still need a more precious medicine. Young man, can you help me get that medicine?" Of course I would do my part, so I immediately clicked confirm. Ding. System notification, you have accepted the quest collecting butterfly orchids. Current quest difficulty, 240. Quest details, to the east of the Gravekeeper's hut, there is a part of the cemetery deeply affected by the plague where a kind of precious butterfly orchid grows. This herb is very helpful for curing the toxins of the Gravekeeper, and he hopes that you can collect 100 butterfly orchids. However, you must be careful because there are hard to imagine dangers by the sides of the butterfly orchids. I looked at the details of the quest and found that it had a difficulty of 240. The quest details warned me of dangers close to the butterfly orchids, which also meant that there were monsters I had to kill before harvesting the butterfly orchids. However, none of that was important. I had the star-chasing bow right now, so no monsters could survive under my attacks. So, I directly went to the east. I didn't walk far and I saw an impressive-looking giant cemetery in front of me. The ground was black and there were blue orchids scattered all over. Perhaps it was the butterfly orchid the Gravekeeper needed? However, in that area, there were new undead creatures walking around. They were a bunch of skeleton warriors with impressive bodies as strong as armor. Skeleton demon, normal monster. Level, attack, defense, HP, fuck. They were all questions marks. I cursed in a low voice before raising the star-chasing bow and directly releasing an ice arrow. 768. A damage figure appeared above the skeleton demon's head and instantly its HP dropped by a segment. With a rough estimate it dropped around 1/8, which meant that the skeleton demon's total HP was around 6,000. Its level should be around 45, which wasn't too high for me. Moreover, I was pleasantly surprised to find that the skeleton demons did not move too quickly. They limped as they moved and they didn't attack quickly either. So, I did not think about it too much and ran right into the cemetery. After running around in a large circle, I had gathered close to 100 skeleton demons behind me. Deliberately pulling the skeleton demons into a line, I activated the 1000-blade arrows. I saw a fan-shaped range and most of the skeleton demons began to lose HP. Every time I attacked, it was enough to make the skeleton demons lose HP and the not-so-small damage figures continued to come out. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton demons fell to the ground one after the other. My experience points jumped up, going from 12% of level 37 to 23% of level 37 instantly. It had actually gone up by 11%. I thought about it and decided to pick up the gold coins and equipment first. Each skeleton demon dropped close to 60 silver coins, which gave me a total of 57 gold coins. Adding in the gold coins that I earned from the corrupted skeletons, I already had 763 gold coins in my inventory. I felt like this was a dream. Was I collecting experience points or money? However, the in-game currency exchange would open up in 2 days. Just the gold coins I had on me would be enough to make a fortune. 700 gold coins could be exchanged for 3,500 RMB based on the current ratio, but the price would decrease a bit after a few days. However, it was still over 2,000 RMB. Like this, the money I earned was even more compared to some of the white-collared employees. The level of the equipment the skeleton demons dropped was not low, being around level 35, but they were all dark iron equipment, not a single bronze equipment at all. It seemed like bronze equipment were considered high class and normal monsters could not drop them. After I cleared out the skeleton demons in this area, the butterfly orchids appeared in front of me. So, I leaned down to a small flower and reached out, instantly hearing a system prompt in my ears. Ding! System notification, you have successfully harvested the butterfly orchid. You have obtained the item Butterfly Orchid X4. I was filled with happiness. From the looks of this, I could actually save quite a bit of time, being able to pick 4 flowers at once. So, I quickly ran through the cemetery and picked the flowers several times. Soon, I had 57 butterfly orchids in my inventory and I only needed to sweep through the cemetery one more time. Without saying anything else, I immediately charged into the large cemetery to the right. I attracted a large amount of skeleton demons like before and divided them into 3 batches, killing them all in a single hour. This time I killed quite a bit more, going from 23% of level 37 to 87% of level 37. As long as I finish the quest, I will be the first player in the Chinese server to reach level 38. After losing the guaranteed hit effect of the golden bow, my accuracy dropped a lot. Because I was an archer and my equipment added quite a bit of agility, my accuracy still reached a high 90% hit rate. So, it didn't matter that I missed a few times because my attack power doubled after replacing my weapon. However, my future path was becoming harder. For an archer that added all their points into strength, unless they were able to find a set of equipment that added a lot of agility, it would be difficult for me in the future. Looking in front of me, the monsters were all dead and there were silver coins and equipment scattered all over the ground. With the scattered placement, it took me an entire 10 minutes before I was able to put all the silver coins into my inventory. Currently, the amount of gold coins in my inventory had finally broken the 1000 mark. I carefully began to collect the butterfly orchids one by one, spending half an hour of time before I finally had 100 butterfly orchids in my inventory. Seeing the time, it was already 8 in the morning and I was finally feeling sleepy. This deep sleepy feeling made it feel like I had been hit by magic and I couldn't help wanting to close my eyes. So, I returned to the Gravikeeper's little hut. When I took out the 100 butterfly orchids, the Gravikeeper's eyes lit up. He couldn't help praising and sighing as he said, "Brave young man, you really are too outstanding. I never thought that you would even be able to do this." Ding! System notification, you have completed the quest Collect Butterfly Orchids. You have gained 280000 experience points, 80 gold coins, and 400 prestige. I didn't receive an equipment again, but what made me pleasantly surprised was the golden light that fell down around me. I had successfully reached level 38. Now, Father was number 1 in the Chinese server. I couldn't help letting out a loud laugh as that pressure that had been in my chest for many years disappeared all at once. However, the Gravekeeper revealed a sad expression and muttered, "Although I have the skeleton ribs and the butterfly orchids, but to cure the toxins in my body, I still require a very important item." Ding! System notification, do you accept the quest? I was stunned for a second. Damn, it's still not over yet? There was still a follow-up quest. Were you even going to allow me to sleep? Seeing that it was the morning and I hadn't closed my eyes yet, my entire person fell into chaos. However, I wasn't willing to give up this quest. After all, this kind of open area quest was hard to find and the reward would definitely be lucrative. So, I gritted my teeth and decided to go all out. I quickly pressed the confirm button. Ding! System notification, you have accepted the quest Sorcerer's Heart. Current quest difficulty, 450. Quest details, to get one of the ingredients to cure the toxin, you have to travel to a high cemetery to the southwest and find a ebony ghost house there. Inside the ghost house, you have to defeat the necromancer Agiesi and bring the heart of Agiesi to the gravekeeper? Damn, a difficulty of 450, this was a super difficult quest. It seems like I had to kill a boss before I could finish this quest. I gritted my teeth and gripped my star-chasing bow, walking to the southwest while feeling sleepy. After 10 minutes, I reached a high area. Looking down, there were just patches of cemeteries with dead earth that had a few skeletons wandering around. Looking into the distance, I quickly found a black little hut up on a high area. The little house was crafted from jet black ebony, so it was no wonder it was called the Ebony Ghost House. Near the house, there were several skeleton demons that were patrolling around it. In order for these monsters to not interfere with my work, I used the armor-piercing arrow to take care of them. I quickly cleaned up the monsters, only leaving the ghost house standing there. The ghost house was completely dark and I couldn't see anything inside of it at all. I slightly tilted my head and I felt a black fireball slamming into my chest, knocking my entire body backwards. Looking up, I saw a necromancer being covered in a dark robe standing there. Who was the purpose of this trip? Necromancer Agiesi, bronze grade boss. Level? Magic attack? Defense? HP? A series of question marks that made people speechless, but it was lucky that it was only a bronze grade boss, which meant that I still had a chance to win. The necromancer's black fireball took 200 HP from me, which isn't that much. After all, an archer had a strong magic defense. If it was a berserker or sword warrior, then it would have been more painful. I immediately moved back while calculating the distance from the necromancer. I was pleasantly surprised to find that the necromancer's attack range was 15 yards while mine was 20 yards. After discovering this fact, I immediately began to get to work. I started off with an ice arrow and then drank a red potion. I continued to move back while launching fire arrows at the necromancer. The fire arrow whistled forward and slammed into the necromancer's chest. I just saw him shake before a 1268 damage figure appeared above his head. Damn. Even I was surprised by this. After obtaining this gold grade star-chasing bout, my damage had exploded. Just a single attack was enough to take off a small portion of the boss HP. I took another 2 steps back and continued to attack, but the necromancer slowed down by my ice arrow could only slowly chase after me. Like this, every time I attacked 3 times, it would only be able to attack me once. Moreover, I continued to use health potions which allowed me to go all out against him. I was coming close to fainting and my entire person was sleepy. I just wanted to lie down on a bed. Without knowing how long I was glared at, I continued to chug down health potions. The necromancer in front of me was almost out of HP under the onslaught of the star-chasing bow. At this moment, with a sudden ding-dong sound, a system prompt sounded, "Your friend last year's Summer has logged on." As I expected, Summer immediately sent me a message and asked in a curious voice, "Big brother bookworm, why haven't you slept yet?" I was speechless as I replied, "I'm going to sleep soon." "Summer, why are you up so early?" Summer immediately replied, "I drank too much water last night and after getting up to pee, I didn't feel sleepy. So I just got up to level." When her message came, I had already finished killing the bronze grade necromancer boss. Ding. System notification, "Congratulations, you have killed Necromancer Agiesi. You have gained 250000 experience points and 600 prestige." I immediately went forward and pulled apart the necromancer's robe. I took out a shining dagger and closed my eyes as I took out the necromancer's rotting heart, directly throwing it in my inventory. Then I looked at the things it dropped and I found that there was only 75 gold coins. I was a little disappointed, but at least there was a lot of experience points. If I turned in the quest, I would reach around 50% of level 38. So I immediately tidied up and quickly ran towards the gravekeeper. When I pulled out the necromancer's heart, this continuous 3-stage quest could finally be considered complete. The gravekeeper took the necromancer's heart and put it together with the butterfly orchids and skeleton rib bones, processing it bit before placing it on his leg turned green from the poison. I suddenly saw his skin and flesh turn back to a normal red color. After half a minute, the gravekeeper unexpectedly stood up. He said in a grateful manner to me, "Brave young man, the power of light is always with you, protecting you as you destroy the evils from hell." Ding. System notification, "You have completed the quest Sorcerer's Heart. You have gained 350000 experience points, 100 gold coins, and 400 prestige. You have obtained the quest item Defending the Gravekeeper." There was finally a piece of equipment. I was excited as I quickly took out the ring from my inventory. Looking at this small blue ring release a faint glow. Defending the Gravekeeper, silver equipment, ring. Strength, plus 12. Vitality, plus 10. Additional state, wearing this will increase critical chance by 3%. Required level, 35. I couldn't help breaking out in laughter. It was actually a silver ring that didn't need to be appraised, really saving me quite a bit. Right now it seemed like there weren't many rings in Spirit of Grief, but I actually finished a quest that gave me a silver ring. I really was lucky. I immediately equipped the Defending the Gravekeeper and my attack power increased, while my vitality went over 70. Actually the most precious part of this ring was the 3% critical hit increase. Everyone knew that agility-based jobs wanted to use critical hits, and with a high critical chance, they would increase their attack power. As for a pure strength archer like me, this equipment could also make up for my flaws. I finally finished the series of quests and my level finally surpassed Ling Yu's. Not only that, the star-chasing bow that I just obtained from the beast-riding corpse king helped me reach 50% of level 38, sending me to second place on the world rankings. I was only a little bit behind the person that was in first place. I wanted to reach level 40 in one go and change jobs, but I really couldn't hold on. After all, I had been in game of close to 16 hours and I couldn't keep going anymore. Summer wanted to talk with me, but was denied by me because I needed to sleep. I returned to the city and logged off. Taking off the helmet, my entire person had a kind of collapsing feeling. I did not care about anything else and fell onto the bed, entering a deep sleep. I didn't know how long passed, but I suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. I looked at the time and saw it was only 1 p.m. I had only slept for 5 hours. Opening the door, I was surprised as I cried, "Auntie, why are you here?" That's right, this was the aunt that took care of me while I was in university. After my parents left the country, she was the only one taking care of me. Auntie looked at my shabby appearance and couldn't help saying, "Quickly wash up and dress up nicely. You're coming with me to see a little girl." "Yee, little girl, what does this mean?" Auntie angrily said, "I'm helping you get a girlfriend. Even if you're not anxious, I'm very worried." Auntie did not have a son, so she treated me like half a son, but she never thought that this matter was very painful for me, even though I was unwilling, but Auntie would make me go even if I didn't want to. So I washed up a bit and then wore some decent clothing. I came downstairs. Auntie's old bike was covered in scratches, clearly being used for many years now. The fact that it still wasn't broken yet meant it was pretty well made. Auntie said, "Get on. The little girl I'm introducing you to, I've heard she's quite beautiful." I said, "Forget it, Auntie. Last time you said she was very beautiful, but meeting her almost scared me to death. She was very girly, but her beard was longer than mine." Auntie smiled and said, "Stop wasting time. Come with me already." The car was started and in a quarter of an hour, we arrived at a hotel. Auntie said, "We're treating them to a meal and you'll be talking to the little girl. If you can do this, then I'll buy you a house in the city for your marriage." I was miserable beyond compare, but I could say nothing. As for matters of actually being in love, Auntie didn't care that much.